Brought to you by Penguin.
Killing Moon by Nesbo. Read by Sean Barrett. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. Book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 31. Prologue. Oslo, the man said, raising the glass of whiskey to his lips. That's the place you love the most? Lucille asked. He stared ahead, seeming to think about his answer before he nodded. She studied him while he drank. He was tall. Even sitting down on the bar stool next to her, he towered above her. He had to be at least 10, maybe 20 years younger than her 72. It was hard to tell with alcoholics. His face and body seemed carved from wood, lean, pure, and rigid. His skin was pale, a fine mesh of blue veins visible on his nose, which, together with bloodshot eyes, the irises the colour of faded denim, suggested he had lived hard, drunk hard, fallen hard, and loved hard too, perhaps, for during the month he had become a regular at Creature's, she had glimpsed a hurt in his eyes, like that of a beaten dog, kicked out of the pack, always on his own at the end of the bar, next to Bronco, the mechanical bull that Ben, the bar owner, had taken from the set of the giant turkey, Urban Cowboy, where he had worked as a prop man. It served as a reminder that Los Angeles wasn't a city built on movie successes, but on a garbage heap of human and financial failure. Over 80% of all the films made bombed completely and lost money. The city had the highest homeless population in the USA, living at a density comparable to Mumbai. Traffic congestion was in the process of choking the life out of the city, though street crime, drugs, and violence might get there first. But the sun was shining. Yes, that damn Californian dentist's lamp never switched off, but shone relentlessly, making all the baubles in this phony town glitter like real diamonds, like true stories of success. If only they knew, like she, Lucille, knew, because she had been there, on the stage and backstage. The man sitting next to her had definitely not been on the stage. She recognized people in the industry immediately, but neither did he look like someone who had stared in admiration, hope, or envy up at the stage. He looked more like someone who couldn't care less, someone with their own thing going on. A musician, perhaps? One of those Frank Zappa types, producing his own impenetrable stuff in a basement up here in Laurel Canyon, who had never been, and would never be, discovered. After he had been in a few times, Lucille and the new guy had begun to exchange nods and brief words of greeting, the way morning guests at a bar for serious drinkers do. But this was the first time she had sat down next to him and bought him a drink. Or rather, she had paid for the drink he had already ordered when she saw Ben hand him back his credit card, with an expression that told her it was maxed out. "But does Oslo love you back?" she asked. "That's the question." "Hardly," he said. She noticed his middle finger was a metal prosthetic as he ran a hand through a brush of short, dirty blonde hair tinged with grey. He was not a handsome man, and the liver-coloured scar in the shape of a J running from the corner of his mouth to his ear, as though he were a fish caught on a hook, didn't help matters. But he had something almost appealing and slightly dangerous about him, like some of her colleagues here in town, Christopher Walken, Nick Nolte. And he was broad-shouldered, although that might have been down to the rest of him being so lean. "Uh-huh. Well, they're the ones we want the most," Lucille said. "The ones who don't love us back. The ones we think will love us if we just try that little bit more." "So, what do you do?" the man asked. "Drink," she said, raising her own whiskey. "And feed cats." What you really want to know, I guess, is who I am." "Well, I'm—" She drank from her glass while considering which version to give him, the one for parties or the truth. She put down her drink and decided on the latter. screw it. An actor who played one big role. Juliet, in what remains the best film adaptation of Romeo and Juliet, but which nobody remembers anymore. One big part doesn't sound like much, but it's more than most actors in this town get. I've been married 3 times, twice to well-off filmmakers who I left with favorable divorce settlements, also more than most actors get. The third was the only one I loved, an actor and an Adonis, lacking in money, discipline, and conscience. He used up every penny I had, then left me. I still love him. May he rot in hell. She finished the contents of her glass, put it on the bar, and signaled to Ben for one more. And because I always fall for what I can't get, I've invested money I don't have in a movie project with an enticingly big part for an older lady. A project with an intelligent script, actors who can actually act, and a director who'll give people food for thought. In short, a project that any rational individual would realize is doomed to failure. So, that's me, a daydreamer, a loser, a typical Angelino. The man with the J-shaped scar smiled. Okay, I'm all out of self-deprecation here, she said. What's your name? Howdy. You don't talk much, Harry. Swedish? Norwegian. You running from something? That what it looks like? Yeah. I see you wearing a wedding ring. You running from your wife? She's dead. Ah, you're running from grief. Lucille raised her glass in a toast. You want to know the place I love the most? Right here, Laurel Canyon. Not now, but at the end of the 60s. You should have been here, Harry, if you were even born then. Yeah, so I've heard. She pointed towards the framed photos on the wall behind Ben. All the musicians hung out here. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and... what was the name of that last guy? Harry smiled again. The Mamas and the Papas, she continued. Carole King, James Taylor, Joni Mitchell. She wrinkled her nose. Looked and sounded like a Sunday school girl, but she laid some of the aforementioned. Even got her claws into Leonard. He shacked up with her for a month or so. I was allowed to borrow him for one night. Leonard Cohen? The one and only. Lovely, sweet man. He taught me a little something about writing rhyming verse. Most people make the mistake of opening with their one good line, and then write some half-decent forced rhyme on the next one. The trick is to put the forced rhyme in the first sentence, and then no one will notice it. Just take a look at the banal first line of, "Hey, that's no way to say goodbye," and compare it with the beauty of the second line. There's a natural elegance to both sentences. We hear it that way because we think the writer is thinking in the same sequence as he writes. Little wonder, really. After all, people are inclined to believe that what is happening is a result of what's gone before, and not the other way around. So what happens is a result of what will happen? Exactly, Harry. You get that, right? I don't know. Can you give me an example? Sure. She downed her drink. He must have heard something in her tone, because she saw him raise an eyebrow and quickly scan the bar. What's happening at present is that I'm telling you about how I owe money on a movie in development, she said, looking through the dirty window with the half-closed blinds at the dusty parking lot outside. That's no coincidence, rather a consequence of what will happen. There's a white Camaro parked next to my car outside here. With 2 men inside, he said. It's been there for 20 minutes. She nodded. Harry had just confirmed that she was not mistaken in what she guessed to be his line of work. I noticed that car outside my place up in the canyon this morning, she said. No big surprise. They've already given me a warning and told me they'd send collectors. and not the certified type. This loan wasn't taken out of the bank, if you follow me. Now, when I walk out to my car, these gentlemen are probably going to want to have words with me. I'm guessing they'll still make do with that, warnings and threats, that is. And why tell me this? Because you're a cop. Once more he raised an eyebrow. Am I? My father was a cop, and clearly you guys are recognizable the world over. The point is, I want you to keep an eye out from here. If they get vocal and turn threatening, I'd like you to come out onto the porch and, look like a cop, so they beat it. Listen, I'm pretty sure it's not going to come to that, but I'd feel safer if you kept an eye out. Harry studied her for a moment. Okay, he simply said. Lucille was surprised. Hadn't he allowed himself to be persuaded a little too easily? At the same time, there was something unwavering in his eyes that made her trust him. On the other hand, she had trusted the Adonis, and the director, and the producer. I'm leaving now, she said. Ariula held the glass in his hand, listened to the almost inaudible hiss of ice cubes melting. Didn't drink. He was broke, at the end of the line, and was going to drag this drink out and enjoy it. His gaze settled on one of the pictures behind the bar. It was a photograph of one of the favorite authors of his youth, Charles Bukowski, Outside Creatures. Ben had told him it was from the 70s. Bukowski was standing with his arm around a buddy at what looked like dawn. Both were wearing Hawaiian shirts, their eyes swimming, pinpricks for pupils, and grinning triumphantly as though they had just reached the North Pole after a grueling journey. Harry lowered his eyes to look at the credit card which Ben had tossed on the bar in front of him. Maxed out. Emptied. Nothing left. Mission accomplished. Which had been this, to drink until there was indeed nothing left. No money, no days, no future. All that remained was to see if he had the courage, or the cowardice, to round it all off. There was an old Beretta handgun underneath the mattress in his room back at the boarding house. He had bought it for $25 from a homeless guy living in one of the blue tents down on Skid Row. There were 3 bullets in it. He laid the credit card in the flat of his hand and curled his fingers around it. Turned to look out the window. Watched the old lady as she strutted out to the parking lot. She was so small, slight, delicate, and strong as a sparrow. Beige trousers and a short matching jacket. There was something 1980s about her archaic but tasteful clothing style. Walking the same way as how she swept into the bar every morning, making an entrance, for an audience of between 2 and 8 people. "Lucille is here," Ben would proclaim before, unbidden, he began mixing her usual poison, whiskey sour. But it wasn't the way she took a room that reminded Harry of his mother, who had died at the Radium Hospital when he was 15, putting the first bullet hole through his heart. It was the gentle, smiling, yet sad look in Lucille's eyes, like that of a kind but resigned soul. The concern she displayed for others when she asked for the latest news about their health problems, love lives, and their nearest and dearest, and the consideration she showed by letting Harry sit in peace at the far end of the bar. His mother, that taciturn woman who was the family's control tower, its nerve center, who pulled the strings so discreetly one could easily believe it was his father who called the shots. His mother, who had always offered a safe embrace, had always understood, whom he had loved above all else, and who therefore had become his Achilles' heel. Like that time in 2nd grade, when there had been a gentle knock on the classroom door, and his mother was standing there with the lunchbox he had left at home. Harry had brightened up automatically at the sight of her before hearing some of his classmates laugh, whereupon he had marched out to her in the hall and, in a fury, had told her she was embarrassing him, she had to leave, he didn't need food. She had merely smiled sadly, given him the lunchbox, stroked his cheek, and left. He didn't mention it later. Of course she had understood, the way she always did. And when he went to bed that night, he also understood. She was not the reason he had felt uncomfortable. It was the fact they had all seen it. His love, his vulnerability. He had thought about apologizing several times over the following years, but that would probably just have felt stupid. A cloud of dust rose up on the gravelled area outside, enveloping for a moment Lucille, who was holding her sunglasses in place. He saw the passenger door of the white Camaro open, and a man in sunglasses and a red polo shirt emerge. He walked to the front of the car, blocking Lucille's path to her own. He expected to observe a conversation between the two, but instead the man took a step forward and grabbed hold of Lucille's arm, began pulling her towards the Camaro. Harry saw the heels of her shoes dig into the gravel, and now he also saw that the Camaro didn't have American number plates. In that instant he was off the bar stool. Running towards the door, he burst it open with his elbow, was blinded by sunlight and almost stumbled on the 2 steps down from the porch, realized he was far from sober, then zeroed in on the 2 cars, his eyes gradually adjusting to the light. Beyond the parking lot on the other side of the road, winding its way up the green hillside, lay a sleepy general store, but he couldn't see any other people, apart from the man and Lucille, who was being dragged towards the Camaro. "Police!" he shouted. "Let her go!" "Please stay out of this, sir," the man called back. Harry surmised the man must have a similar background to his own. Only policemen employed polite language in this type of situation. Harry also knew that a physical intervention was unavoidable, and that the first rule in close combat was simple. Don't wait. He who attacks first and with maximum aggression wins. So he didn't slow down, and the other man must have realized Harry's intention because he let go of Lucille and reached for something he had behind him. His hand swung back around. In it he held a shiny handgun Harry recognized instantly, a Glock 17, now pointed directly at him. Harry slowed down, but continued moving forwards, saw the other man's eye aiming from behind the gun. His voice was half drowned out by a passing pickup on the road. "Run back to where you came from, sir. Now!" But Harry carried on walking towards him, became aware he was still holding the credit card in his right hand. Was this how it ended? In a dusty parking lot in a foreign country, bathed in sunlight, broke and half drunk, while trying to do what he hadn't been able to do for his mother, hadn't been able to do for any of those he had ever cared about. He almost closed his eyes and squeezed his fingers around the credit card, so his hand formed a chisel. The title of the Leonard Cohen song swirled through his mind. Hey, that's no way to say goodbye. Fuck that. The hell it wasn't. Chapter 1. Friday. 8 o'clock, half an hour since the September sun had gone down over Oslo, and past bedtime for 3-year-olds. Katrina Bratt sighed and whispered into the phone. "Can't you sleep, darling?" "Granny's singing wrong," the child's voice answered, sniffling. "Where are you?" "I had to go to work, darling, but I'll be home soon. Would you like Mummy to sing a little?" "Yeah." "Well, then you have to close your eyes." "Yeah." "Blue Man?" "Yeah." Katrina began singing the melancholy song in a low, deep voice. Blue man, my buck, think of your small boy." She had no idea why children had, for over a century, felt happy to be lulled to sleep by the story of an angst-ridden boy who wonders why Blue Man, his favourite goat, hasn't returned home from grazing, and who fears it's been taken by a bear and now lies mutilated and dead somewhere in the mountains. Still, after just one verse she could hear Gert's breathing become more regular and deep, and after the next verse she heard her mother-in-law's whispered voice on the phone. "He's asleep now." "Thanks," said Katrina, who had been squatting on her haunches so long she had to put her hand on the ground. "I'll be back as soon as I can." "Take all the time you need, dear, and I'm the one who should be thanking you for wanting us here. You know, he looks so much like Björn when he's asleep." Katrina swallowed, unable as usual to respond when she said that. Not because she didn't miss Björn, Not because she wasn't happy that Björn's parents saw him in Gert, but because it simply wasn't true. She concentrated on what lay in front of her. "Intense lullaby," said Sung-min Larsen, who had come and crouched down next to her. "Maybe now you lay dead?" "I know, but it's the only one he wants to hear," Katrina said. "Well, then, that's what he gets," her colleague smiled. Katrina nodded. "Have you ever thought about how, as children, we expect unconditional love from our parents, without giving anything in return? That we are actually parasites, but then we grow up and things change completely? When exactly do you think we stop believing that we can be loved unconditionally just for being who we are?" "When did she stop, you mean?" "Yeah." They looked down at the body of the young woman lying on the forest floor. Her trousers and knickers were pulled down to her ankles, but the zip on the thin down jacket was pulled up. Her face, which was turned to the starry skies above, appeared chalk white in the glare of the crime scene unit's floodlights, which were positioned among the trees. Her makeup was streaked and looked like it had run and dried out several times. Her hair, bombed blonde by chemicals, was sticking to one side of her face. Her lips were stuffed with silicone, and false eyelashes protruded like the eaves of a roof over one eye, which was sunken down in its socket, staring glassily up and past them, and also over the other eye, which was not there, only an empty socket. Perhaps all the barely degradable synthetic materials were the reason the body had remained in as good condition as it had. "I'm guessing this is Suzanne Anderson," Sung-min said. "I'm guessing the same," Katrina replied. The detectives were from 2 different departments. She was with Crime Squad of the Oslo police, and he was with Kripos. Susanne Andersen, 26 years old, had been missing for 17 days and was last spotted on a security camera at Skullerud metro station around a 20-minute walk from where they were now. The only lead on the other missing woman, Bettina Bertilsen, 27 years old, was her car, which was found abandoned in a car park in Grefsenkollen, a hiking area in another part of the city. The hair color of the woman in front of them tallied with the security camera footage of Susanna, while Bettina was, according to family and friends, currently a brunette. Besides, the body had no tattoos on the naked lower body, while Bettina was supposed to have one, a Louis Vuitton logo, on her ankle. So far, it had been a relatively cool and dry September, and the discoloration on the corpse's skin, blue, purple, yellow, brown, might be consistent with it lying outdoors for close to 3 weeks. The same went for the smell, owing to the body's production of gas, which gradually seeped out from all orifices. Katrina had also noted the white area of thin hair-like filaments below the nostrils. Fungus. In the large wound on the throat, yellowish-white, blind maggots crawled. Katrina had seen it so often she no longer had any particular reaction. After all, blowflies were, in Harry's words, as loyal as Liverpool fans. Turning up at a moment's notice, no matter the time or place, rain or shine, attracted by the smell of dimethyl trisulfide, which the body begins to excrete from the moment of expiration. The females lay their eggs, and a few days later the larvae hatch and begin gorging on the rotting flesh. They pupate, turning into flies, which look for bodies to lay their own eggs in, and after a month they have lived their life to the end and die. That's their life cycle. Not so different to ours, Katrina thought, or rather, not so different to mine. Katrina looked around. White-clad members of Krimteknisk, the forensics unit, moved like soundless ghosts among the trees, casting eerie shadows every time the flashes on their cameras lit up. The forest was large. Östmarka continued on, for mile after mile, virtually all the way to Sweden. A jogger had found the body, or rather the jogger's dog, which had been allowed off the lead and had disappeared from the narrow gravel road into the woods. It was already getting dark. The jogger, running with a headlamp, had followed after while calling out to the dog, and had eventually found it, next to the body, wagging its tail. Well, no wagging had been mentioned. It was something Katrina had pictured. "Susanna Anderson," she whispered, not knowing quite to whom. Perhaps to the deceased, as comfort and assurance that she had finally been found and identified. The cause of death appeared obvious. The cut had been made across her throat, running like a smile over Susanna Anderson's narrow neck. The fly larvae, various forms of insects, and perhaps other animals had probably helped themselves to most of the blood. However, Katrina still saw traces of blood spatter in the heather and on the trunk of one tree. "Killed here, in situ," she said. "Looks that way," Sung Min replied. "Do you think she was raped? Or just sexually assaulted after he killed her?" "After," Katrina said, shining the torch on Susanna's hands. "No broken nails, no signs of a struggle. But I'll try and have them undertake a forensic post-mortem over the weekend, and we'll see what they think. And a clinical autopsy? We won't get that until Monday at the earliest." Sung Min sighed. "Well, I guess it's only a question of time before we find Bettina Bertilsson raped and with her throat cut somewhere in Grefsenkollen." Katrina nodded. She and Sung Min had become better acquainted over the past year, and he had confirmed his reputation as one of Kripos's best detectives. There were many who believed he would take over as senior inspector the day Ulla Winter stepped down, and that from then on the department would have a far better boss. Possibly. But there were also those who voiced reservations about the country's foremost investigative body being led by an adopted South Korean and homosexual who dressed like a member of the British aristocracy. His classic tweed hunting jacket and suede and leather country boots stood in stark contrast to Katrina's thin Patagonia down jacket and Gore-Tex trainers. When Björn was alive, he had called her style Gorpkor, which, she had been given to understand, was an international term for people who went to the pub dressed as though they were headed up the mountains. She had called it adapting to life as the mother of a small child. But she had to admit that this more subdued, practical style of dress was also owing to the fact that she was no longer a young, rebellious investigative talent, but the head of Crime Squad. "What do you think this is?" Sung Min said. She knew he was thinking the same as her, and that neither of them intended to say those words out loud. Not yet. Katrina cleared her throat. "The first thing we do is stick to what we've got here and find out what happened." "Agreed." Katrina hoped agreed was a word she would hear often from Kripos in future. But she did of course welcome all the help they could get. Kripos had let it be known they were ready to step up from the point Bettina Bertilsson was reported missing exactly a week after Susanna and under strikingly similar circumstances. Both women had gone out on a Tuesday evening without telling any of those the police had spoken to where they were going or what they were doing, and had not been seen since. Besides, there were other circumstances linking the two women. When these came to light, the police shelved their theory of Susanna having been in an accident or having taken her own life. "All right, then," Katrina said and stood up. "I'd better notify the boss." Katrina had to remain standing for a moment before regaining the feeling in her legs. She used the light on her mobile phone to ensure she trod on more or less the same footprints they had made on their way into the crime scene. Once beyond the cordon tape, which was strung between trees, she tapped in the first letters of the name of the chief superintendent. Bodil Melling picked up after the third ring. "Brat here. Sorry for calling so late, but it looks like we might have found one of the missing women. Murdered, her throat is cut, probable arterial spatter, likely raped or sexually assaulted. Fairly certain it's Susanna Anderson." "That's too bad," Melling said in a voice lacking any tone. And at the same time Katrina pictured the lack of expression in Bodil Melling's face, the lack of colour in her attire, lack of emotion in her body language, guaranteed lack of conflict in her home life, and lack of excitement in her sex life. The only thing that triggered a reaction in the newly appointed chief superintendent, she had discovered, was the soon-to-be vacated office of chief of police. It wasn't that Melling wasn't qualified. Katrina just found her unbearably boring, defensive, gutless. "Will you call a press conference?" Melling asked. "Okay. Do you want to know? As long as we don't have a positive ID on the body, you take it. Together with Kripos, then? They have people at the scene. All right, fine. If there's nothing else, we have guests. In the pause that followed, Katrina heard low chat in the background. It sounded like a genial exchange of views, the kind, that is, where one person confirms and elaborates on what the other has said. Social bonding. That was how Bodil Melling preferred it. She would almost certainly be annoyed if Katrina brought up the subject again. Katrina had suggested it as soon as Bettina Bertilsson was reported missing, and suspicion arose that the two women might have been killed by the same man. She wouldn't get anywhere, either. Melling had made that very clear, had, in effect, put an end to the discussion. Katrina ought to just let it go. "Just one thing," she said, letting the words hang in the air as she drew a breath. Her boss beat her to it. "The answer is no, Brat. But he's the only specialist on this we have. And he's the best. And the worst. Besides, we don't have him any longer. Thank God. The media are bound to look for him. Ask why we're not, then you just tell them the truth, which is we don't know his whereabouts. Moreover, considering what happened to his wife, coupled with his unstable nature and substance abuse, I can't imagine him functioning in a murder investigation." "I think I know where to find him." "Drop it, Brad. Resorting to old heroes as soon as you're under pressure comes across as an implicit disparagement of the people actually at your disposal in Crime Squad. What will it do to their self-esteem and motivation if you say you want to bring in a wreck without a badge? That's what we call poor leadership, Brad." "Okay," Katrina said, and swallowed hard. "All right. I appreciate that you think it's okay. Was there anything else?" Katrina thought for a moment. So Melling could actually be antagonized and bare her teeth after all. Good. She looked at the crescent moon hanging above the treetops. Last night, Arne, the young man she had been dating for almost a month, told her that in 2 weeks there would be a total lunar eclipse, a so-called blood moon, and they should mark the occasion. Katrina had no clue what a blood moon was, but apparently it occurred every second or third year, and Arne was so eager that she hadn't had the heart to say maybe they shouldn't plan something as far in the future as 2 weeks, seeing as they barely knew each other. Katrina had never been afraid of conflict or of being direct, something she had probably inherited from her father, a policeman from Bergen, who'd had more enemies than that city had rainy days. But she had learned to choose her battles and the timing of them. But now, having thought about it, she understood that unlike a confrontation with a man she didn't know whether she had any future with, this was one she had to face. Now, rather than later. "Yes, actually," Katrina said. "Would it also be okay to say that at the press conference if anyone asks? Or to the parents of the next girl who is killed?" "Say what?" "That the Oslo police district is declining the assistance of a man who has cleared up 3 serial killer cases in the city and apprehended the 3 culprits, on the grounds we think that it may impact on the self-esteem of some colleagues." A long silence arose, and Katrina could not hear any chat in the background now either. Finally, Bodil Melling cleared her throat. "You know what, Katrina? You've been working hard on this case. Go ahead and hold that press conference. Get some sleep at the weekend, and we'll talk on Monday." After they hung up, Katrina called the Forensic Medical Institute. Rather than go through the proper channels, she called the direct line of Alexandra Sturza, the young forensic medical officer who had neither partner nor child and wasn't too averse to long working hours. And sure enough, Sturza replied that she and a colleague would take a look at the body the following day. Afterwards, Katrina stood looking down at the dead woman. Maybe it was the fact that in a man's world she had got where she was on her own that would not allow her to set aside her contempt for women who willingly depended on men. That Susanna and Bettina lived off men was not the only circumstance that bound them, but also that they had shared the same man, one more than 30 years their senior, the property mogul Marcus Rød. Their lives and existences relied on other people, men with the money and the jobs they themselves did not have, providing for them. In exchange, they offered their bodies, youth and beauty. And, insofar as their relationship was exposed, their selected host could enjoy the envy of other men. But unlike children, women like Susanna and Bettina lived with the knowledge that love was not unconditional. Sooner or later their host would ditch them, and they would have to seek out a new man to feed upon, or allow themselves to be fed upon, depending on how you viewed it. Was that love? Why not? Simply because it was too depressing to think about. Between the trees in the direction of the gravel road, Katrina saw the blue light of the ambulance, which had arrived noiselessly. She thought about Harry Hule. Yes, she had received a sign of life in April, a postcard, of all things, with a picture of Venice Beach, postmarked Los Angeles. Like a sonar pip from a submarine in the depths. The message had been short. Send money. A joke? She wasn't sure. Since then, there had been silence. Complete silence. The final verse of the lullaby, which she had not reached, played in her head. Blue man, answer me, bleat with your familiar sound. Not yet, my blue man, can you die on your boy. Chapter 2. Friday. Value. The press conference took place as usual in the parole hall at Police HQ. The clock on the wall showed 3 minutes to 10, and while Mona Daw, VG's crime reporter, and the others waited for the police representatives to take to the podium, Mona could conclude that the attendance was good. Over 20 journalists, and on a Friday evening. She'd had a brief discussion with her photographer on why double murders sold twice as well as single ones, or if it was a case of diminishing returns. The photographer believed that quality was more important than quantity, that as the victim was a young, ethnic Norwegian of above-average attractiveness, she would generate more clicks than, for example, a drug-addicted couple in their 40s with previous convictions. Or 2, yes, even 3, immigrant boys from a gang. Mona Daw didn't disagree. So far, only one of the missing girls was confirmed killed, but realistically it was only a matter of time before it turned out the other had suffered the same fate. And both were young, ethnic Norwegians, and pretty. It didn't get any better. She wasn't sure what to make of that. If it was an expression of extra concern for the young, innocent and defenseless individual. Or if other factors played a part, factors pertaining to the usual things that got clicks, sex, money, and a life the readers wished they themselves had. Speaking of wanting what others had, she looked at the guy in his 30s in the row in front. He was wearing the flannel shirt all the hipsters were supposed to be wearing this year, and a pork pie hat a la Gene Hackman in The French Connection. It was Terry Våger from Dagbladet, and she wished she had his sources. Ever since the story broke, he'd had his nose in front of the others. It was Våger, for instance, who had first written about Susanna Andersen and Bettina Bertilsson having been at the same party, and Våger who had quoted a source as saying both girls had had Rud as a sugar daddy. It was annoying, and for more reasons than simply he was competition. His very presence here was annoying. As though he had heard her thoughts, he turned and looked right at her. Smiling broadly, he touched a finger to the brim of his idiotic hat. "He likes you," the photographer said. "I know," she said. Våger's interest in Mona had begun when he made his improbable comeback to newspaper journalism as a crime reporter, and she had made the mistake of being relatively friendly towards him at a seminar on, of all things, press ethics. Since the other journalists avoided him like the plague, her attitude must have come across as inviting. He subsequently got in touch with Mona for tips and advice, as he termed it, as if she had any interest in acting as a mentor for a competitor. Indeed, had any desire to have anything to do with someone like Terry Våger. After all, everybody knew there had to be something in the rumors doing the rounds on him. But the more standoffish she was, the more intense he became. On the phone, social media channels, even popping up in bars and cafes as though from nowhere. It had, as usual, taken a little time before she understood it was her he was interested in. Mona had never been the boy's first pick, stocky and broad-faced as she was, with what her mother had called sad hair and a congenital hip defect which gave her a crab-like gait. God knows if it was an attempt to compensate, but she had begun training with weights, grown even more stocky, but had taken 120 kilos in the deadlift and a third place in the National Bodybuilding Championships. And because she'd had to learn that a person, or at least she, didn't get anything for free, she had developed a pushy charm, a sense of humour and a toughness which the Barbie dolls of this world could just forget about, and which had won her the unofficial throne of crime queen, and Anders. Out of the two, she valued Anders higher. Well, just about. No matter, even though the type of attention from other men which Våga displayed was unfamiliar and flattering, it was out of the question for Mona to explore it any further, and she was of the opinion that she, if not in so many words, then in tone and body language, must have made this clear to Våga. But it was as though he saw and heard what he wanted. Sometimes, when she looked into those wide-open, staring eyes of his, she wondered whether he was on something, or if he was all there. One night he had shown up at a bar, and when Anders went to use the men's room, he had said something to her, in a voice so low it couldn't be heard above the music, but still not quite low enough. "You're mine." She had pretended not to hear, but he just stood there, calm and confident, wearing a sly smile, as if it were now a secret they shared. Fuck him. She couldn't stand drama, so she hadn't mentioned it to Anders. Not that Anders wouldn't have handled it just fine. She knew he would, but still she hadn't said anything. What was it that Våga imagined? That her interest in him, the new alpha male in their little pond, would grow in proportion with his position as a crime reporter who was always one step ahead of the others? Because he was, that wasn't open to discussion any longer. So yes, if she wanted something someone else had, it was to be leading the race again, not downgraded to one of the pack chasing behind Terry Våga. "Where does he get it from, do you think?" she whispered to the photographer. He shrugged. "Maybe he's making it up again." Mona shook her head. "No, there are good grounds to believe what he's writing now." Marcus Rød and Johan Krohn, his lawyer, had not even attempted to refute any of what Våga had written, and that was confirmation enough. But Våga had not always been the king of crime. The story lingered about him, always would. The girl's stage name was Jeannie, a retro glam act a la Susie Quattro, for those who remembered her. The matter had occurred about 5 or 6 years prior, and the worst part of it was not that Våga had manufactured pure lies about Jeannie and had them put in print, but the rumour he had dropped Rohypnol into her drink at an after-party in order to have sex with the teenager. At the time, he had been a music journalist for a free newspaper and had obviously become infatuated with her, but had, in spite of his eulogizing her in review after review, been turned down repeatedly. Nevertheless, he had continued showing up at gigs and after-parties, right up to the night when, if the rumours were to be believed, he had spiked her drink and carried her off to his room, which he had booked at the same hotel as the band was staying at. When the boys in the band realized what was happening, they barged into the hotel room where Jeannie lay unconscious and in a state of half-undress on Terry Våga's bed. They had given Terry such a beating that he suffered a skull fracture and was hospitalized for a couple of months. Jeannie and the band must have figured Våga had had punishment enough, or may not have wanted to risk prosecution themselves. In any case, the matter was not reported to the police by any of the parties involved. But it was the end of the glowing reviews. In addition to panning her every new release, Terry Våga wrote about Jeannie's infidelity, drug abuse, plagiarism, underpayment of band members, and false information on applications for grants for tour support. When a dozen or so stories were referred to the Press Complaints Commission, and it turned out that Våga had simply made half of them up, he was sacked and became persona non grata in the Norwegian media for the next 5 years. How he had managed to make it back in was a mystery. Or maybe not. He had realized he was finished as a music journalist, but had been behind a crime blog that gathered more and more readers, and eventually Dagbladet said that one could not exclude a young journalist from their field just because he had made some mistakes early in his career and had taken him on as a freelancer who currently got more column inches than any of the newspaper's permanent reporters. Våge finally turned away from Mona when the police made their entrance and took their places on the podium. Two from Oslo police, Katrina Bratt, the inspector from Crime Squad, and head of information Kedzierski, a man with a Dylan-esque mane of curly hair, and two from Kripos, the terrier-like Ola Winter, and the always well-dressed Sung-Min Larsen, sporting a fresh haircut. So Mona assumed they had already decided that the investigation would be a joint effort on behalf of the Crime Squad, in this case the Volvo, and Kripos, the Ferrari. Most of the journalists held their mobiles up in the air to record sound and pictures, but Mona Dor took notes by hand and left the photographs to her colleague. As expected, they didn't learn much other than a body had been found in Östmarka, in the hiking area around Skullerud, and that the deceased had been identified as the missing woman, Susanna Andersson. The case would be treated as a possible murder, but they had as yet no details to make public about the cause of death, sequence of events, suspects, and so on. The usual dance ensued, with the journalists peppering those on the podium with questions, while they, Katrina Bratt in the main, repeated "no comment" and "we can't answer that." Mona Dor yawned. She and Anders were supposed to have a late dinner as a pleasant start to the weekend, but that wasn't going to happen. She noted down what was said, but had the distinct feeling of writing a summary she had written before. Maybe Terry Våge felt the same. He was neither taking notes nor recording anything, just sitting back in his chair, observing it all with a slight, almost triumphant smile, not asking any questions, as though he already had the answers he was interested in. It seemed the others had also run dry, and when head of information, Kedzierski, looked like he was drawing breath to bring things to a close, Mona raised her biro in the air. "Yes, VG." The head of information had an expression that said, "This better be short. It's the weekend." "Do you feel that you have the requisite competence, should this turn out to be the type of person who kills again? That is to say, if his..." Katrina Bratt leaned forward in her chair and interrupted her. "As we said, we don't have any sound basis to allow us to state that there's any connection between this death and any other possible criminal acts. With regard to the combined expertise of the Crime Squad and Kripos, I dare say it's adequate, given what we know about the case so far." Mona noted the inspector's caveat of "what we know," and that Sung-Min Larsen, seated in the chair next to her, had neither nodded at what Brad said, nor given any indication of his view on this expertise. The press conference drew to a close, and Mona and the others made their way out into a mild autumn night. "What do you think?" the photographer asked. "I think they're happy they have a body," Mona said. "Did you say happy?" "Yeah. Susanna Andersson and Bettina Bertilsson have both been dead for weeks. The police know that, but they haven't had a single lead to go on apart from the Partjerd Roads. So yeah, I think they're happy. They're starting the weekend with at least one corpse that might give them something." "Bloody hell, you're a cold fish, though." Mona looked up at him in surprise, considered it for a moment. "Thanks," she said. It was 11:15 by the time Johan Krohn had finally found a parking spot for his Lexus UX 300E in Thomas Heftjes Gate, then located the number of the building where his client, Marcus Röd, had asked him to come. The 50-year-old defense lawyer was regarded among colleagues as one of the top 3 or 4 best defense lawyers in Oslo. Due to his high media profile, the man in the street regarded Krohn as unquestionably the best. Since he was, with a few exceptions, a bigger star than his clients, he did not make house visits. The client came to him, preferably to the offices of the law firm of Krohn and Simonsen in Rosenkrantz-Gate during normal working hours. Still, there were house calls and there were house calls. This address was not Röd's primary residence. He officially resided at a 260-square-meter penthouse on the top of one of the new buildings in Oslo Bukta. As he had been instructed on the phone half an hour ago, Crone pressed the call button bearing the name of Ruud's company, Barbell Properties. "Johan!" Marcus Ruud's out-of-breath voice sounded. "5th floor!" There was a buzz from the top of the door, and Crone pushed it open. The lift looked sufficiently suspect for Crone to take the stairs. Wide oak steps and cast-iron banisters with a form more reminiscent of Gaudi than a venerable, exclusive Norwegian townhouse. The door on the 5th floor was ajar. It sounded like a war was taking place within, which he understood to be the case when he stepped inside, saw bluish light coming from the living room, and peered in. In front of a large TV screen, it had to be at least 100 inches, 3 men were standing with their backs to him. The biggest of them, the man in the middle, was wearing VR goggles and had a game controller in each hand. The other 2, young men in perhaps their 20s, were apparently spectators, using the TV as a monitor to look at what the man in the VR goggles was seeing. The war scene on the TV was from a trench in the First World War, if Crone was to judge by the helmets on the German soldiers rushing towards them, and whom the large man with the game controllers was blasting away at. "Yeah!" one of the younger men shouted as the head of the last German exploded inside his helmet and he fell to the ground. The larger man removed the VR goggles and turned to Crone. "That's that. Taken care of, at least," he said with a grin of satisfaction. Marcus Ruud was a handsome man, his age taken into consideration. He had a broad face, a playful look, his permanently tanned complexion was smooth, and his swept-back, shiny black hair as thick as a 20-year-old's. Granted, some weight had spread to his waist, but he was tall, so tall that the stomach could pass as dignified. But it was the intense liveliness in his eyes that first caught your attention, a liveliness indicating the energy which meant most people were initially charmed, then flattened, and eventually exhausted by Marcus Ruud. Within that time, he had probably got what he wanted, and you were left to your own devices. But Ruud's energy levels could fluctuate, as could his mood. Crone assumed both had something to do with the white powder he now saw traces of under one of Ruud's nostrils. Johan Crone was aware of all this, but he put up with it, not just because Ruud had insisted on paying half of Crone's hourly rate up front to, as he had put it, guarantee Crone's undivided attention, loyalty, and desire to achieve a result, but mostly because Ruud was Crone's dream client, a man with a high profile, a millionaire with such an odious image that Crone, paradoxically, appeared as more courageous and principled than opportunistic by taking him on as a client. So he would, as long as the case went on, just have to accept being summoned on a Friday night. The 2 younger men left the room at a signal from Ruud. "Have you seen War Remains, Johan? No? Fucking great VR game, but you can't shoot anyone in it. This here is the sort of copy the developer wants me to invest in." Ruud nodded in the direction of the TV screen while he lifted a carafe and poured whiskey into 2 Crystal Rocks glasses. "They're trying to retain the magic of War Remains, but make it so you can, what would you say, influence the course of history. After all, that's what we want, right?" "I'm driving," Crone said, raising a palm to the glass Ruud was holding out to him. Ruud looked at Crone for a moment as if he didn't understand the objection. Then he sneezed powerfully, sank down onto a leather Barcelona chair, and placed both glasses on the table in front of him. "Whose apartment is this?" Crone asked as he settled into one of the other chairs, and immediately regretted the question. As a lawyer, it was often safest not knowing more than you needed to. "Mine," Ruud replied. "I use it as, a retreat." Marcus Ruud's shrug and scampish smile told Crone the rest. He'd had other clients with similar apartments, and during an extramarital liaison, which had fortunately come to an end when he realized what he was in danger of losing, he had himself considered buying what a colleague called a bachelor pad for non-bachelors. "So, what happens now?" Ruud asked. "Now Susanna has been identified, and murder has been established as the cause. The investigation will enter a new phase. You need to be prepared to be called in for fresh interviews. In other words, there'll be even more focus on me. Unless the police find something at the crime scene that rules you out. We can always hope for that. I thought you might say something like that. But I can't just sit here hoping any longer, Johan. You do know Barbell Properties has lost 3 big contracts in the last fortnight. They offered some flimsy excuses about waiting for higher bids and so on. No one dares say right out that it's down to these articles in Dagbladet about me and the girls that they don't want to be associated with a possible murder, or are afraid I'll be put away and Barbell Properties will go under. If I sit idly by, hoping that a gang of public sector, underpaid knucklehead cops will get the job done, then Barbell Properties might go bust long before they've turned up something that gets me off the hook. We need to be proactive, Johan. We need to show the public that I'm innocent, or at least that I believe it serves my interest for the truth to come out. So, we need to hire our own investigators, first-rate ones. In the best-case scenario, they find the killer. But failing that, it still shows the public that I'm actually trying to uncover the truth. Johan Krohn nodded. Let me play devil's advocate here. No pun intended. Go on, Rudd said, and sneezed. Firstly, the best detectives are already working for Kripos, as they pay better than the crime squad. And even if they were to say yes to quitting a secure career to take on a short-term assignment like this, they'd still have to give 3 months' notice, plus they'd have an obligation of confidentiality covering what they know about these missing persons cases, which in effect renders them useless to us. Secondly, the optics would be pretty bad. An investigation being bankrolled by a millionaire, you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Should your investigators uncover so-called facts that clear you, this information would automatically be questioned, something which would not have happened if the police had uncovered the same facts. Ah, Rudd smiled, wiping his nose with a tissue. I love value for money. You're good. You've pointed out the problems. And now you're going to show me that you're the best? And tell me how we solve those problems. Johan Krohn straightened up in his chair. Thank you for the vote of confidence, but there's the rub. Meaning? You mentioned finding the best, and there is one person who is perhaps the best. His previous results certainly point to it. But he's no longer on the force. From what you've told me, that ought to be an advantage. What I mean is that he's no longer in the police for the wrong reasons. Which are? Where do I begin? Disloyalty, gross negligence in the line of duty, intoxicated on the job, clearly an alcoholic, several cases of violence, substance abuse. He's responsible, although not convicted, for the death of at least one colleague. In short, he's probably got more crimes on his conscience than most of the criminals he's hauled in. Plus, he's supposed to be a nightmare to work with. That's a lot. So why are you bringing him up if he's so impossible? Because he's the best. And because he could be useful with regard to the second part of what you were saying about showing the public you're trying to unearth the truth. Okay. The cases he's solved have made him one of the few detectives with a public profile of sorts. And an image as uncompromising. Someone with don't-give-a-damn integrity. Overblown, of course, but people like those kind of myths. And for our purposes, that image could allay suspicions of his investigation being bought and paid for. You're worth every penny, Johan Krohn, Rudd grinned. He's the man we want. The problem, no, just up the offer until he says yes, is that no one seems to know exactly where he is. Rudd raised his whiskey glass without drinking, just frowned down at it. What do you mean by exactly? Sometimes in an official capacity I run into Katrina Bratt, the head of crime squad, where he worked, and when I asked, she said the last time he gave a sign of life was from a big city, but she didn't know where he was in that city or what he was doing there. She didn't sound too optimistic on his behalf, let's put it that way. Hey, don't back out now that you've sold me on the guy, Johan. It's him we want. I can feel it. So find him. Groan sighed, again regretted opening his mouth. Being the show-off he was, he had of course walked right into the classic prove you're the best trap that Marcus Road probably used every single day. But with his legs stuck in the trap, it was too late to turn. Some calls would need to be made. He worked out the time difference. Okay, he may as well get right on it. Chapter 3. Saturday. Alexandra Sturza studied her face in the mirror above the sink while routinely and thoroughly washing her hands, as though it were a living person and not a corpse she would soon touch. Her face was hard, pockmarked. Her hair, pulled back and tied in a tight bun, was jet black, but she knew the first grey hairs were in store. Her Romanian mother had already got them in her early 30s. Norwegian men said her brown eyes flashed, especially when any of them tried to imitate her almost imperceptible accent. Or when they joked about her homeland, a place some of them clearly thought was a big joke, and she told them she came from Timisoara, the first city in Europe to install electric street lighting in 1884, 2 generations before Oslo. When she came to Norway as a 20-year-old, she had learned Norwegian in 6 months while working 3 jobs, which she had reduced to 2 while studying chemistry at NTNU, and now just 1, at the Forensic Medical Institute, while also concentrating on what would be her doctoral thesis on DNA analysis. She had, at times, although not that often, wondered what it was that made her so obviously attractive to men. It couldn't be her face and direct, at times harsh, manner, nor her intellect and CV, which men seemed to perceive as more threatening than stimulating. She sighed. A man had once told her that her body was a cross between a tiger and a Lamborghini. Odd how so cheesy a comment could sound totally wrong or completely acceptable, yes, wonderful even, depending on who said it. She turned off the tap and went into the autopsy room. Helga was already there. The technician, 2 years her junior, was quick-minded and laughed easily, both qualities Alexandra viewed as assets when one worked with the dead, and was tasked with extracting secrets from a corpse about how death occurred. Helga was a bioengineer and Alexandra a chemical engineer, and both were qualified to carry out forensic postmortems, if not full clinical autopsies. Nevertheless, certain pathologists attempted to pull rank by calling postmortem technicians Diener, servants, a hangover from German pathologists of the old school. Helga didn't care, but Alexandra had to admit it got to her now and again, and especially on days like today, when she came in and did everything a pathologist would do in a preliminary postmortem, and equally well. Helga was her favourite at the Institute. He always showed up when she asked, not something every Norwegian would do on a Saturday, or after 4 o'clock on a weekday. Sometimes she wondered where on the index of living standards this work-shy country would have been placed if the Americans hadn't discovered oil on their continental shelf. She turned up the light on the lamp hanging above the naked body of the young woman on the table. The smell of a corpse was dependent on many factors: age, course of death, if medication was being taken, what food had been eaten, and, of course, how far along the process of decay had come. Alexandra had no problems with the stench of rotting flesh, of excrement, or urine. She could even tackle the gases created by the process of decomposition that the body expelled in long hisses. It was the stomach fluids that got her, the smell of vomit, bile, and the various acids. In that sense, Susanna Anderson was not too bad, even after 3 weeks outdoors. "No larvae?" Alexandra asked. "I removed them," Helga said, holding up the vinegar bottle they used. "But kept them?" "Yeah," he said, pointing to a glass box containing a dozen white maggots. "They were saved because their length could be indicative of how long they had fed on the corpse. In other words, how long it had been since they hatched, and therefore something about the time of death. Not in hours, but in days and weeks." "This won't take long," Alexandra said, Crime Squad just want the probable cause of death and an external examination. Blood test, urine, bodily fluid. The pathologist will perform a complete post-mortem on Monday. Any plans for tonight? Here. Helga took a photograph of where she was pointing. Thought I might watch a movie, he said. What about joining me at a gay club for a dance? She made notes on the form and pointed again. Here? I can't dance. Rubbish. All gays can dance. See this cut on the throat? Starts on the left side, gets deeper further along, then shallower towards the right. It indicates a right-handed killer who was standing behind and holding her head back. One of the pathologists was telling me about a similar wound that they thought was murder, and it turned out the man had cut his own throat. Pretty determined, in other words. What do you say? Want to go dance with some gays tonight? What if I'm not gay? In that case, Alexandra said, taking notes, I wouldn't actually want to go out anywhere with you again, Helga. He laughed out loud and snapped a picture. Because then you'll block other men. A good wingman needs to be gay. I can pretend to be gay. It doesn't work. Men notice the smell of testosterone and back off. What do you think this is? She held a magnifying glass just below one of Susanna Anderson's nipples. Helga leaned closer. Dried saliva, maybe. Or snot. Not semen in any case. Take a photo, then I'll take a scrape sample and check it at the lab on Monday. If we're lucky, it's DNA material. Helga took a picture while Alexandra examined the mouth, ears, nostrils, and eyes. What do you think has happened here? She raised the pen light and shone it in the empty eye socket. Animals? No, I don't think so. Alexandra shone the light around the edges of the eye socket. There's nothing remaining of the eyeball inside, and no wounds around the eye from the claws of birds or rodents. And if it was an animal, why not take the other eye as well? Take a photo here. She illuminated the eye socket. See how the nerve fibers look like they've been cut at one place, as though with a knife? Jesus, Helga said. Who does something like that? Angry men, Alexandra said, shaking her head. Very angry and very damaged men. And they're on the loose out there. Maybe I should stay in and watch a movie tonight as well. Yeah, right. Okay. Let's see if he's assaulted her sexually too. They took a cigarette break on the roof after determining there were no obvious signs of injury to the exterior or interior of the genitalia, nor any traces of semen on the outside of the vagina. If semen had been present within the vagina, it would have been drawn into the rest of the body long ago. The pathologist would go over the same ground as them on Monday, but she was pretty certain they would not arrive at a different conclusion. Alexander was not a regular smoker, but had a vague belief in cigarettes smoking out any potential demons from the dead that had taken up residence within. She inhaled and looked out over Oslo, over the fjord, glittering like silver beneath a pale, cloudless sky, over the low hills where the colours of autumn burned in red and yellow. Fuck, it's nice here, she said with a sigh. You make it sound like you wish it wasn't, Helga said, taking over the cigarette from her. I hate getting attached to things. Things? Places. People. Men? Especially men. They take away your freedom. Or rather, they don't take it. You bloody well give it away like a wuss, as if you're programmed to. And freedom is worth more than men. You sure? She snatched the cigarette back and took a long, angry drag, blew the smoke out just as hard and gave a harsh, rasping laugh. Worth more than the men I fall for, anyway. What about that cop you mentioned? Oh, him? She chuckled. Yeah, I liked him. But he was a mess. His wife had kicked him out and he drank all the time. Where is he now? His wife died and he skipped the country. Tragic business, Alexandra stood up abruptly. Right, we better finish up and get the body back in the refrigerator. I want to party. They returned to the autopsy room, collected the last samples, filled out the rest of the fields on the form, and tidied up. Speaking of parties, Alexandra said, you know the party this girl and the other one were at? That was the same party I was invited to, the one I then invited you to. You kidding? Don't you remember? A friend of one of Ruud's neighbors asked me. She said the party was taking place on the best rooftop terrace in Oslo Bukta. Told me it would be crawling with the well-heeled, with celebrities and party people. Said they'd prefer women came in skirts. Short skirts. Ugh, Helga said. Don't blame me for not going. Fuck that. Of course I would have gone, if I hadn't so much work on here that day. And you would have come with. Would I? Helga smiled. Of course, Alexandra laughed. I'm your fag hag. Can't you picture it? You, me, and the beautiful people? Yes. You see, you are gay. What? Because? Tell me truthfully, Helga. Have you ever slept with a man? Let me see. Helga wheeled the table with the corpse towards one of the cold lockers. Yes. More than once? Doesn't mean I'm gay, he said, opening the large metal drawer. No, that's only circumstantial evidence. The proof, Watson, is that you tie your sweater over one shoulder and under the other arm. Helga chuckled, grabbed one of the white cloths on the instrument table and flicked it at her. Alexandra smiled as she ducked down behind the top end of the table. She remained like that, stooped over, her eyes fixed on the body. Helga, she said in a low voice. Yeah? I think we've missed something. What? Alexandra reached out towards Susanna Anderson's head, lifted the hair, and pulled it to the side. What is it? Helga asked. Stitches, Alexandra replied. Fresh stitches. He came round the other side of the trolley. Guess she must have hurt herself then. Alexandra lifted away more hair, followed the stitches. These weren't carried out by a trained doctor, Helga. No one uses thread this thick or stitches this loosely. This was just done in a hurry. And look, the stitches continue all the way round the head. As though she's been scalped, Alexandra said, feeling a cold shudder go through her. And then the scalp has been sewn back on. She looked up at Helga, saw his Adam's apple rise and fall. Will we, he began, will we check what's underneath? No, Alexandra said, firmly straightening up. She had taken home enough nightmares from this job, and the pathologists earned 200,000 kroner a year more than her. They could earn it. This is outside our field of competence, she said, so it's the kind of thing dinners like you and me leave to the grown-ups. Okay, and okay to partying tonight, too, by the way. Good, Alexandra said, but we need to finish the report and send it along with the photos to Brat at Crime Squad. Oh, fuck. What is it? I just realized that Brat is bound to ask me to run an express DNA analysis when she reads about that saliva or whatever it is, in which case I won't make it out on the town tonight. Come on, you can say no. Everyone needs time off, even you. Alexandra put her hands on her hips, tilted her head to one side, and looked sternly at Helga. Right, he sighed. Where would we be if everyone just took time off? Chapter 4. Saturday. Rabbit Hole. Arihula woke up. The bungalow lay in semi-darkness, but a white strip of sunlight, coming from under the bamboo blind, stretched across the coarse wooden floor, via the stone slab serving as a coffee table, and over to the kitchen worktop. A cat was sitting there. One of Lucille's cats. She had so many of them up in the main house that Harry couldn't tell one from the other. The cat looked like it was smiling, Its tail was waving slowly as it calmly observed a mouse scuttling along the wall, stopping now and then to stick its snout in the air to sniff, before continuing, towards the cat. Was the mouse blind? Did it lack a sense of smell? Had it eaten some of Harry's marijuana? Or did it believe, like so many others seeking happiness in this city, that it was different, special, or that this cat was different, that it meant well and wouldn't just eat him? Harry reached for the joint on the nightstand while keeping his eyes on the mouse, who was headed straight towards the cat. The cat struck, sinking its teeth into the mouse and lifting it up. It writhed a few moments in the predator's jaws before going limp. The cat laid its prey on the floor, then viewed it with its head cocked slightly to one side, as though undecided on whether to eat the mouse or not. Harry lit up the joint. He had come to the conclusion that joints didn't count with regard to the new drinking regimen he had embarked upon. Inhaled, watched the smoke curl upward to the ceiling. He had dreamt about the man behind the wheel of the Camaro again, and the number plate that read Baja California, Mexico. The dream was the same. He was chasing them, so not exactly hard to interpret. 3 weeks had passed since Harry had stood in the parking lot outside Creature's with a Glock 17 aimed at him, fairly certain his imminent demise was a second or two away, which had been just fine by him. So it was strange that the only thing that had been in his head after those 2 seconds had elapsed, and every day since, was not to die. It had begun with the hesitation on the part of the man in the polo shirt. Perhaps he was considering the possibility that Harry was a mental case, a manageable obstacle to be overcome who didn't need shooting. He would hardly have had more time to think before Harry's chisel punch struck him in the throat and put him down for the count. Harry had physically felt the man's larynx give way. He had lain squirming on the gravel like a worm, his hands to his throat and eyes bulging, while he gasped desperately for air. Harry had picked the Glock up off the ground and stared at the man in the car. Due to the tinted windows, he hadn't seen much, only the outline of a face, and that the man looked to be wearing a white shirt buttoned right up to the neck, and that he was smoking a cigarette or a cigarillo. The man made no move, just looked calmly out at Harry, as though evaluating him, committing him to memory. Harry heard someone shout, "Get in!" and noticed Lucille had started her own car and pushed open the door on the passenger side. Then he had jumped in, down the rabbit hole. The first thing he asked as she turned down towards lower ground and Sunset Boulevard was who she owed money to and how much. The first answer, the Esposito family, didn't mean much to him. But the next, $960,000, confirmed what the Glock had already told him, that she wasn't in a little trouble, but a lot, and that from now on that trouble included him. He explained that under no circumstances could she go back home, and asked if there was anyone whose place she could lay low at. She said yes, she had a lot of friends in Los Angeles. But after thinking about it for a minute, she said none of them would be willing to run the risk for her. They stopped at a petrol station, and Lucille called her first husband, whom she knew had a house he hadn't used in several years. And that was how they had ended up on this property, with its dilapidated house, overgrown garden, and guest bungalow. Harry had installed himself in the bungalow with his newly acquired Glock 17, because from there he had a view of both gates, and because it was fitted with an alarm that went off should anyone break into the main house. Any prospective intruders wouldn't hear that alarm, meaning hopefully he could take them from the rear, given that he would be coming from the outside. Up until now he and Lucille had hardly left the property, just short trips for the absolute essentials, alcohol, food, clothes, and cosmetics, in that order. Lucille had taken up residence on the first floor of the main house, which, after just a week, was full of cats. "Oh, in this town they're all homeless," Lucille told him. "You put some food out on the stoop a few days in a row, leave the front door open, some more food in the kitchen, and before you know it, you've got enough pet friends for an entire lifetime." Yet not quite enough, it seemed, because 3 days previously, Lucille decided she couldn't endure the isolation any longer. She had taken Harry to a former Savile Row tailor she knew, to an elderly hairdresser in Rosewood Avenue, and then, most important of all, to John Lobb's shoe store in Beverly Hills. Yesterday, Harry had picked up the suit while Lucille got ready, and a few hours later they had gone to eat at Dan Tana's, the legendary Italian restaurant where the chairs were as worn out as the clientele, but where Lucille seemed to know everybody and had beamed all evening. It was 7 o'clock. Harry inhaled and stared at the ceiling, listened for sounds that shouldn't be there. But all he heard was the first cars on Doheny Drive, which was not the widest street, but popular because it had fewer traffic lights than the roads running parallel. It reminded him of lying in bed in his apartment in Oslo, listening to the sounds of the city waking outside the open window. He missed it, even the ill-tempered ringing and the shrill screech of a braking tram, particularly the shrill screech. But Oslo was behind him now. Following Raquel's death, he had sat at the airport, looked at the departure board, and rolled a dice that determined his destination would be Los Angeles. He had figured it was as good as anywhere. He had lived in Chicago for a year while attending the FBI's course for serial homicides, and thought he was familiar with American culture and their way of life. But not long after arrival, he realized that Chicago and L.A. were two different planets. One of Lucille's movie friends, a German director, had described Los Angeles with bluster in a broad accent at Dan Tana's the night before. "You land at LAX. The sun is shining, and you're picked up by a limousine, which drives you to a place where you lie down by a swimming pool, get a cocktail, fall asleep, and wake up to discover that 20 years of your life have gone by." That was the director's L.A. Harry's introduction to L.A. had been 4 nights at a dirty, cockroach-infested motel room without air-con in La Cienega, prior to his renting an even cheaper room in Laurel Canyon, also without air-con, but with larger cockroaches. But he had settled in somewhat after discovering Creatures, the neighborhood bar, where the liquor was cheap enough for him to deem it possible to drink himself to death. But after staring down the barrel of a Glock 17, this desire to die had ceased, as had the drinking. That type of drinking, at any rate. If he was to be capable of keeping watch and looking out for Lucille, he would have to be somewhat sober. He had, therefore, decided to test out the drinking regimen his childhood friend and drinking partner, Øystein Eikeland, had recommended, although frankly it sounded like bullshit. The method was called moderation management, and was supposed to turn you into a substance user, meaning a substance abuser who exercises moderation. The first time he had told Harry about it, the two of them had been sitting in Øystein's taxi at a rank in Oslo. His enthusiasm had been such that he had hammered on the steering wheel while proclaiming its virtues. "People have always derided the alcoholic who swears that from now on he's only going to have a drink in social settings, right? Because they don't think that's possible. They're sure it isn't, almost as if you'd be defying the law of gravity for, like, alcoholism, yeah? But you know what? It is possible to drink to just the right level of drunkenness, even for a full-blown alkie like you. And me. It's possible to program yourself to drink to a certain point and stop. All you have to do is decide beforehand where to draw the line, how many units. But it goes without saying, you have to work at it." "You have to drink a lot before you get the hang of it, you mean?" "Yeah. You're smirking, Harry, but I'm serious. It's about that sense of achievement, of knowing that you can. And then it's possible. I'm not kidding. I can offer the world's best substance abuser as living proof." I presume we're talking about that overrated guitarist you like so much? Hey, have some respect for Keith Richards. Read his biography. He gives you the formula right there. Survival is about 2 things. Only the purest, best dope. It's the stuff mixed in with it that kills you. And moderation in both drugs and alcohol. You know exactly how much you need to get sufficiently drunk, which in your case means pain-free. More liquor after doesn't help soothe the pain more, now does it? Suppose not. Exactly. Being drunk isn't the same as being an idiot or weak-willed. After all, you manage not to drink when you're sober, so why shouldn't you manage to stop when you're at just the right level? It's all in your head, brother. The rules, in addition to setting a limit, were to count the number of units and decide on set days where you abstained completely, as well as take a naltrexone an hour before your first drink. Putting off drinking for an hour when the thirst suddenly hit actually helped. He had kept to the regimen for 3 weeks now, and had yet to crack. That was something in itself. Harry swung his legs out of bed and stood up. He didn't need to open the fridge. He knew it was empty of beer. The moderation management rules specified a maximum of 3 units per day. That meant a 6-pack from the 7-Eleven down the street. He looked in the mirror. He had actually put a little more meat on his lean bones in the 3 weeks since the escape from creatures, as well as a grey, almost white, beard. It hid his most conspicuous feature, the liver-coloured scar. Whether that would be enough for the man in the Camaro not to recognize him again was doubtful, however. Harry peered out of the window towards the garden and the main house while he pulled on a ragged pair of jeans and a T-shirt starting to tear at the neckline, reading, "Let me do one more Illuminati hotties" on it. Put the old non-wireless earphones in his ears, his feet in a pair of flip-flops, and noted that nail fungus had created a grotesque artwork of sorts on the big toe of his right foot. He walked out into a tangle of grass, bushes, and jacaranda trees, stopped by the gate and looked up and down Doheny Drive. Everything seemed fine. He turned on the music, Pool Hopping by Illuminati Hotties, a song that had lifted his spirits ever since he had heard it for the first time live at Zebulon Cafe. But after walking a few meters down the pavement, he caught sight of a car pulling away from the curb in the wing mirror of one of the parked cars. Harry continued on, turning his head ever so slightly to check. The car was moving slowly behind at the same speed, about 10 meters back. While living in Laurel Canyon, he had been stopped twice by police cars simply because he was on foot, and therefore deemed a suspicious individual. But this wasn't a police cruiser. It was an old Lincoln, and as far as Harry could make out, only one person was in the car. A broad bulldog face, double chin, small moustache. Fuck. He should have taken the Glock. But Harry couldn't envision the attack happening in the middle of the street in broad daylight, so he continued walking, turned off the music discreetly, crossed the street just before Santa Monica Boulevard, and entered the 7-Eleven. Stood and waited while scanning the street. But he didn't see the Lincoln anywhere. Maybe it had been a prospective house buyer cruising slowly along while checking out the properties on Doheny. He made his way between the aisles towards the refrigerators with beer at the back of the premises. Heard the door open, remained standing with one hand on the handle of the glass door, but without opening so he could see the reflection. And there he was, in a cheap check suit and a body to match his bulldog face. Small, compact, and fat, but fat in the way that might mask speed, strength, and, Harry felt his heart beat faster, danger. Harry could see the man behind him hadn't drawn any weapon, not yet. He kept the earphones in, figuring he might have a chance if the man believed he had the element of surprise on his side. "Mister?" Harry pretended not to hear and watched the man approach and stop directly behind him. He was almost 2 heads shorter than Harry, and was now reaching out, maybe to tap Harry on the shoulder, maybe for something else entirely. Harry wasn't planning on waiting to find out what it was. He turned halfway towards the man, quickly threw an arm around his neck at the same time as he opened the glass door with his other hand. He twisted back while simultaneously kicking the man's feet from under him, causing him to fall into the shelves of beer. Harry released his hold on the man's neck and drove his own body weight against the glass door, squeezing the man's head against the shelves. The bottles toppled over, and the man's arms were pinned between the door and the jamb. The eyes in his bulldog face widened, and he called out something from behind the door, his breath misting the cold glass on the inside. Harry eased up slightly, so the man's head slipped down to the shelves below. Then he pushed again. The edge of the refrigerator door pressed right against the man's throat, and his eyes bulged. The man had stopped shouting. His eyes had stopped bulging, and the glass was no longer misting in front of his mouth. Harry gradually eased off the pressure on the door. The man slid lifelessly onto the floor. He clearly wasn't breathing. Harry had to quickly assess priorities. The man's health weighed against his own. He chose his own and put his hand into the inside pocket of the fat man's check suit, fished out a wallet, opened it and saw a photo of the man on an ID card, a Polish-sounding name and, of more interest and in large letters at the top of the card, Private Investigator, licensed by the California Bureau of Security and Investigative Services. Harry looked down at the lifeless man. This wasn't right. This wasn't how debt collectors operated. They might use a private detective to find him, but not to make contact or rough him up. Harry flinched and ducked his head when he noticed a man standing between the shelves in the aisle. He was wearing a 7-Eleven t-shirt, and his arms were raised and pointing towards Harry. His hands gripped a revolver. He could see the man's knees were trembling and the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. And he also saw what the 7-Eleven man saw, a bearded guy, dressed like a homeless person, holding the wallet of a guy in a suit who he's obviously just assaulted. "Don't," Harry said, putting the wallet down, lifting both hands in the air and getting to his knees. "I'm a regular here. This man—" "I saw what you did," the man said in a shrill voice. "I shoot. The police is coming." "Okay," Harry said, and nodded down at the fat man. "But let me help this guy, okay?" "Move and I shoot." "But—" Harry began, but held back when he saw the revolver being cocked. In the silence that followed, only the humming of the fridge and the sirens in the distance could be heard. Police. Police and the unavoidable consequences that brought, of interrogations and charges, were not good. Not good at all. Harry had outstayed his welcome long ago, and had no papers to prevent them throwing him out of the country. After they had thrown him into prison, of course. Harry took a deep breath, looked at the man. In the vast majority of countries he would have made a defensive retreat, in other words, got to his feet with his hands above his head, and calmly walked out of there, secure in the knowledge that the individual wouldn't put a bullet in him, even though he appeared to be a violent thief. But this was not one of those countries. "I shoot," the man repeated, as though in response to Harry's deliberations, and moved his legs further apart. His knees had stopped trembling. The sirens were getting closer. "Please, I must help," Harry began, but his voice was drowned out by a sudden fit of coughing. They stared down at the man on the floor. The detective's eyes were bulging again, and his whole body shook from a continued bout of coughing. The 7-Eleven man's pistol swung this way and that, unsure if the hitherto presumed dead man now also represented a danger. "Sorry," the detective whispered as he gasped for breath, "for sneaking up on you like that. But you are Harry Holler, right?" "Well," Harry hesitated, while considering which of the evils was lesser. "Yes, I am." "I have a client who needs to get in touch with you." The man, groaning, rolled onto his side, took a phone from his trouser pocket, tapped a key and held the phone out to Harry. "They are eagerly awaiting our call." Harry took the already ringing phone, placed it against his ear. "Hello?" the voice said. Strangely, it sounded familiar. "Hello," Harry answered, glancing at the 7-Eleven man, who had lowered the revolver. Was Harry mistaken, or did he look slightly more disappointed than relieved? Maybe he was born and raised here after all. "Harry?" the voice on the phone exclaimed. "How are you? This is Johann Krohn." Harry blinked. How long it had been since he had heard Norwegian. Chapter 5. Saturday. Scorpion Tail. Lucille shooed one of the cats off the four-poster bed, stood up, drew the curtains, and sat down at the make-up mirror. Studied her face. She had recently seen a picture of Uma Thurman. She was over 50 now, but looked like a 30-year-old. Lucille sighed. The task seemed more insurmountable for each passing year, but she opened the Chanel tub, dipped her fingertips in, and began spreading foundation from the center of her face outwards. Saw how the increasingly loose skin was being pushed together in folds, and asked herself the same question she asked every morning. Why? Why begin every day in front of the mirror for at least half an hour in order to look like you're not close to 80, but perhaps 70? And the answer was the same every morning, too, because she, like every other actor she knew, needed to do whatever it took to feel loved, if not for who they were, then for who they, with makeup, costume, and the right script, pretended to be. It was an illness which aging and lower expectations never quite managed to cure. Lucille put on her musk perfume. There were those who thought musk was such a masculine aroma that it didn't belong in a perfume for women, but she had used it with great success ever since she was a young actress. It made her stand out. It was a fragrance you didn't forget easily. She tied her dressing gown and walked downstairs, taking care to avoid two cats who had settled on the staircase. She went into the kitchen and opened the fridge. Almost immediately one of the cats rubbed against her legs in an attempt to curry favor. No doubt it smelled the tuna fish, but it was easy to imagine there was a sliver of affection there as well. At the end of the day, it was more important to feel loved than to be loved. Lucille took out a tin, turned to the kitchen counter, and gave a start as she caught sight of Harry. He was sitting at the kitchen table with his back leaned against the wall, and those long legs of his stretched out in front of him. He was squeezing the grey titanium finger on his left hand. His blue eyes were squinting. He had the bluest eyes she had seen since Steve McQueen. Harry shifted in the chair. "Breakfast?" she asked, opening the tin. Harry shook his head. He tugged at his titanium finger, but it was the hand he was tugging that caught her eye. She swallowed, cleared her throat. "You've never said it, but you're really a dog person, aren't you?" He shrugged. "Speaking of dogs, did I ever tell you I was supposed to co-star with Robert De Niro in Mad Dog and Glory? Do you remember that movie?" Harry nodded. "Really? Then you're one of the few. But Uma Thurman got the part, and she and Bobby, Robert, that is, started dating, which was pretty unusual given that he mostly went for black women. There must have been something about the roles that brought them together. We actors do go so very into what we do. We become those we play. So if I'd gotten the role like I'd been promised, then Bobby and I would have become an item. You get me?" So you've said." "And I would have been able to hang on to him. Not like Uma Thurman. She—" Lucille upended the tin can onto a plate. "Did you read how everyone praised her after she came forward and spoke about how Weinstein, that pig, had tried it on with her? Want to know what I think? I think when you're Uma Thurman, millionaire actor, and you've known what Weinstein's been up to without blowing the whistle, that when you finally step forward to kick a man when he's down, who other less powerful and braver women have brought down, that you shouldn't be praised. When, for years, you've tacitly allowed all those young, hopeful actors to walk into Weinstein's office alone, because you, with all your millions, by speaking out might miss out on yet another $1 million role, then I think you should be publicly whipped and spat upon." She paused. "Something wrong, Harry?" "We need to find a new place," he said. "They'll find us." "What makes you think that?" "A private detective found us within 24 hours. "Private detective?" "I just spoke to him. He's gone." "What did he want?" "To offer me a job as a private investigator for a wealthy guy who's suspected of a murder in Norway." Lucille swallowed hard. "And what did you say?" "I said no." "Because?" Harry shrugged. "Because I'm tired of running, maybe." She placed the plate on the ground and watched the cats crowd around. "I'm well aware that you're doing it for my sake, Harry. You're heeding that old Chinese proverb about how once you've saved someone's life, you're responsible for it forever." Harry gave a crooked smile. "I didn't save your life, Lucille. They were after the money you owe, and they're not going to kill the only person who can get it for them." She smiled back, knew he was saying that so she wouldn't be scared, knew that he knew that they knew she could never get her hands on $1 million. She took hold of the kettle to fill it with water, but realized she couldn't be bothered and let go of it. "So you're tired of running?" "Tired of running." She remembered the conversation they'd had one night while drinking wine and watching a VHS copy of Romeo and Juliet she had found in a drawer. For once she had wanted to talk about him and not herself, but he hadn't said much, only that he had fled to L.A. from a life in ruins, a wife who'd been murdered, a colleague who'd taken his own life. No details, and she had understood there was no point in digging any further. It had actually been a pleasant, almost wordless evening. Lucille propped herself up on the kitchen counter. "Your wife. You never told me her name." "Raquel." "And the murder? Was it solved?" "In a sense." "Oh?" "For a long time I was the prime suspect, but finally the investigation identified a known offender. One I'd put behind bars before." "So the man who killed your wife did it to take revenge? On you?" "Let's just say that the man who killed her, I'd taken his life from him, so he took mine from me." He got to his feet. "Like I said, we need a new hiding place, so pack a bag." "We're leaving today?" When private detectives are looking for someone, they leave behind tracks of their own, and that visit to the restaurant last night was probably a bad idea. Lucille nodded. "I'll make some calls." "Use this," Harry said. He placed a mobile on the kitchen counter, obviously newly purchased and still wrapped in plastic. "So he took away your life, but let you live," she said. "Did he get his revenge?" "The best kind," Harry said, striding towards the door. Harry closed the door of the main house behind him and stopped dead. Stared. He was tired of running, but he was even more tired of staring down the barrels of guns. And this one had two. It was a sawn-off shotgun. The man at the other end was Latino, as was the man with the pistol beside him. Both of them had prison muscles, and both a scorpion tattooed on the side of his neck. Harry towered enough over them to see the cut strip of alarm cable dangling on the side of the gate behind them and the white Camaro parked on the other side of Tahini Drive. The tinted window on the driver's side was halfway down, and Harry could just discern cigarillo smoke seeping and a white shirt collar. "Shall we go inside?" the man with the shotgun said. He spoke with a distinct Mexican accent while he flexed his neck on each side, like a boxer before a match. The motion stretched out the scorpion. Harry knew the tattoo symbolized an enforcer, and the number of squares on the tail the number of people killed. The tails of both men's tattoos were long. Chapter 6. Saturday. Life on Mars. "Life on Mars?" Prim said. The girl on the other side of the table looked at him with incomprehension. Prim burst into laughter. "Oh, the song, I mean. It's called Life on Mars." He nodded in the direction of the TV, where David Bowie's voice emanated from the soundbar below it into the large loft. From the windows he had a view over Oslo's central west side and towards Holmenkollen Ridge, glittering like a chandelier out there in the night. But right now he only had eyes for his dinner guest. "A lot of people don't like the song. They think it's a little odd. The BBC called it a cross between a Broadway musical and a Salvador Dali painting." "Perhaps, but I agree with the Daily Telegraph, who named it the best song of all time. Imagine, the best. Everybody loved Bowie, not because he was a lovable person, but because he was the best. That's why people who haven't been loved are willing to kill to be the best. They know that will change everything. Bream took hold of the wine bottle standing on the table between them, but instead of pouring from where he sat, he got up and walked around to her side. "Did you know that David Bowie was a stage name? That his real name was Jones? I'm not actually called Bream. It's just a nickname, but only my family call me that. But I'd like to think that when I get married, my wife will also call me Bream." He was standing directly behind her, and, while filling her glass, he stroked her long, fine hair with his free hand. Had it been a couple of years ago, even a couple of months ago, he would not have dared touch a woman like this for fear of rejection. Now he had no such doubts. He was in total control. Having his teeth fixed had helped, of course, as well as starting to go to a proper hairdresser and taking advice on which clothes to buy. But it wasn't that. It was something he exuded, something they were unable to resist, and knowing that endowed him with a confidence which was in itself such a strong aphrodisiac, it alone could have carried him, that placebo effect that was self-perpetuating with every turn as long as he kept the cycle going. "I'm probably old-fashioned and naive," he said, walking back to his side of the table. "But I believe in marriage, that there's a person out there who's the right one for each of us. I really do. I was at the National Theatre recently, seeing Romeo and Juliet, and it was so beautiful I cried. Two souls nature intended to be inextricably linked. Just look at Boss over there." He pointed to an aquarium atop a low bookshelf. A single shimmering golden-green fish was swimming within. "He has his Lisa. You can't see her, but she's there. The two of them are one, and will be until they both die. Yes, one will die because the other dies, like in Romeo and Juliet. Isn't that beautiful?" Bream sat down and slid his hand across the table towards her. She seemed weary tonight, empty, off, but he knew how to brighten her up. All he had to do was flick a switch. "I could fall in love with someone like you," he said. Her eyes lit up immediately, and he could feel the warmth from them, but he also felt a little pang of guilt, not in manipulating her in this way, but because he was lying. He might fall in love, but not with her. She was not the one, the woman who was meant for him. She was a stand-in, someone he could use to practice on, test approaches out on, say the right things to, in the right tone of voice. Trial and error. Erring now didn't really matter. It was on the day he would declare his love to the woman that everything had to be properly in tune, perfect. He had also used her to rehearse the act itself. Well, used might not be the right word. She had been the more active of the two. He had met her at a party where there were so many others above him in the pecking order that, upon seeing her peering over his shoulder, he realized he would only get the chance to say a few words before she was gone. He had, however, been effective, had complimented her on her body, and asked which gym she went to. When she answered tersely, "Sats in Bislett," he said it was strange he hadn't seen her, as he went there himself 3 days a week, but perhaps they went on different days. She made a curt reply about going there in the mornings, and looked annoyed when he said he did too. So on which days did she train? "Tuesdays and Thursdays," she replied, as though to conclude the conversation, and turned her attention to a man in a tight-fitting black shirt who had wandered over in their direction. The following Tuesday, he had been standing outside the gym when she came out, pretended he happened to be passing and had recognized her from the party. She didn't remember him, had smiled and was about to be on her way. But then she stopped, turned right round to face him, giving him her full attention as they stood there on the street. Looked at him as though only now really becoming aware of him, no doubt wondering how it could have escaped her notice at the party. He did the talking. She wasn't exactly the most communicative, not verbally, at least. Her body language told him what he needed to know. It was only when he said they should meet up that she spoke. "When?" she said. "Where?" And when he told her, she just nodded in response. It was that simple. She came as arranged. He had been nervous, so much could go wrong, but she was the one who took the initiative, who unbuttoned his clothes, fortunately without saying too much. He knew this could happen, and even though he and the woman he loved had not exchanged any promises, this was a form of infidelity, was it not? A betrayal of love, at least. But he had convinced himself that it was a sacrifice on the altar of love, something he did for her, that he performed the deed because he needed all the practice he could get, so that on the day it counted, he would meet the requirements she demanded of a lover. But now the woman on the other side of the table had served her purpose. Not that he hadn't enjoyed making love to her, but any repeat of it was out of the question. And, if he was being honest, he didn't like her smell or her taste. Should he say it out loud? Tell her this was where they would part ways? He stared down at his plate in silence. When he looked up again, she had tilted her head a little to the side, still with that inscrutable smile in place, as though she were viewing his monologue as an amusing performance. And suddenly he felt like a prisoner in his own home, because he couldn't just get up and leave. He had nowhere else to go. And he couldn't very well ask her to leave, could he? She didn't look like she was planning on going anywhere just yet, not at all, and the almost unnatural intensity of the gleam in her eyes dazzled him, made him lose perspective. It occurred to him there was something warped and confused about the entire situation. She had taken control, and without uttering a single word. What was it she actually wanted? "What," he began, cleared his throat. "What is it you actually want?" She made no reply, just tilted her head slightly more to the side. Looked like she was emitting silent laughter, with teeth shining blue-white in that beautiful mouth of hers. And then Prim noticed something he hadn't seen until now, that she had the mouth of a predator. And it struck him. This was a game of cat and mouse, and it was he, not she, who was the mouse. Where had that absurd thought come from? Nowhere, or the place where all his crazy thoughts came from. He was frightened, but knew he mustn't show it. He tried to breathe calmly. He had to go. She had to go. "This was nice," he said, folding his napkin and putting it on the plate. "Let's do it again sometime." Johan Krohn had just sat down at the dining table with his wife, Alice, when the phone rang. He had yet to call Marcus Rudd with the bad news that Harry Hule had declined their generous offer. That's to say, Harry had already declined before Krohn had time to mention the fee, and he hadn't changed his mind after Krohn had presented the conditions to him and told him they had booked him a business-class seat on the 09:55 flight to Oslo via Copenhagen. He saw by the number that the incoming call was from Harry's old phone, the one he had only got messages from saying unavailable when he had tried to call. So perhaps his saying no had merely been a negotiating tactic. That was fine. Rudd had given him carte blanche to raise the amount. Krohn stood up from the table, gave his wife an apologetic look, and went into the living room. "Hello again, Harry," he said cheerfully. Hule's voice sounded hoarse. $960,000. "I beg your pardon?" "If I solve the case, I want $960,000.
900 and...
Yes. You are aware I'm aware that I'm not worth it, but if your client is as wealthy and as innocent as you say, then the truth is worth that to him. So my suggestion is that I work for free, have my expenses covered, and only receive payment if I solve the case. But it's not that much. But Krohn, I'll need an answer within the next 5 minutes, in English, on an email from your address and with your signature. Understand?" "Yes, but Christ, Harry, there are people here who need to make a decision right this minute, so I sort of have a gun to my head." But $200,000 ought to be more than— "Sorry, it's the amount I said or nothing at all, Crone." Crone sighed. "It's an insane sum, Harry, but all right, I'll call my client. I'll get back to you." "5 minutes," came the hoarse reply. Crone heard another voice say something in the background. 4.5, Harry said. "I'll do my best to get hold of him," Crone said. Harry put the phone on the kitchen table and looked up at the man with the shotgun, which was still pointed at him. The other man was speaking Spanish into another mobile. "It's going to be all right," whispered Lucille, sitting next to Harry. Harry patted her hand. "That's my line." "No, it's mine," she said. "I'm the one who got you mixed up in this. And anyway, it's not true, is it? It won't be all right." "Gefine, all right," Harry said. Lucille smiled faintly. "Well, at least I had a wonderful final evening yesterday. That's something. You know, everybody at Dantana's was convinced we were a couple." "You think?" "Oh, I saw it in their faces when you walked in with me on your arm. There's Lucille Owens with a tall, blonde, and much younger man, they thought, and wished they were movie stars themselves. And then you took my coat and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Harry." Harry was about to point out that he had only done as he had been instructed beforehand, including removing his wedding ring, but refrained. "2 minutos," the man with the phone said, and Harry felt Lucille's hand squeeze harder on his. "What's El Jefe in the car saying?" Harry asked. The man with the shotgun didn't answer. "Has he killed as many people as you?" The man gave a brief laugh. "No one knows how many he's killed. All I know is that if you don't pay, you'll be the next 2 on his list. He likes to take care of things personally. And I mean, likes." Harry nodded. "He the one who gave her the loan, or did he just buy the debt?" "We don't loan money, we just collect it. And he's the best. He can spot the losers, the ones in debt." He hesitated for a moment, then leaned forward a little and lowered his voice. "He says it's in their eyes and in the way they carry themselves, but mostly in their body odor. You can see it when you get onto a bus. The ones weighed down by debt are the ones with a seat free next to them. He said you're in debt too, El Rubio." "Me?" "He was in that bar looking for the lady one day and saw you sitting there." "He's wrong. I'm not in debt." "He's never wrong. You owe somebody something. That was how he found my father." "Your father?" The man nodded. Harry looked at him, swallowed, tried to picture the man in the car. Harry's phone had been lying on the kitchen table on speaker while Harry had put forward his proposal, but the man on the other end had not uttered a single word. 1 minuto. The man with the mobile released the safety catch on the pistol. "Our Father," Lucille mumbled, "who art in heaven." "How could you spend so much money on a movie that never materialized?" Harry asked. Lucille looked at him in surprise at first, before perhaps realizing that he was offering her some distraction prior to their stepping over the threshold. "You know," she said, "that's the most frequently asked question in this town. 5 segundos. Harry stared at his phone. "And the most frequent answer given?" "Bad luck and lousy scripts." Sounds like my life." The display lit up. Crone's number. Harry pressed accept. "Talk to me, quickly, and just the conclusion." Ruud says yes. "You're going to get the email address." Harry handed the phone to the guy who was talking to El Jefe. The guy stuck the pistol in the shoulder holster inside his bomber jacket and put the 2 phones against one another. Harry heard the low buzz of voices. When it went quiet, he gave the phone back to Harry. Crone had hung up. The guy put his own phone to his ear and listened. Lowered it. "You're lucky, El Rubio. You have 10 days. From now. He pointed to his watch. "After that, we shoot her." He pointed to Lucille. "And then we come for you. She's coming with us now, and you're not to try to contact her. If you tell anyone about this, you die, along with whoever you talk to. That's the way we do things here, how we do things in Mexico, and how we'll do things where you're going. Don't think you're beyond our reach." "Okay," Harry said, and swallowed. "Anything else I should know?" The guy rubbed his scorpion tattoo and smiled. "That we won't shoot you. We'll strip the skin from your back and leave you lying in the sun. It'll only take a few hours before you're parched and die of thirst. Believe me, you'll be grateful it doesn't take longer." Harry felt like saying something about Norway and the sun in September, but held back. The clock was already ticking, not just on the 10 days, but on the flight he had a ticket for. He checked his watch. 1.5 hours. It was Saturday and not many kilometers from here to LAX, but this was Los Angeles. He was already behind schedule, hopelessly behind. He looked one last time at Lucille. Yes, that was how she would have looked, his own mother, had she lived longer. Harry Hula leaned over, kissed Lucille on the forehead, stood up and strode towards the door. Chapter 7. Sunday. Harry was sitting in the passenger seat of a 1970 Volvo Amazon. Björn was next to him, and they were singing along to a Hank Williams song playing at an irregular speed on Björn's cassette player. Every time they stopped singing, a soft whimpering could be heard from a child in the back seat. The car began to shake. Odd, seeing as they were parked. Harry opened his eyes and looked up at the flight attendant, who was shaking him gently on his shoulder. "We'll be landing soon, sir," she said from behind the face mask. "Please fasten your seatbelt." She removed the empty glass from in front of him, maneuvered the table to the side and down into the armrest. Business class. He had, at the last moment, decided to put on his suit and leave everything else, not even taking hand luggage along. Harry yawned and looked out the window. Forest passed below. Lakes. And then city. More city. Oslo. Then forest again. He thought about the quick phone call he had made before they took off from LAX. To Ståle Aune, the psychologist who had been his regular collaborator on murder cases. Thought about his voice, which had sounded so different. About him telling Harry he had tried to reach him several times over the past few months. Harry's answer that he'd had the phone switched off. Ståle saying it wasn't that important. He had only wanted to tell him that he was ill. Pancreatic cancer. The flight from LA should, according to the schedule, take 13 hours. Harry looked at his watch, converted it into Norwegian time. Sunday, 08:55. Sunday was a day of abstinence, but if he defined himself as still being on LA time, it was Saturday for another 5 minutes. He looked up at the ceiling for the call button before remembering that in business class it was on remote control. He located it, wedged into the console. He pressed, and a sewn-up ping sounded at the same time as a light came on above him. She was there in under 10 seconds. "Yes, sir." But within those 10 seconds, Harry had sufficient time to count the number of drinks he'd had in the course of his LA Saturday. Full quota. Shit. "Sorry," he said, trying to smile. "Nothing." Harry was standing in the duty-free in front of the shelf of whiskey bottles when a text pinged to let him know the car Crone had arranged was waiting for him outside the arrivals hall. Harry answered, "Okay," and, while he had the phone out, tapped on K. Raquel sometimes joked about the fact he had so few friends, colleagues and contacts that one initial was all he needed for each. "Katrina Bratt?" Her voice sounded tired, drowsy. "Hi, it's Harry." "Harry? Really?" It sounded like she had sat up in bed. "I saw it was an American number, so I'm in Norway now. Just landed. Did I wake you?" "No. Or, yeah, sort of." We have a possible double homicide, so I was working late. My mother-in-law's here looking after Gert, so I'm catching up on some sleep. Jesus, you're alive? Apparently. How are things? Okay. Not too bad, actually, considering the circumstances. I was just talking about you last Friday. What are you doing in Oslo? A couple of things. I'm going to visit Stola Auna. Shit, yeah, I heard. Cancer of the pancreas, isn't it? I don't have the details. Have you time for a coffee? He noticed there was a moment's hesitation before she replied. Why don't you come over here instead and have dinner? At your place, you mean? Yeah, sure. My mother-in-law's a terrific cook. Well, if it's okay, then 6 o'clock. Then you'll get to say hello to Gert, too. Harry shut his eyes, tried to recall the dream. Volva Amazon, the whimpering child. She knew. Of course she knew. Had she realized that he knew as well? Did she want him to know? 6 o'clock is great, he said. They hung up, and he looked at the shelf of whiskey bottles again. There was a shelf of cuddly toy animals right behind it. The car moved slowly through the mostly pedestrianized streets of Tjuvholmen, Oslo's most expensive 5 hectares, situated on 2 islands jutting out into the fjord. It was teeming with people visiting the shops, restaurants and galleries, or just out for a Sunday stroll. At the Thief, the receptionist greeted Harry as though he were a guest they had genuinely been looking forward to putting up. The room had a double bed of perfect softness, hip art on the walls, and luxury brand shower gel. Everything expected of a 5-star hotel, Harry assumed. He had a view of the rust-red tower of City Hall and Akershus fortress. Nothing seemed changed in the year he had been away. Yet it felt different. Perhaps because this, Tjuvholmen, with all its designer shops, galleries, luxury apartments, and mostly sleek facades, was not the Oslo he knew. He had grown up on the east side at a time when Oslo was a quiet, boring, and rather grey little capital on the outskirts of Europe. The language you heard in the streets was mostly unaccented Norwegian, and people were white on the whole. But the city had slowly opened up. As a youth, Harry had first noticed this when the number of clubs grew, when more of the cool bands, not just those who played for 30,000 people at the Valle Hovin, began including Oslo on their tours. And restaurants opened, a whole bunch of them, serving food from every corner of the world. This transformation into an international, open and multicultural city had naturally brought about an increase in organized crime, but there were still so few murders that they could barely keep a department of detectives employed. True, the city had already, for various reasons, in the 1970s become, and later remained, a graveyard for young people hooked on heroin. But it was a city without a Skid Row, a city where even women could, in general, feel safe, a sentiment also expressed by 93% of the inhabitants when they were asked. And although the media did their best to paint another picture, the number of rapes over the past 15 years had been consistently low compared with other cities, and street violence and other crime also low and still decreasing. So one murdered and one missing woman with a possible link to each other was not a commonplace occurrence. Not so odd that the Norwegian newspaper articles Harry had had time to Google were numerous and the headlines large. Nor was it strange that Marcus Rød's name was mentioned in several of them. Firstly, everyone knew that the media, even the previously so-called broadsheets, survived on creating ongoing narratives about well-known names, and Rød was apparently a celebrity on account of his wealth. Secondly, the perpetrator in 80% of all the murders Harry had investigated was a person closely linked to the victim. Therefore, it was not strange that his prime suspect, for the time being, was the man who had hired him. Harry showered, stood in front of the mirror while he buttoned the only other shirt in his possession, which he had bought at Gardermoen, heard the ticking of his wristwatch as he fastened the top button. Tried not to think about it. It was less than a 5-minute stroll from the Thief to Barbel's offices at Håkon the Seventh's Gata. Harry walked up to the almost 3-meter high door and made eye contact with a young man in the lobby inside. He rushed over to open up, having obviously been assigned to wait for Harry. He led Harry through the glass airlocks and, following some momentary confusion when Harry explained he didn't take lifts, up the stairs. On the 6th and top floor he walked ahead of Harry through weekend empty office space to an open door where he stopped, allowing Harry to pass by him and enter. It was a corner office, which looked to be almost 100 square meters with a view over City Hall Square and the Oslo fjord. At one end stood a desk with a large iMac screen and a pair of Gucci sunglasses and an Apple iPhone on it, but no papers. At the other end, there were 2 people sitting at a conference table. He knew one of them as Johan Krohn. The other he recognized from the newspaper articles. Marcus Rød let Krohn get to his feet first and approach Harry with hand outstretched. Harry gave Krohn a quick smile without taking his eye off the man behind. Saw Marcus Rød fasten a button on his suit jacket with an automatic movement, but remained standing at the table. After shaking Krohn's hand, Harry walked over to the table and did the same with Rød. Noticed they were probably much the same height. Estimated Rød had at least 20 kilos extra to wrestle with. Now, close up, Rød's 66 years showed behind the artificially smooth skin, the white teeth, and the thick black hair. But okay, he had at least used better surgeons than some of the people he had seen in L.A. Harry noticed a slight twitch in the large pupils in Rød's narrow blue irises, as though he had a fascicular condition. "Have a seat, Harry." "Thanks, Marcus," Harry said, unbuttoning his jacket and sitting down. If Rød disliked the form of address or registered the riposte, his facial expression didn't reveal it. "Thanks for coming at such short notice," Rød said, gesturing something to the young man in the doorway. "A certain momentum suits me fine." Harry let his gaze wander over the portraits of the 3 serious-looking men on the wall. 2 paintings and a photograph, all with gold plaques at the bottom of the frame, all with the surname Rød. "Yes, well, of course, things move at a different pace over there," Krohn said, the last 2 words in English, in what sounded to Harry like a slightly stressed diplomat's small talk. "I don't know," Harry said. "I think Los Angeles is laid back compared to New York and Chicago. But you're cracking on here too, I see. Office hours on a Sunday. Impressive." "It does a man good to take a little time away from the hell of home life and the family," Rød said, and grinned at Krohn. "Especially on a Sunday." "You have children?" Harry asked. He hadn't got that impression from the newspaper articles. "Yes," Rød replied, looking at Krohn as if he was the one who had asked. "My wife." Rød laughed, and Krohn joined dutifully in. Harry pulled the corners of his mouth up slightly so as not to appear undemonstrative. He thought about the pictures of Elena Rød he had seen in the newspapers. How big was the age difference? Had to be at least 30 years. In all the pictures, the couple were photographed against backdrops with logos, in other words, at premieres, fashion shows, and the like. Elena Rød was of course dressed up and dolled up, but she looked more self-aware, less ridiculous than some of the women, and the men, you see posing for the camera at similar events. She was beautiful, but there was something faded about her beauty, a youthful luster that seemed to have disappeared a tad too early. A little too much work, a little too much alcohol, or other things. A little too little happiness, or a little of all 3. "Well," Krohn said, "knowing my client as I do, I'd say he'd spend a lot of time here no matter. You don't get to where he's got without hard work." Rød shrugged, but offered no objection. "What about you, Harry? Do you have children?" Harry was looking at the portraits. All 3 men were pictured in front of large buildings, erected or owned by themselves, Harry presumed. "Combined with a solid family fortune, perhaps," he said. "Excuse me?" "Along with the hard work. It makes it that bit easier, doesn't it?" Rød raised a well-groomed eyebrow below his shiny black hair and looked inquiringly at Krohn as though to demand an explanation for what kind of guy Crone had got hold of. Then he raised his head to lift the onset of a double chin over his shirt collar and fixed his eyes on Harry. "Fortunes don't take care of themselves, Horler. But perhaps you know that." "Me? What makes you think that?" "No? You certainly dress like a man of means. Unless I'm very much mistaken, that suit of yours was sewn by Garth Alexander of Savile Row. I have two of them myself." "I don't remember the name of the tailor," Harry said. "I got it from a lady for agreeing to be her escort." "Bloody hell! Was she so ugly?" "No." "No? A looker, then?" "Yeah, I'd say, for a septuagenarian." Marcus Rudd put his hands behind his head and leaned back. His eyes became narrow slits. "You know what, Harry? You and my wife have something in common there. You only take your clothes off to change into something more expensive." Marcus Rudd's laughter was deafening. He slapped his thighs and turned to Crone, who again quickly managed to supply a laugh. Rudd's laughter turned into a fit of sneezing. The young man who had just walked in with a tray of water glasses offered him a napkin, but Rudd waved him away, drew a large light blue handkerchief with the initials M.R. on it, in lettering almost as large, from the inside pocket of his suit, and blew his nose loudly. "Relax. It's just my allergies," Rudd said, stuffing the handkerchief back in his pocket. "You been vaccinated, Harry?" "Yes." "Me too. Been safe the whole time. Elena and I went to Saudi Arabia and took the first vaccine long before it came to Norway. Anyway, let's make a start. Johan?" Harry listened to Johan Krone's presentation of the case, which was more or less a repetition of what he had heard on the phone 24 hours earlier. Two women, Susanna Andersen and Bettina Bertilsen, disappeared on consecutive Tuesdays, 3 and 2 weeks ago, respectively. Susanna Andersen was found dead 2 days ago. Police haven't released anything about the cause of death, but say they're investigating it as a murder. Marcus has been interviewed by the police for one reason, and one reason only: that the two girls were at the same party 4 days prior to Susanna's disappearance, a rooftop party for the residents of the apartment building where Marcus and Elena live. And the only connection between the two girls the police have found so far is that they both know Marcus and both were invited by him. Marcus has an alibi for the 2 Tuesdays the girls went missing. He was at home with Elena, and the police have cleared him of any suspicion in that respect. Unfortunately, the press are not as logical in their reasoning. That is to say, they have other motives than the desire for the case to be solved. They have, therefore, been running with all kinds of speculative headlines about Marcus's relationship with the girls, implying that they were trying to extort money from him by threatening to tell their story to a newspaper which was offering the two girls a large sum for this. And they've also drawn into doubt the value of an alibi provided by a spouse, even though they're well aware that it's common and completely legal tender in a criminal case. It is, of course, all to do with the sensational mix of celebrity and murder, not the truth. Should that come to light, the people in the media are no doubt hoping it's later rather than sooner, so they can continue with their sales-friendly speculation for as long as possible. Harry nodded briefly, his face impassive. In the meantime, my client's business interests are suffering because he has not, according to the media's version at least, been cleared of all accusations. Naturally, there is the personal strain involved. "First and foremost on the family," Rudd interjected. "Naturally," the lawyer continued. "This would be a temporary problem we could have lived with if the police had shown themselves equal to the task. But they have had almost 3 weeks and have found neither the perpetrator nor any lead that might have caused the media to call off their witch hunt against the only person in Oslo who has actually provided an alibi in the case. In short, we wish for the case to be solved as quickly as possible, and that's where you come in." Crone and Rudd looked at Harry. Now that the police have a body, there's the chance they found DNA traces from a perpetrator. Have the police taken a DNA sample from you?" Harry looked directly at Marcus Rudd. Without replying, Rudd turned to Crone. "We've said no to that," Crone said. until the police produce a court order. Why? Because we have nothing to gain by submitting to such a test, and because by accepting that sort of intrusive investigation, we would be acknowledging indirectly that we can see the case from the perspective of the police, that is to say, that there could be grounds for suspicion. But you don't see any grounds? No, but I have told the police that if they are able to establish any link whatsoever between the missing persons cases and my client, he'll be more than happy to submit to a DNA test. We haven't heard any more from them. Rudd clapped his hands together. There you have it, Harry, in broad strokes. Can we hear what your battle plan is? Battle plan? Rudd smiled. In broad strokes, anyway. In broad strokes, Harry said, stifling a jet-lag yawn. It's to find the killer as quickly as possible. Rudd grinned and looked over at Crone. Now that was very broad, Harry. Can you say anything else? Well, I'll investigate this case the same way I would as a policeman, meaning without obligation or regard for anything other than the truth. In other words, if the evidence leads me to you, Rudd, I'll take you down like I would any other murderer, and claim the bonus. In the silence that followed, the bells of City Hall began to chime. Marcus Rudd chuckled. You talk tough, Harry. How many years would it take you to scrape together that kind of bonus as a policeman? 10? 20? What do you people even earn down there at the station, actually? Harry made no reply. The bells continued to chime. Well, Crone said, flashing a rushed smile, essentially what you're saying is what we want done, Harry. Like I said on the phone, an independent investigation. So although you're putting it in rather a rough way, we are on the same page. What you're expressing is the very reason we want you. An individual with that kind of integrity. Are you? Rudd asked, stroking his chin with his thumb and forefinger while looking at Harry. A man with that kind of integrity? Harry again noticed the twitching in Rudd's eyes. He shook his head. Rudd leaned forward, smiled cheerfully, and said in a low voice, Not even a little? Harry smiled as well. Only to the extent a horse wearing blinkers can be accused of having integrity. A creature of limited intelligence, just doing what it's trained to, running straight ahead, without allowing itself to be distracted. Marcus Rudd laughed. That's good, Harry. That's good. We'll buy that. What I want you to do first is put together a team of top people, preferably with names people are aware of, that we can announce to the media, so they can see we mean business. You get me? I have an idea of who I could use. Good, good. How long before you get an answer from them, do you think? By 4 o'clock tomorrow. As early as tomorrow? Rudd laughed again when he realized Harry was serious. I like your style, Harry. Let's sign the contract. Rudd nodded to Crone, who reached into his briefcase and placed a one-page document in front of Harry. The contract states that the assignment is to be regarded as complete when there is an agreement of guilt among at least 3 lawyers in the legal department of the police, Crone said. Should the accused be acquitted in a court case, however, the fee will have to be repaid. That is to say, it's a no-cure, no-pay agreement. But with a bonus, an executive would envy you, myself included, Rudd said. I'd like one additional clause in there, Harry said. My fee is to be paid should the police, with or without my assistance, find the presumed guilty party within the next 9 days. Rudd and Crone exchanged glances. Rudd nodded before leaning towards Harry. You're a tough negotiator, but don't think I don't understand why you have such exact numbers on the sum to be paid and the number of days. Harry raised an eyebrow. Really? Come on, it gives the other guy the feeling that there's a true figure, a magic number where everything falls into place. You can't teach your dad to fuck, Harry. I use that negotiation ploy myself. Harry nodded slowly. You got me, Rudd. And now I'm going to teach you a trick, Harry. Rudd leaned back, grinning broadly. I want to give you $1 million. That's nearly 400,000 Norwegian kroner, more than you're asking for. Enough for a decent car. You know why?" Harry didn't reply. "Because people put in a lot more effort if you give them a little more than they expected. It's a psychologically proven fact." "Then I'm willing to test it," Harry said dryly. "But there is one more thing." Ruud's smile disappeared. "And that is?" "I'll need permission from someone in the police." Krohn cleared his throat. "You are aware that in Norway you don't need authorization or a license to undertake private investigations?" "Yes, but I said someone in the police." Harry explained the problem, and after a while Ruud nodded and reluctantly agreed. After Harry and Ruud had shaken hands, Krohn escorted Harry down to the exit. He held the door onto the street open for Harry. "Might I ask you a question, Harry?" "Shoot." "Why did I have to send a copy of our contract in English to a Mexican email address?" "That was for my agent." Krohn's face remained expressionless. Harry figured that as a defense lawyer he was so used to being lied to that he was probably more inclined to bat an eyelid when his clients told the truth, and that Krohn also understood that such an obvious lie was a no trespassing sign. "Have a nice Sunday, Harry." "You too." Harry walked down to Aker sat down on a bench, watched the ferry from the Nesbo Peninsula glide to the quay in the sunshine, closed his eyes. He and Rakel had taken a day off in the middle of the week on occasion, brought their bikes aboard the boat, and, after 25 minutes among the small islets and sailing boats, docked at Nesodtangen. From there they had cycled straight into a rural landscape with country roads, trails, and secluded, deserting bathing spots, where they dived in and afterwards warmed themselves up on the smooth rock slabs, and the only sounds to be heard were the buzz of insects and Rakel's intense but low moaning as she dug her nails into his back. Harry forced himself to let go of the image and opened his eyes, looked at his watch, looked at the staccato progression of the second hand. In a few hours he was to meet Katrina and Gert. He walked on with long strides towards the thief. "Your uncle seems on form today," said the nurse, taking leave of Prim at the open door of the small room. Prim nodded, looked at the elderly man in the dressing gown sitting up in the bed, staring at the turned-off TV screen. He had been a handsome man at one time, a highly respected man accustomed to being listened to, in both his private life and his professional one. Prim thought it was still visible in his features, in his uncle's high, smooth forehead, his deep-set, clear blue eyes on either side of his aquiline nose, in the determined set to his tightly closed mouth with the surprisingly full lips. Prim called him Uncle Fredrik, because that's what he was, among other things. His uncle looked up as Prim stepped into the room, and Prim, as usual, wondered which Uncle Fredrik was at home today, if any. "Who are you? Get out!" His face was flushed with a mixture of contempt and amusement, and his voice lay in that deep register he used that made it impossible to be sure whether Uncle Fredrik was joking or furious. He suffered from dementia with Lewy bodies, a brain disorder which not only brought about hallucinations and nightmares but, as in his uncle's case, occasionally aggressive behavior. Mostly verbal, but also physical, rendering the limitations the muscle rigidity caused almost an advantage. "I'm Prim, Molly's son," and before any possible response from his uncle added, "Your sister." Prim looked at the only decoration on the wall, a framed diploma hanging over the bed. He had once brought and hung up a framed photo of his uncle, his mother, and himself as a boy, smiling by a swimming pool in Spain, a holiday his uncle had treated his sister and nephew to after his stepfather had left them. But his uncle had taken the picture down after a few months, saying he couldn't stand looking at so many rabbit teeth. He was obviously referring to the 2 large front teeth with a gap that Prim had inherited from his mother. But the diploma conferring the doctorate still hung there, with the name Fredrik Steiner on it. He had changed the surname he shared with Bream's mother because, as he had plainly told Bream, a Jewish surname held more weight and authority in scientific circles, especially in his own field, microbiology, where there were few who could be bothered to pretend that it was not the case that Jews, particularly Ashkenazi Jews, had genes which granted them superior intellectual capabilities. While it might be sensible in terms of decorum and for political reasons to deny, or at least ignore, such a fact was all well and good, but a fact was a fact. So if Friedrich had a mind that was as brilliant and highly functioning as a Jewish one, why humbly join the back of the queue with a staid Norwegian peasant name? "I have a sister?" his uncle asked. "You had a sister? Don't you remember?" "God damn it, boy, I have dementia. Can't you get that into your little pea brain? That nurse you came with, pretty nice, eh?" "So her you remember?" "My short-term memory is excellent. You want to bet some money on my fucking her before the weekend? Actually, hang on, you probably don't have any money either, you loser. When you were a little boy, I had hopes for you. But now, you're not even a disappointment, you're just nothing." His uncle paused, looked as though he were thinking carefully. "Oh, did you make anything of yourself? What is it you do?" "I'm not planning on telling you." "Why not? I remember you were interested in music. Our family wasn't musical in the slightest, but didn't you fancy yourself becoming a musician?" "No." "So what?" "Firstly, you'll have forgotten it by the next time, and secondly, you wouldn't believe it." "What about a family? Don't look at me like that." "I'm single, for the time being, but I have met one woman." "One? Did you say one?" "Yes." "Christ, do you know how many women I've fucked?" "Yes." 643. 643. And these were good-looking women, apart from a few at the beginning before I knew what I could get hold of. Started when I was 17. You'll have to work hard to match your uncle, boy. This woman, does she have a tight cunt?" "I don't know." "You don't know? What happened to that other one?" "Other one?"
"I distinctly remember you had a couple of kids and a little dark-skinned woman with big tits. Did I ever fuck her?" "Ha ha! I did. I can see it in your face. Why did you turn out as the sort no one could love? Was it those rabbit teeth you got from your mother?" "Uncle, don't uncle me, you fucking freak. You were born ugly and stupid. You're an embarrassment to me, to your mother, and to the entire family."
"All right. Why did you call me Bream, then?"
"Ah, Bream, yes. Why do you think I did it?"
"You said it was because I was special, an exception among numbers."
"Special, yes, but as in an anomaly, a mistake, the type no one wants to be with, an outcast, one that can only be divided by one and itself. That's you, Primtalet, the prime number. One and yourself. We all long for what we cannot have, and for you that meant being loved. That was always your weakness, and you inherited it from your mother."
"Did you know, Uncle, that one day soon I shall be more famous than you and the entire family, put together?" His uncle's face lit up, as though Bream had finally provided him with something that made sense, or was at least entertaining.
"Let me tell you, the only thing that's going to happen to you is that one day you'll be just as demented as me, and you'll be only too happy to be. You know why? Because then you'll have forgotten that your life was a long series of humiliating defeats. That there," he pointed at the diploma on the wall, "is the only thing I want to remember. But I can't even manage that. And the 643... His voice grew thick, and large tears welled up in his blue eyes. "I can't remember a single fucking one. Not one. So what's the point?" His uncle was crying as Bream left.
It happened more and more often. Bream had read that when Robin Williams took his own life, it was because he had been diagnosed with Lewy body dementia, that he wished to spare himself and his family the torture. Bream was surprised his uncle had not done the same. The nursing home was situated in the heart of Vinderen, on Oslo's west side. On his way to the car, he passed the jeweller's he had been into several times recently. As it was Sunday, the shop was closed, but pressing his nose against the window, he could see the diamond ring in the glass display case inside. It was not large, but it was so beautiful. Perfect for her. He had to buy it this week, otherwise he risked someone else beating him to it. He took a detour past his childhood home in Golstad. The fire-damaged villa ought to have been torn down years ago, but he'd had the demolition postponed time and time again, despite the council's orders and the neighbours' complaints. On some occasions he had claimed plans were afoot for renovation. On others he had documents to prove that the demolition was booked but had been arranged with firms which later went bankrupt or where business had been suspended. Why exactly he had engaged in these stalling tactics he did not know. After all, he could have sold the plot for a good price. It was only recently that it had dawned on him, and that the plan, what the house would be used for, was something that must have been lying there, like a tiny worm egg in his mind. Chapter 8. Sunday. Tetris. "You look good," Harry said. "You look tanned," Katrina replied. Both of them laughed. She opened the door fully and they hugged. The smell of mutton and cabbage stew filled the apartment. He handed her the bouquet of flowers he had purchased at the Narvesen kiosk on the way. "Have you begun buying flowers now?" Katrina asked, accepting them with a grimace. "It was mostly to impress your mother-in-law." "Well, the suit certainly will." Katrina went into the kitchen to put the flowers in water, and Harry walked towards the living room. He saw the toys on the parquet floor and heard the child's voice before he saw the boy. He was sitting with his back to Harry, talking sternly to a teddy bear. "You have to do like me, you know. You have to grab deep." Harry tiptoed in and crouched down. The boy began to sing in a low voice, while tilting his head with airy fair curls from side to side. Boom, man, my buck." He must have heard something, perhaps a creaking in the floor, because the boy suddenly turned round, a smile already on his face. A child who still thinks all surprises are good surprises, Harry thought. "Hi!" the boy said loudly and warmly, seemingly unalarmed that a large man with a grey beard, who was a complete stranger, had snuck up on him from behind. "Hi," Harry said, reaching into his suit pocket, pulled out a teddy bear. "This is for you." He held it out, but the boy took no notice of the teddy, just stared wide-eyed at Harry. "Are you Santa Claus?" Harry had to laugh, but that didn't faze the boy either, who happily laughed along with him. He took hold of the teddy bear. "What's his name?" "He doesn't have a name yet, so you need to give him one." "Then I will call him... What's your name?" "Harry." "Honey. No, yeah, then he's called Honey." Harry turned and saw Katrina standing with her arms folded in the doorway, looking at them. Perhaps it was her Toten dialect, perhaps it was the red hair and the slightly bulging eyes. In any case, every time Harry glanced up from his plate on the kitchen table and looked at Björn's mother, he also saw his late colleague, forensics officer Björn Holm. "Not so strange that he likes you, Harry," she said, nodding in the direction of the boy, who had been allowed to leave the table and was now pulling at Harry's hand to take him into the living room and play some more with the teddy bears. "You and Björn were such good friends. That's kindred chemistry, you know. But you need to eat more, Harry. You're skinny as a needle." After a dessert of prune compote, Katrina's mother-in-law left them to put Gert to bed. "That's a fine boy you've produced," Harry said. "Yes," Katrina said, resting her chin on her hands. I didn't know you had a way with children.
Me neither.
Didn't you notice it with Oleg when he was little?
He was at the computer game stage when I came into his life. Probably didn't mind someone coming between him and his mother.
But you did become good friends.
Rocco maintained it was because we hated the same bands, and both loved Tetris. On the phone you said that things were going okay. Anything new? At work? Anything at all?
Well, yes and no. I've actually started to go out and meet people again. I suppose it's been a while since Björn died.
Really? Anything serious?
No, I wouldn't say that. I have been out with one guy a few times lately, and it's nice enough, but I don't know. You and I were both weird to start off with, and neither of us is improving with the years.
What about you?
Harry shook his head. No, I see you're still wearing your wedding ring, Katrina said. You had met the love of your life, so to speak. It was a bit different with Björn and me.
Maybe it was.
The nicest man in the world. Too nice. She raised her teacup. And too vulnerable to be with a bitch like me.
That's not true, Katrina.
No? What do you call a woman who sleeps with one of her husband's best friends? Okay, maybe whore is more precise.
It just happened, Katrina. I was drunk and you...
I what? I wish I could say I was in love with you at least, Harry. And once, in the first couple of years we worked together, maybe I was. But after that you were just the guy I never got. The guy that brown-eyed beauty up in Holmenkollen snatched.
I don't think Rachel viewed it as her snatching me exactly.
You certainly weren't the one who snatched her.
Why not?
Harry Hula, you don't realize a woman is interested until they spell it out. And even then you sit on that skinny arse of yours and wait.
Harry laughed quietly.
He could ask now. Now would be a good time. There was no reason to put it off. It was so obvious. The blonde curls, the eyes, the mouth. Of course she didn't know that he had found it out one night while with Alexandra Sturza from the Forensic Medical Institute. That Alexandra, by dint of some unfortunate wording, had indirectly let it slip that Björn had checked the paternity of the child, and her DNA analysis had revealed that it was Harry and not he who was Gert's father. Harry cleared his throat.
I know that...
Katrina gave him a questioning look.
I know that Truls Björnsson got into some trouble. Has he been suspended?
She raised an eyebrow. Yes, he and 2 others are suspected of stealing from a drug seizure at Gardermoen. You're hardly surprised. Truls Björnsson is notoriously corrupt and has gambling debts, apparently. It was only a question of time.
No, not surprised, maybe. Still, I'm sorry to hear it.
Thought you couldn't stand the sight of each other.
He may not be easy to like, but he does have some qualities that are easy to overlook. Qualities he himself has overlooked, perhaps.
If you say so. Why are you interested in him?
Harry shrugged. Bellman is still Minister of Justice, I read.
God, yeah. Those power games suit him. Was always a better politician than a policeman, if you ask me. How are things with your people?
Well, my sister's still in Kristiansand, living with a guy. Things are going well. Oleg is at the sheriff's office in Lakselv. He's living with his girlfriend, Øystein Eikeland, if you remember him.
The taxi driver?
Yes. I spoke to him on the phone yesterday. He's changed careers, making more money, he says. And I'm paying Anna a visit tomorrow. And, yeah, that's about it.
You don't have many people left, Harry.
No. He was doing his best not to check the time, to see how long was left of this damn Sunday. Monday was a drinking day. Only 3 units, but a drinking day. And there were no rules governing when on the Monday the permitted amount could be consumed. It could take place right after midnight, all in one go.
He hadn't bought the bottle of whiskey at Gardermoen, had plumped for the teddy bear instead, but he had checked the minibar in his room, and it contained what he needed. "What about you?" Harry said, lifting his coffee cup. "Who have you got left?" Katrina thought about it. "Well, I don't have any family left on my side, so the closest are Gert's grandmother and grandfather. They're incredibly helpful. Toten is 2 hours away, but they still come here as often as they're able. And sometimes, when I ask, when they aren't really able, I think. They're so attached to the boy, he's all they have now as well." "So," she paused, stared over her teacup at the wall next to Harry. He could see it, how she was readying herself to take the plunge, as it were. "I don't want them to know. And I don't want Gert to know. Understand, Harry?" So she knew, and had realized that he knew. He nodded. It wasn't hard to understand why she wouldn't want her son growing up, knowing he was the product of infidelity, of his mother's one-night stand with an alcoholic, that she didn't want to break the hearts of 2 loving grandparents, or lose the sorely needed support they could offer a single mother and her child. "His father's name is Björn," Katrina whispered, shifting her gaze so her eyes fixed on Harry's. "End of story." "I understand," Harry said in a low voice, his eyes not leaving hers. "I think what you're doing is right. All I ask is that you come to me if you need help, whatever it might be. I won't be looking for anything in return." He could see Katrina's eyes were moist. "Thanks, Harry. That's generous." "No, really," he said. "I'm poor as a church mouse." She laughed, sniffled, and pulled a sheet of kitchen paper from the roll on the table. "You're a good man," she said. The grandmother came in to say that Mummy's presence was required as a song had been requested, and while Katrina disappeared into the child's room, Harry told Björn's mother about how Björn had taken charge the time he, Harry, and Erstein had compiled playlists for the theme nights of the Jealousy Bar. There had been Hank Williams Thursdays, an Elvis week, and, perhaps most memorably, songs at least 40 years old by artists and bands from American states starting with M Night. Even though the names of Björn's preferred choice of bands and artists didn't appear to ring any bells with his mother, her tear-glazed eyes expressed gratitude to Harry for recounting something, probably anything at all, about her son. Katrina returned to the kitchen, and her mother-in-law withdrew to the living room and switched on the TV. "The guy you're seeing?" Harry said. Katrina waved the subject aside. "Come on," Harry said. "He's younger than me, and no, I didn't hook up with him on Tinder. I met him out in the real world. It was right after everything opened up again, so there was a bit of a euphoric atmosphere in town. So, yeah, he's kept in touch." "He has, not you." "He's probably a little more serious than me. It's not that he isn't a nice, solid guy. He has a steady job, his own apartment, and seems to have his life in order." Harry smiled. All right, she said, making to give him a slap. "When you're a single mum, you automatically start taking these things into account, okay? But there has to be some passion there as well. And there isn't." She paused. "He knows about the sort of stuff I don't, and I really like that. He teaches me things, you know. He's interested in music, like Björn. He's no problem with me being a weirdo. And he," a broad smile spread across her face, "loves me. You know what? I'd nearly forgotten how good that feels. Being loved, like, to the core. Like Björn." She shook her head. "Maybe I've unconsciously been on the lookout for a new Björn. More than for passion, I'm afraid." "Does Björn's mother know?" No. She waved a dismissive hand. "No one knows, and I'm not planning on introducing him to anyone either." "Not anyone?" She shook her head. "When you know it's likely to end, and you're probably going to have to see the guy around afterwards, then you involve as few people as possible, right? You don't want people looking at you and, like, knowing, as it were." but I don't want to tell you any more about him." She put her teacup down firmly. "Now you, tell me about L.A." Harry smiled. "Some other time, maybe, when I'm not in such a hurry. I should probably tell you why I called you instead." "Oh, I thought it was—" She tilted her head in the direction of the child's room. "No," Harry said. "It had been on my mind, of course, but figured it was your choice if you wanted to let me know." "My choice? You've been impossible to get hold of." I had my phone turned off." "For 6 months?"
"Something like that. Anyway, I called to tell you that Marcus Rudd wants to hire me as a private investigator on the case of these 2 girls.
Katrina stared at him in disbelief. "You're kidding." Harry didn't respond. She cleared her throat. "You're telling me that you, Harry Hula, have sold yourself like some whore to whoremonger Marcus Rudd?" Harry looked up at the ceiling as though considering the question.
"That's putting it pretty much exactly how it is, yeah."
"For Christ's sake, Harry."
"Except that I haven't agreed to it yet."
"Why not? Isn't the whoremonger paying enough?"
"Because I had to speak to you first. You have a veto."
"Veto?" she snorted. "Why? You're both free to do as you please. Especially Rudd. After all, he has enough money to buy whatever he wants. Although, that said, I didn't think he had enough money to buy your ass."
"Take a few seconds and think about the pros and cons," Harry said, lifting the coffee cup to his mouth. He saw the fire in her eyes die down, saw her bite her lower lip, like she usually did when her brain was at work. Expected it to draw some of the same conclusions as he had.
"Are you going to work alone?" He shook his head. "Are you planning on stealing someone working for us, or creep us?"
"Nope."
Katrina nodded thoughtfully. "You know I don't give a shit about prestige and ego, Harry. I leave the pissing competitions to all you little boys. What I'm interested in, for example, is that girls can walk around in this city without fear of being raped or killed. And at the moment they can't. Meaning it's better that you're on the case than not." She shook her head as though not liking the advantages she could see. "And as a private investigator, you can also do certain things we can't permit ourselves."
"Yep. How does the case stand, as you see it?"
Katrina looked down at her palms. "You know full well I can't share any details from the investigation with you, but I presume you read the papers, so I'm not revealing too much when I tell you that we and Kripos have been working round the clock for 3 weeks on this case, and that prior to finding the body we had nada. And I mean nada. We had footage of Susanna at Skullerud metro station at 9 on Tuesday night, not far from where she was found. We had Bertina's car parked up by the hiking trails in Grifson-Colin. But no one knows what these women were doing in those places. Neither of them was a walker, and as far as we know they didn't have any acquaintances in either Grefsen or Skullerud. We had search teams with dogs in both areas, but they didn't find anything. And then a jogger and his dog stumbled over the body, which makes us look like idiots. It's the usual story. The chance occurrences that crop up outstrip what little we manage to cover by systematic searching. But people don't understand that. Or journalists. Or, she groaned resignedly, bosses.
What about this party at Rudd's? Anything there?"
"Nothing other than it seems to be the only time Susanna and Bertina met one another. We've tried to get an overview of who attended the party, as someone could have talked to both girls there. But it's like contact tracing last year. We have most of the names, 80-odd, but since it was a residence party with a fairly free flow of guests in and out, nobody knew everyone. In any case, none of the names we have stand out as suspects, neither based on criminal records nor opportunity-wise. So we went back to what you've always repeated over and over, until you bored holes in our ears."
Why?"
"Yeah, why? Susanna and Bertina were, I suppose, what you'd call 2 normal girls. Similar in some ways, different in others. Both came from comfortable enough backgrounds, Neither had any higher education. Well, Susanna studied marketing, but dropped out after 6 months. Both had had numerous jobs in shops. Bertina worked as an unqualified hairdresser. Both of them were interested in clothes, makeup, themselves, and babes they competed with on the town or on Instagram. And yeah, I know I sound prejudiced. Correction, am prejudiced. They spent a lot, were out a lot. Friends characterized them as party girls. One difference was that Bertina pretty much paid her own way, while Susanna lived with and lived off her parents. Another difference is that while Bertina had a relatively high turnover of partners, Susanna was apparently more moderate in that regard. Because she lived with her parents. Not just that. Apart from some brief relationships, she had a reputation for being a bit of a prude, with the possible exception of Marcus Rudd. Sugar daddy? We have lists of the girl's phone calls and texts. They show extensive contact with Rudd over the last 3 years. Messages of a sexual character? Not as much as you might think. A few risque pictures from the girls, but nothing obscene. It's more along the lines of invitations to parties and things they want. Rudd has regularly transferred money to them both on Venmo. Not large amounts, a couple of thousand, 10,000 in one go, tops, but enough to render the term sugar daddy not wholly inappropriate. In one of the last messages Bertina wrote, she told Rudd that she'd been contacted by a journalist looking to confirm a rumour, and he'd asked her to do an interview for 10,000 kroner. She ended the message with something like, "Of course I said no, even though 10,000 happens to be exactly what I owe the line man." Lines, cocaine or amphetamines, and sending something that could be construed as a threat. And you're thinking, you've got your why right there. I know it sounds like we're grasping at straws, but we've turned every stone without finding anyone in the girl's social circles with an obvious motive, so now we're only left with two. One is that Marcus Rudd may have wanted to rid himself of 2 girls threatening him with scandal. The other is that his wife, Elena Rudd, was motivated by jealousy. The problem is, the two of them give each other an alibi for both nights the girls disappeared. So I've gathered. What about the most obvious motive? As in what you touched upon. A psychopath or a predator is at the party, happens to talk to both girls and gets their contact details. Like I said, none of the people we know were there fit the profile, and it's highly possible that party is a dead end. Oslo is a small town. It's not that unlikely for 2 girls the same age to both be at the same party. A little less likely that they both share the same sugar daddy. Maybe. According to the people we've spoken with, Susanna and Bertina weren't the only ones. Have you checked that? Checked what? Who else apart from Rudd's wife could have had motive for getting rid of the competition? Katrina smiled wearily. You and your why. I've missed you. Crime Squad has missed you. I doubt that. Yeah, there are a couple of other girls Rudd has had sporadic contact with, but they've been eliminated from our inquiries. You see, Harry, everyone we have a name for has been ruled out. So that just leaves the remainder of the world's population. She rested her head against her fingertips as she massaged her temples. Anyway, now we've got the newspapers and the rest of the media on our back. The chief of police and the chief superintendent are on our back. Even Bellman has got in touch, telling us to pull out all the stops. So, in my book, you're welcome to try, Harry. Just remember that we never had this conversation. Naturally, we can't cooperate, not even unofficially, and I can't give you any information other than what I'm also going public with, apart from what I've already told you. Understood. I'm sure you understand, too, that there are those at Police HQ who won't look kindly on competition from the private sector, especially when the competition has been bought and paid for by a potential suspect. You can imagine what a defeat it would be for the chief superintendent and Kripos if you solve the case before us. For all I know, there may be legal grounds for stopping you, and if there are, my guess is they'll use them. I presume Johan Krohn has examined that angle. Oh, yeah. Rudd has him on the team. I'd forgotten that. Anything you can tell me about the crime scene? 2 sets of footprints on the way in, 1 on the way out. I think he cleaned up after himself. Has a post-mortem been conducted on Susanna Anderson? Just a forensic one, yesterday. They find anything? A slit throat? Harry nodded. Rape? No visible signs. Anything else? What do you mean? You look like you found out something more. Katrina didn't answer. I get it, Harry said. Information you can't go public with. I've told you too much already, Harry. I hear you. But I assume you won't turn your nose up at information flowing in the opposite direction, should we uncover something. She shrugged. The police can't very well deny the public calling with any information they might have, but there's no reward being offered. Understood. Harry checked the time. 3.5 hours to midnight. As though by tacit agreement, they dropped the topic. Harry asked about Gert. Katrina talked about him, but Harry still had the sense she was holding something back. Eventually there was a lull in the conversation. It was 10 o'clock when Katrina accompanied him down the steps to the back garden to throw 2 bags into the bin. When he opened the gate and stepped out onto the street, she followed him, giving him a long hug. He felt her warmth, like he had that night, but knew that would be the one and only time. There had once been an attraction, physical chemistry neither of them had been in denial about, but which they both knew would be a foolish reason to destroy what they had with their respective partners. But now, even though those relationships were destroyed, so was this destroyed, and there was no way back to that sweet, forbidden excitement. Katrina flinched, letting go of Harry. He saw her stare down the street. Something wrong? Oh, no. She folded her arms, looked like she shuddered, even though it was a mild evening. Listen, Harry. Yeah? If you want. She paused, drew a breath. You can babysit Gert one day? Harry looked at her, nodded slowly. Good night. Good night, she said, and closed the gate hastily behind her. Harry took the long way home, through Bislett and Sophie's Gate, where he had once lived, past Schroeder's, the brown cafe which at one time had been his place of refuge, up to the top of St. Hanshaugen, where he could see out over the city and the Oslo fjord. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. There was no way back, and there was no way that didn't lead back. He thought about the conversation he'd had with Ruud and Krohn, where he had told them not to inform the media about the deal they had signed before he had spoken to Katrina Bratt, explained to them that the chances of a good climate of cooperation would be increased if Bratt was under the impression she had the power of veto on whether Harry would work for Ruud. Harry had described how he envisioned the conversation with Katrina was likely to go, how she would be the one to find the good arguments for him taking the case prior to agreeing. They had nodded, and he had signed. Harry heard a church bell in the distance chime the time, tasted the lie in his mouth. He knew already it would not be the last. Prim checked the time. Soon midnight. He brushed his teeth while tapping one foot along to the beat of "Oh, You Pretty Things," and looking at the 2 photos he had taped to the mirror. One was of the woman, beautiful, even though she was out of focus, but it was still only a pale imitation, because her beauty was not such that a frozen moment could capture it. There was something she radiated, in the very movement of her body, in the sum of how one facial expression, word or laugh, followed the next. A picture was like extracting one single note from a work by Bach or Bowie. It made no sense. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. But loving a woman, no matter how much, did not mean that you owned her. He had therefore made a promise to himself to stop watching her, stop surveying her private life as though she were his property. He had to learn to trust her. Without trust, there would be too much pain. The other photo was of the woman he would fuck before the weekend. Or to be more precise,
the woman who would get to fuck him. After that, he would kill her. Not because he wanted to, but because he must. He rinsed his mouth out and sang along with Bowie about how all the nightmares came today, and it looks as though they're here to stay. Then he went into the living room and opened the fridge. He saw the bag with the thiabendazole. He knew he had taken too little today, but that if he took too much in one go, he would get stomach pains and throw up, possibly on account of it inhibiting the citric acid cycle. The trick was to take small doses at regular intervals. He decided not to take any now, offered himself the excuse that he had already brushed his teeth. Instead, he took out the open tin with bloodworms written on it and went over to the aquarium, sprinkled half a teaspoon of the contents, mosquito larvae for the most part, into it, where it lay on the surface of the water, like dandruff before beginning to sink. With a couple of rapid beats of his tail fin, Boss swiftly arrived. Preem switched on the torch and bent down so he could shine the light right into Boss's mouth as he opened wide. And he could see it in there. It looked like a little cockroach or a shrimp. He shuddered at the same time as he took delight. Boss and Lisa. It was probably how men, and women too perhaps, often felt when faced with the ultimate marriage. A certain ambivalence. But he knew that once you found your intended, there was no way back, because to the extent humans and animals had a moral duty, it was to follow their nature, the role appointed to them in order to maintain harmony, uphold the delicate balance. That was why everything in nature, even what at first glance seemed grotesque, hideous and cruel, was beautiful in all its perfect functionality. Sin entered the world on the day mankind partook of the tree of knowledge and achieved a level of reflection that enabled him not to choose what was intended by nature. Yes, that was how it was. Preem switched off the stereo and the lights. Chapter 9. Monday. Harry walked towards the entrance of the large building in Montebello on Oslo's fashionable west side. It was 9 in the morning and the sun was shining defiantly. All the same, Harry had a knot in his stomach. He had been here before. The Radium Hospital. Over a century ago, when the plans to build a dedicated hospital for cancer treatment became known, the neighbors had protested. They feared having this sinister, mysterious disease so close to them. Some believed it was infectious, and that their properties would fall in value, while others gave support and made donations, over 30 million kroner in today's money, to buy the 4 grams of radium needed to irradiate and kill cancer cells before they killed their hosts. Harry walked inside and stood in front of the lift, not because he intended on taking it, but in order to try to remember. He had been 15 years old when he and his little sister, Sis, had visited their mother here at the Radium, as they began calling it after a while. She had lain here for 4 months, growing thinner and more pale each time they came, like a photograph fading in the sunlight, her mild, always smiling face seeming to disappear into the pillowcase. On the particular day he now called to mind, he'd had a fit of rage which in turn left him in tears. Things are how they are, and it's not your responsibility to take care of me, Harry, his mother had said, while holding on to him and stroking his hair. Your job is to look after your little sister. That's what you do. On their way down after the visit, Sis had stood leaning against the wall, and when the lift began to move, her long hair had caught between the open back of the lift and the brick wall. Harry had stood rooted to the spot as Sis was lifted up from the floor, screaming for help. She'd had a clump of hair and a big patch of skin from her scalp ripped off, but had survived and quickly forgotten about it. Quicker than Harry, who could still feel the pang of horror and shame when he thought about how soon after his mother's earnest request he had seized on the first opportunity to let her down. The lift doors slid open, and 2 nurses wheeled a bed out past him. Harry stood motionless as the lift doors slid shut again. Then he turned and began walking up the stairs to the 6th floor.
There was a smell of hospital that had not changed since his mother had been here. He located the door with 618 on it and knocked gently, heard a voice and opened. There were 2 beds inside. One was empty. "I'm looking for Stola, owner," Harry said. "He's gone for a little stroll," the man in the occupied bed said. He was bald, looked to be of Pakistani or Indian extraction, and around the same age as Owner, somewhere in his 60s. But Harry knew from experience that judging the age of cancer patients could be difficult. Harry turned, saw Stola Owner approaching him on shuffling feet, dressed in a radium hospital dressing gown, and realized he had just passed him on his way down the corridor. The once pot-bellied psychologist now had folds of skin to spare. Owner waved with one hand at chest height and gave a pained smile without showing any teeth. "Been on a diet?" Harry asked after they'd had a proper hug. "You won't believe it, but even my head has shrunk," Stoller demonstrated by poking his small, round Freud glasses back up his nose. "This is Gibran Sethi. Dr. Sethi, this is Inspector Huller." The man in the other bed smiled and nodded, then put on his headphones. "He's a vet," Owner said in a lower voice. "Nice fellow, but the adage about us becoming like our patients may be true. He hardly says a word, and I can barely keep my mouth shut." Owner kicked off his slippers and eased himself onto the bed. "Didn't know you had such an athletic physique underneath the padding," Harry said, sitting down on a chair. Owner chuckled. "You've always been adept in the art of flattery, Harry. I was actually quite a useful rower at one time. But what about yourself? You need to eat, for God's sake, or you'll disappear completely." Harry didn't respond. "Ah, I see," Owner said. "You're wondering which of us is going to disappear first. That would be me, Harry. This is what I shall die from." Harry nodded. "What are the doctors saying about how long I have left?" "Nothing, because I don't ask. The value of staring the truth, and particularly that of your own mortality, in the face is, in my experience, greatly overestimated. And my experience is, as you know, long and deep. At the end of the day, people only want to be comfortable, and for as long as possible, preferably right up to a sudden final curtain. This comes as a partial disappointment to me, of course, to find that in that regard I am no different from anyone else, that I am incapable of dying with the courage and dignity I would wish. But I suppose I lack a good enough reason to die with greater bravura. My wife and daughter cry, and there's no solace for them in seeing me more afraid of death than necessary, so I avoid grim realities and shy away from the truth instead." "Well, okay. I can't help but read the doctors, by way of what they say and their facial expressions, and judging by that I don't have much time left. But," Owner threw his arms out, smiling with sad eyes, "there's always the hope I'm wrong. After all, I've gone through my professional life being more often wrong than right." Harry smiled. "Maybe. But you understand the way the wind is blowing when they give you a morphine pump which you administer yourself without any attendant warnings about overdose." "So, pain, then?" "Pain is an interesting interlocutor. But enough about me. Tell me about L.A. Harry shook his head and thought it must be the jet lag, because his body had begun shaking with laughter. "Cut that out," Owner said. "Death is no laughing matter. Come on, tell me." Doctor-patient confidentiality. Harry, every secret will be taken to the grave here, and the clock is ticking, so for the last time, tell me." Harry told him. Not everything. Not about what actually happened right before he left, when Björn shot himself. Not about Lucille and his own ticking clock. But everything else. About running to escape the memories. About the plan to drink himself to death someplace far away. When he had finished, Harry could see Stoller's eyes were glazed. Throughout the many murder cases Stoller Owner had assisted the detectives of Crime Squad with, the psychologist's stamina and powers of concentration when the days were long always impressed Harry. Now he read weariness, pain, and morphine in his eyes. "What about Raquel?" Owner asked in a weak voice. "Do you think about her a lot?" "All the time. The past is never dead. It's not even past." That a Paul McCartney quote. "Close." Anna smiled. "Do you think about her in a good way, or does it just hurt?" "It hurts in a good way, I suppose. Or the other way around. Like, well, the booze. The worst of the days, I wake up having dreamt about her, and for a moment I think she's still alive, and that what happened is the dream. And then I have to go through the fucking thing all over again. Remember when you came to me in order to address the drinking, and I asked you if in the periods you were dry, you wished that liquor didn't exist in the world? And you said you wanted liquor to exist, that even though you didn't want to drink, you wanted another option to be there. The thought of having a drink. That without that, everything would be grey and meaningless, and there would be no adversary in the struggle. Is it?" "Yes," Harry said. "That's what it's like with Raquel as well. I'd rather have the wound than not have had her in my life." They sat in silence. Harry glanced down at his hands, around the room, heard the sounds of a low phone conversation coming from the other bed. Stoller rolled onto his side. "I'm a little tired, Harry. Some days are better, but today's not one of them. Thank you for coming." "How much better?" "What do you mean?" "Good enough that you can work? From here, I mean?" Arna looked at him in surprise. Harry pulled his chair closer to the bed. In the conference room on the 6th floor of Police HQ, Katrina was about to wrap up the morning meeting of the investigative team. There were 16 people sitting in front of her, 11 from Crime Squad and 5 from Kripos. Of the 16, 10 were detectives, 4 were analysts, and 2 worked in Crime Technique, the forensics unit. Katrina Bratt had gone through the findings of the crime scene unit and the Forensic Medical Institute's preliminary post-mortem, showing photos from both. Watched her audience stare at the bright screen while shifting uneasily on hard chairs. The crime scene unit hadn't found much, something they regarded as a discovery in itself. "It seems he might know what we're looking for," one of the forensics officers said. "Either he's cleaned up after himself or he's just been very lucky." The only concrete evidence they had were shoe prints on the soft ground from 2 people, one matching the shoes Susanna was wearing, the other made by a heavier individual wearing a size 42, probably a male. The tracks indicated they had been walking close to one another. "As though he's forced Susanna with him into the woods?" asked Magnus Skarre, one of the veterans of Crime Squad. "Could be, yes," the forensics expert confirmed. "The Forensic Medical Institute carried out a preliminary post-mortem over the weekend," Katrina said, "and there's good and bad news. The good news is that they found a tiny amount of residue from spit or mucus on one of Susanna's breasts. The bad news is we can't be certain it came from the killer, given that Susanna's upper body was clothed when we found her. So if he did assault her, he must have dressed her again, which would be unusual. Anyway, Sturzer was kind enough to run an express DNA analysis on the residue, and the even worse news is that there was no match with any profile in the database of known offenders. So if it didn't come from the killer, we're talking a needle in a haystack," Skarre said. No one laughed. No one groaned. Just silence. After 3 weeks in the proverbial wilderness, late nights, threatened cancellation of autumn breaks, and friction on domestic fronts, the discovery of a body had extinguished one hope and sparked another. Of leads. Of solving the case. This was now officially a murder investigation, and it was Monday, a new week with new opportunities. But the faces staring back at Katrina were drained, drawn, and tired. She had been expecting that, and had therefore saved the last slide in order to wake them up. This was discovered when they were concluding the preliminary post-mortem, she said, as the next photo came up on the screen. When she had received it from Alexandra on Saturday, Katrina's first association had been with the monster from the film Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Everyone in the room stared in silence at the head with the rough stitches. That was the extent of the reaction. Katrina cleared her throat. Stewardser writes that it appears as though Susanna Anderson has recently received a cut to the head from just above the hairline over the forehead, all the way around, and that the wound has been sewn shut again. We don't know if that might have occurred prior to her disappearance, but Sung Min spoke to Susanna's parents yesterday, as well as to a friend who met Susanna the night before she went missing, Sung Min said. None of them had any knowledge of her having received stitches to her head. So we can assume this is the work of her killer. The pathologist will be performing a full clinical autopsy today, so hopefully we'll find out more. She checked the time. Anyone want to add something before we get started on today's assignments? A female detective spoke up. Now we know that one of the girls was forced off the path and into the forest. Shouldn't we intensify our search for Bertina in the woody areas along the footpaths around Griff's and Cullen? Yes, Katrina said. That's already underway. Anything else? The faces looking back at her resembled those of fed-up schoolkids, just looking forward to break time. If that. Last year someone had suggested they hire a former world champion cross-country skier who gave so-called inspirational speeches aimed at the business sector about how to get over the mental hump everyone meets sooner or later in a 50-kilometre race. For his services, the national hero in question quoted a fee only a private sector company could pay. Katrina had said they could just as well have a single mother in full-time employment give the talk, and that it was the worst suggestion she had heard about how to use the departmental budget. Now she wasn't quite so sure. Chapter 10. Monday. Horses. The young taxi driver looked in confusion at the pieces of paper Harry was holding out. It's called money, Harry said. The taxi driver took the notes and studied the numbers on them. I don't have, change, Harry sighed. That's all right. Harry began making his way towards the entrance of Bjerke Racecourse as he stuffed the receipt in his back pocket. The 20 minutes from the Radium Hospital had cost as much as a plane ticket to Malaga. He needed a car, preferably one with a driver, as soon as possible. But first and foremost, he needed a policeman, a corrupt one. He found Truls Bernsen in Pegasus. The large restaurant had space for 1,000 patrons, but today, the weekly lunchtime race day, only the tables with a view of the track were filled to capacity. There was one table with a customer seated alone, as though he exuded a smell. But a closer look might reveal the reason was in his eyes, and also his bearing. Harry pulled out one of the empty chairs and looked out at the racetrack, where horses trotted around, pulling sulkies with drivers atop, while from the loudspeakers information was spat out in a continuous, monotone voice. That was quick, Truls said. Taxi, Harry replied. Must be flush, then. We could have done this over the phone. No, Harry said, sitting down. They had exchanged exactly 12 words when Harry called. Yes, Harry Hula here. Where are you? Bjerke Racecourse. On my way. Is that so, Harry? Have you got involved in shady business? Truls let out his grunting laughter, which, along with his weak chin, protruding brow, and general passive-aggressive demeanour, had earned him the nickname Beavis. He and the cartoon character also shared a nihilistic outlook and an almost admirable absence of any sense of social responsibility or morality. The subtext of his question was, of course, if Harry had also got involved in shady business. I might have an offer for you. The kind I can't refuse, Truls said, casting a dissatisfied glance out at the track, where the announcer was listing the order of finishers. Unless your betting selection comes in, yeah. You're out of work, I hear, and have gambling debts.
Gambling debts? Says who?
It's not important. You're unemployed, in any case.
I'm not that unemployed.
I'm receiving a salary without doing shit. So far as I'm concerned, they can take as long as they like trying to find some evidence. I couldn't give a toss. I heard it was something to do with the skimming of a cocaine seizure at Gardermoen.
Truls snorted. Me and 2 others from narcotics picked up the stuff. This weird green cocaine. Customs reckoned it was green because it was so pure, as if they were like walking crime labs or something. We delivered it to seizures, who discovered there was a small anomaly in the weight in relation to what Gardermoen had reported. So they sent it for analysis, and the analysis showed that the cocaine, which was just as green as before, had been stepped on. So then they think we cut some of the cocaine with something else green, but screwed up by getting the weight slightly wrong. Or rather me, as I was the only one alone with the dope for a few minutes.
So not only do you risk being fired, but prison time?
Are you stupid or something? Truls grunted. They don't have anything close to proof. A few morons from customs who think the green stuff looked and tasted like pure cocaine. A difference of 1 milligram or 2 in weight that everyone knows could be down to all sorts of things. They'll bang on about it for a while, and then the case will be dismissed.
So you're ruling out them finding another guilty party?
Truls leaned his head back slightly and looked at Harry as though taking aim at him. I've got some stuff involving horses to take care of here, Harry, so if there was something you wanted to talk about.
Marcus Rudd has hired me to investigate the case of the 2 girls. I want you on the team.
Bloody hell.
Truls stared at Harry in surprise. What do you say?
Why are you asking me?
Why do you think?
No idea. I'm a bad cop, and you know that better than most.
All the same, we've saved each other's lives on at least one occasion. According to an old Chinese proverb, that means we have a responsibility for one another for the rest of our lives.
Really?
Truls sounded unsure. Plus, Harry said, if you're only suspended, then you still have full access to BL 96? Harry noticed Truls flinch when he heard mention of the makeshift, antiquated system for investigation reports in use since 1996.
So?
We need access to all the reports, tactical, technical, forensics.
Right. So this is...
Yep, shady business.
The kind of thing that can get cops kicked off the force.
If it's discovered, definitely. And that's why it's well paid.
Yeah? How well?
Give me a number and I'll pass it along.
Truls looked at Harry for a long time, thoughtfully,
lowered his gaze to the betting slip on the table in front of him, crumpled it up in his hand. It was lunchtime at Daniel's, and the bar and the tables were beginning to fill up. Although situated a few hundred meters from the city centre and the hell of office complexes, it never ceased to surprise Helena that a restaurant located in a residential area got so many patrons on their lunch break. She cast a glance around, scanning the large, open-plan premises from her small, round table in the centre. Found no one of interest, then turned her attention back to the screen of her laptop. She had found a site with equestrian equipment. There appeared to be no limit to the amount of products available for horses and riders, or the prices demanded for them. After all, most people involved with horses were well-to-do, and riding was an opportunity to flaunt that. The drawback for most people was, of course, that the bar to impress in this milieu was set so high that most people had already lost before they even got started. But was importing equestrian equipment really what she wanted to do? Or would she be better off trying her hand at arranging riding tours in Vardris, Vasfaret, Vågå, or other scenic shitholes beginning with V? She slammed the laptop shut, sighed deeply, and looked around again. Yes, there they were, sitting perched along the bar that ran the length of the establishment, the young men in whatever suit they were flogging to estate agents at the moment. The young women wearing skirts and jackets or something else to make them look professional. Some of the women actually had jobs, but Helena could point out the others, the ones who were a bit too pretty, wearing skirts which were a bit too short, who were more interested in what made a job superfluous. In short, a man with money. She didn't know why she continued to come here. 10 years ago, the Monday lunches at Danielle's had been legendary. There had been something so deliciously decadent and couldn't give a fuck about getting drunk and dancing on the tables in the middle of the first day of the working week. But, of course, it had also been a statement about status, an excess only the rich and privileged could allow themselves. These days it was quieter. Now the former fire station was a combination of bar and Michelin-starred gourmet restaurant, a place where the elite of Oslo's west side ate, drank, talked business, discussed family matters, built relationships and entered alliances that drew the distinction between those allowed within and those who would remain outside. It was here, during a wild Monday lunch, that Elena had met Marcus. She had been 23 years old, he was over 50 and filthy rich. So rich that people moved aside when he walked to the bar. Everyone seemed to know what the Rudd family were good for, and bad for. She had not been as innocent as she made out, of course, something Marcus could probably tell after the first couple of times she stayed the night at his villa in Skillebekk. Could tell by her soundtrack to lovemaking, which was akin to something lifted straight from Pornhub. Could tell by the pings from incoming messages on her phone all night, and could tell by the way she arranged the cocaine in such even lines that he never knew which he should take. But he didn't seem to mind. Innocence wasn't something that turned him on, he claimed. She didn't know if that was true, but it wasn't so important. What was important, or one of the things that was important, was that he could facilitate the lifestyle she had always dreamt about. That dream was not about being a stay-at-home trophy wife investing all her time on the upkeep and improvement of the house, holiday home, social network, and her own body and face. Elena left that sort of thing to the other parasitic bimbos on the hunt for a suitable host at Danielle's. Elena had a brain and was interested in things. In art and culture, especially theatre and the visual arts. In architecture, she had long considered studying that. But her big dream was to run the best riding school in the country. It wasn't a pipe dream indulged in by a stupid, fanciful girl, but a realistic plan drawn up at a young age by an academically capable and hard-working girl who had marked out at more than one stable, progressed through the ranks, and eventually became a riding school instructor. A girl who despised the term horse-mad and knew what was required in terms of effort, money, and expertise. And still, it had all gone to shit. It hadn't been Marcus's fault. Well, yes, it had. He had cut off the money just as some horses at the riding school fell ill, which, combined with unexpected competition and unforeseen expenses, made the hurdle too high. She'd had to close down the school, and it was time to find something new. In more ways than one. She and Marcus were not going to last much longer either. Some say that when a couple start having sex less than once a week, it's only a question of time before it's over. Nonsense, of course. It had been years since she and Marcus had had sex more than once every 6 months. Not that it bothered her, but the possible consequences bothered her. She had gone all out on this, on a life with Marcus on the riding school, to the extent that she had abandoned all her plan Bs and Cs. She hadn't taken any of the educational paths so open to someone with her school grades, hadn't saved up money, but had, in a sense, made herself dependent on his. Not in a sense. She was dependent on his money. Not in order to survive, maybe, but, yes, in order to survive. In fact. When was it she had lost her hold on him? Or, to be more precise, when was it he had lost interest for her in bed? It could, of course, have to do with the reduced production of testosterone in a man who was over 60, but she believed it had started when she began expressing a desire for children. She knew that for a man there was hardly a bigger turn-off than duty sex. But when he had informed her that children were out of the question, the celibacy merely continued. Given that her own appetite for sex with Marcus, which had never been voracious, had also waned, it was no big problem, even though she suspected he had begun to look other places to satisfy his needs. As long as he was discreet and didn't make her a laughingstock, it was all right. No, the problem was the 2 girls from the party. One had been found dead, and the other was still missing. and both of them could be connected to Marcus, their sugar daddy. The words had even appeared in print. The idiot! She could have ripped his head off. She wasn't Hillary Clinton, and this wasn't the 90s. She couldn't just forgive her husband. Because these days women weren't allowed to let the bastards get away with that sort of thing. It had to do with respect for yourself, your gender, and the zeitgeist. Just her bloody luck not to be born a generation previous. But even if she was permitted to forgive him, would Marcus have let her? Was this not what he had been waiting for, an exit from her that was neither particularly shameful nor honourable, given there were both positive and negative associations about a man over 60 who screws around? For someone like Marcus Road, there were definitely worse things to be labelled than a virile bastard and womanizer. So shouldn't she get a move on and leave before he did? That, after all, would be the ultimate defeat. So she was on the lookout. It was unconscious, but she had caught herself doing it. Getting an overview of the men among the clientele, determining which of them could, in a notional future situation, be of interest. People think they can hide behind their secrets, but the truth, of course, is that we all exhibit what we think and feel, and those that pay close attention will take it in. So perhaps she shouldn't have been surprised when a waiter stopped in front of her and placed a cocktail glass on the table. "Dirty martini," he said in Norrland-accented Swedish. "From him over there." He pointed towards a man sitting alone at the bar. He was looking out the window, so she saw him in profile. The quality of his suit was perhaps a notch above the other male patrons, and he was a handsome man, no doubt about it. But young, probably around her own age, which was 32. Though it goes without saying, an enterprising man could have accomplished much in that time. She didn't know why he wasn't looking at her. Maybe he was shy, or maybe it had been a while since he had ordered the drink and he didn't think he could stare at her the whole time. Charming, if that was the case. "Were you the one who told him I usually drink a martini at the Monday lunch?" she asked. The waiter shook his head, but something in his smile made her doubt he was being completely sincere. She nodded to the waiter, and she accepted the drink, and he departed from her table. As things stood, she was likely to be accepting several such drinks from admirers in the future, so why not start with someone that seemed appealing? She raised the glass to her lips and noticed that it tasted different. Presumably it was the 2 olives at the bottom of the glass, the ingredients in making the drink dirty. Perhaps that was something she would also have to get used to, a different, dirtier taste to everything. The man at the bar let his gaze drift over the room, as if he didn't know where she was sitting. Elena raised her hand, caught his eye, lifted the glass in a toast. He lifted his own, a plain glass of water, in response, but without smiling. Yes, he was probably the shy type. But then he got to his feet, looked around as though making sure there were no others involved, before approaching her. Because, of course, he approached her. All men did sooner or later, if Elena wanted them to. But as he drew closer, she felt that she didn't want this, not yet. She had never been unfaithful to Marcus, hadn't even flirted with other men, and neither would she, not before everything was settled, finalized. She was up front like that, a one-man woman, and always had been, even if Marcus was far from being a one-woman man, because it wasn't about what he thought of her, but about what she thought of herself. The man stopped at her table, began to pull out the other chair. "Please don't sit down." Elena looked up at him with a wide smile. "I just wanted to thank you for the drink." "The drink?" He smiled back, but looked confused. "This, which you sent over. Yes?" He shook his head with a laugh. "But shall we pretend as if I did? My name's Philippe." She laughed in return and shook her head as well. He already looked a tiny bit smitten, poor guy. "Have a nice day, Philippe." He gave a gentlemanly bow and left her. He would still be there the day it ended with Marcus, too, and hopefully without the wedding ring he had tried to conceal. Elena gestured to the waiter. He stood beside the table with his head bowed and a guilty smile. "You tricked me. Who really sent the drink over?" "Sorry, Fru Röd. I thought it was a joke being played on you by someone you knew."
He pointed to an empty table by the wall, a little behind her. "He just left. I served him 2 martinis, but then he waved me over and asked me to give one to you and pointed out who I was to say it came from. The good-looking gentleman at the bar, that is. I hope I didn't go too far." "It's fine," she said, shaking her head. "I hope he tipped you well." "Of course, Frode, of course." The waiter grinned, black snooze showing between his teeth. Elena picked out the olives before drinking the last of the martini, but the taste lingered. It was on the way down towards Gildenløvesgata that the anger descended, and it struck her that it was madness, utter insanity, that she, an intelligent, grown woman, should accept that her existence was controlled by men she neither liked nor respected. What was it she was actually afraid of? Being alone? She was alone, for fuck's sake. Every one of us was alone. And it was Marcus who had most reason to be afraid. If she told the truth, told what she knew. She shuddered at the thought, the same way presidents hopefully shuddered at the thought of pushing the button. While naturally at the same time, the thought they could do it thrilled them. There was something so sexy about power. Most women sought it indirectly by going after men with power. But why do that if you have a nuclear button? And why hadn't the thought ever crossed her mind before now? Simple. Because the boat had hit the rocks and was taking on water. Elena Rudd decided there and then that from now on she would be in control of her own life, and that in that life there would be very little space for men. And because Elena Rudd was well aware that when she set her mind to something, then she saw it through, she knew that was how it was going to be. Now it was just a matter of drawing up a plan. Then, when this was all behind her, she would send a drink over to a man she liked the look of. Chapter 11. Monday. Naked. As Harry entered the square in front of Oslo Central Station, he caught sight of Øystein Øykeland standing by the tiger statue, stamping his feet on the flagstones. Øystein was wearing a Vålerenga top, but the rest was pure Keith Richards. The hair, the wrinkles, scarf, eyeliner, cigarette, the emaciated frame. As with Arne, Harry didn't hug his childhood friend too hard, as though afraid even more of the people in his life would go to pieces. "Wow," Øystein said. "Nice suit. What were you doing over there? Running prostitutes? Selling coke?" "No, but I can see you are," Harry said, looking around. The people on the square were mostly commuters, tourists and office workers, but there were few places in Oslo where the sale of drugs took place as openly as here. "I have to admit I didn't see that coming." "No," Øystein said, adjusting his sunglasses, the hug having knocked them out of position. "I did. Should have started years ago. Not only does it pay better than driving a cab, it's healthier too." "Healthier? Gets me closer to the source. Everything going into this body now is high-quality stuff." He ran his hands down his sides. And in moderate doses, too?" "Course. How about you?" Harry shrugged. "At the moment I'm trying out your moderation management program. Not sure it'll work out in the long run, but we'll see." Øystein tapped a finger to his temple. Yeah, Harry said, and saw a young man in a parka standing a little further off, staring at him. Even at this distance, Harry could see that his eyes were blue and so wide open that the whites were visible all the way around his irises. He had both hands stuffed down in the deep pockets as though holding something. "Who's that guy?" Harry asked. "Oh, that's Al. He can see you're a cop." "Pusher?" "Yeah, nice guy, but odd. Bit like yourself." "Me?" "Better looking than you, of course, and smarter." "Really?" "Oh, you're smart in your own way, Harry, but that guy, he's like nerd smart. You start talking about something and he knows everything about it, like he's studied it or something, you know? What you got in common is both of you have that thing the ladies fall for, that whole charismatic loneliness shtick, and he's a creature of habit, just like you." Harry saw Al turn away as though he didn't want to show Harry his face. "Stands here from 9 to 5, off at the weekends," Øystein continued, "as if he had, like, a regular job. Likeable, as I said, but cautious, almost paranoid. happy to talk shop, but won't say anything about himself. Exactly like you. Except this guy won't even tell you his name. So, Al is... I gave him the name from the Paul Simon song. You can call me Al, you know. Harry grinned. You seem a bit jumpy and all yourself, Erstein said. You okay? Harry shrugged. I might have got a little paranoid myself over there. Yo! A voice sounded. Got any coke? Harry turned and saw a boy in a hoodie. You think I'm a dealer? Erstein hissed. Get off home and do your homework. Aren't you? Harry asked, as they watched the boy wander towards the guy in the parka. Yeah, but not for kids that young. I'll leave that to Al and the West Africans on Torgata. Besides, I'm like a high-class hooker, mostly call-out. Erstein grinned, revealing a row of rotten teeth, and flashed a new, shiny Samsung mobile phone. Deliveries to the door. Does that mean you have a car? Sure do. Bought that old Merc I was driving. Got it cheap from the taxi company owner. He said the customers were complaining about the smell of smoke, that he couldn't get rid of it, and told me it was my fault. I also forgot to remove the taxi sign from the roof, so I can drive in the bus lane. Speaking of the smell of smoke, you got a cig? I quit, and it looks to me like you have your own anyway. Yours always tasted better, Harry. Well, that's over now. Yeah, I gather that's the kind of thing California can do to a man. The car parked far away. From the sprung, worn-out front seats of the Mercedes, they looked out over the seaward approach into Bjørvika, the attractive new urban quarter comprising Oslo Bukta and Sørlinga, but where the newly built Munch Museum, a 13-story mental patient in a straitjacket, blocked the view. Christ, that's ugly, Erstein said. So what do you say? Harry asked. Driver and general dog's body? Yes. And if it turns out to have anything to do with the case, we may need an insider who can follow the cocaine trail to and from Marcus Road. So you're sure he uses the marching powder? Sneezes, has large dilated pupils and sunglasses lying on the desk. His eyes dart all over the place. Nystagmus. But follow the trail from Rood, you say. Isn't he, like, your client? My job is to solve a murder, probably two, not to defend that man's interests. And you think it's about coke? If you said heroin, I don't think anything, Erstein. But when addiction is in the picture, it always plays a part. And I think at least one of the girls was a little too fond of blow too. She owed her dealer 10,000 kroner. So, are you in? Erstein studied the glow on his cigarette. Why are you actually taking on this job, Harry? I told you. Money. You know, that was what Dylan said when he was asked why he started with folk music and protest songs. And you think he was lying? I think it was one of the few times Dylan was telling the truth. But I think you're lying. If I'm going to be part of this madness, I want to know why you're in on it. So spit it out. Harry shook his head. Okay, Erstein, I'm not going to tell you everything, for your sake and for my own. You're just going to have to trust me here. When was the last time that paid off? Don't remember. Never? Erstein laughed, pushed a CD into the player and turned up the volume. Heard the latest from Talking Heads? Naked, 1987. 88. Erstein lit up cigarettes for both of them as Blind streamed out of the loudspeakers. They smoked without rolling down the windows, while David Byrne sang about signs being lost and signs disappearing. The smoke lay like a sea fog inside the car. Have you ever had the feeling that you know you're going to do something stupid, but do it all the same? Erstein asked, taking one last drag on the cigarette. Harry stubbed his cigarette out in the ashtray. The other day I saw a mouse walk right up to a cat and get killed. What was that all about, you think? I don't know. You tell me. A lack of instinct for self-preservation. Some sort of urge, anyway. We're drawn, some of us at least, towards the edge of the precipice. They say it's because the closeness to death intensifies the feeling of being alive. But fuck it, I don't know. Well said, Erstein said. They gazed at the Munch Museum. I agree, Harry said. Absolutely horrible. Okay, Erstein said. Okay, what? Okay, I'll take the job. Erstein stubbed his cigarette out on top of Harry's. It's bound to be more fun than selling coke, which is fucking boring, actually. Road pays well. That's all right, I'll still take it. Harry smiled and took out his phone, which was vibrating. Saw a T on the display. Yes, Jules. I've checked that report from the Forensic Medical Institute you asked about. Susanna Anderson had stitches to her head, and they found saliva and mucus on one of her breasts. They ran an express DNA analysis, but got no hits on the database of registered offenders. Okay, thanks. Harry hung up. That was it. What Katrina didn't want to, or thought she couldn't, tell him. Saliva. Mucus. So where to, boss? Erstein asked, turning the key in the ignition. Chapter 12. Monday. Wegener swivel chair. Is this a joke? The pathologist asked from behind her face mask. Alexandra stared in disbelief at the open cranium of the corpse on the table in front of them. It was usual, during a full autopsy, for the pathologist to saw a round incision in the skull and examine the brain. And beside them, on the table of instruments, lay the usual tools, the manual and the electric bone saws, along with the T-shaped skull key that they used to remove the top of the skull. What was unusual was that none of these instruments had been used on Susanna Anderson. It had not been necessary, because after they had cut the stitches, removed the scalp, and placed the toupee of Susanna's long blonde hair on another table, it had become clear that someone had beaten them to it. The skull had already been sawn open. The pathologist had tilted back the top of the skull like a hinged lid, and now she was asking if it was supposed to be a joke. No, Alexandra whispered. You're kidding, Katrina said into the phone as she looked out the window of her office at Botsparken, with the avenue of linden trees leading up to the old part of Oslo prison, the almost picturesque Botsfengselet. The sky was clear, and although people were no longer lying on the grass in just their underwear, they were sitting on the benches with faces turned towards the sun, in the knowledge that this might be the last day of the year with summer temperatures. She listened and realized that Alexandra Sturza was not kidding. She had never actually believed she was, because wasn't this something she half expected on Saturday, when Alexandra had told her about the stitches? That they weren't dealing with a rational murderer, but a crazy person, one they could not find by answering Harry's why, because there was no why, at least not that a normal person could understand. Thanks, Katrina said, hanging up, getting to her feet, and making her way through the open-plan office. To the windowless office that had once been Harry's, and which he had turned down changing for a larger, brighter one when he was promoted to inspector. Perhaps that was why Sung Min had chosen precisely this office as a base while working on the case, or perhaps he just thought it was better than the other two available offices she had shown him. The door was open, so she knocked on it as she entered. Sung Min's suit jacket hung on the coat stand on a hanger she realized he must have brought with him. His shirt was so white it seemed to glow in the gloomy room. She found herself automatically looking around for the items that had been here when it was Harry's cave, like the framed dead policeman's society picture, with the photo of all the colleagues Harry had lost in service. But everything was gone. Even the coat stand was new. Bad news, she said. Oh? We'll get the preliminary results of the autopsy in an hour, but Sturza gave me a heads up. Susanna Anderson is missing her brain. Sung Min raised an eyebrow. Literally? There's only so much a post-mortem can uncover, so yes, I mean literally. Someone's opened up Susanna's cranium and removed her entire brain. Sung Min leaned back in the office chair. She recognized the drawn-out, plaintive creak. The chair. That worn-out wreck. So they hadn't replaced that. Johan Krohn watched as Marcus Rudd sneezed, wiped his nose on one of his light blue handkerchiefs, put it back into his inside pocket, and leaned back in the Wegener swivel chair behind his desk. Krohn knew it was a Wegener because he had wanted one just like it himself, but the listed price was close to 13,000 kroner, and he didn't feel he could justify that to the partners, his wife, or the clients. It was a simple chair,
elegant but in no way ostentatious, and thus untypical for Marcus Road. He presumed that someone, perhaps Helena, had advised him that the previous office chair, a high-backed Vitra Grand Executive in black leather, was too vulgar. Not that he thought the other two people in the room cared. Harry Hula had pulled out a chair from the conference table and sat down in front of Road's desk, while the other individual, a highly dubious Captain Hook-like figure Harry had introduced as a driver and general factotum on his team, had sat down by the door. So at least he knew his place.
"Tell me, Hula," Road sniffled, "is this a joke?"
"Nope," said Harry, who had sunk into the chair, placed his hands behind his head, stretched out his long legs, and was now turning his shoes at angles to examine them as if he hadn't noticed them before. They looked like a pair of John Lobb shoes to Crone, but it was hard to imagine someone like Hula could afford that.
"Seriously, Hula, you're thinking our team should consist of a hospitalized cancer patient, a policeman under investigation for corruption, and a man who drives a taxi?"
"I said drove a taxi. He's in the retail business now. And it's not our team, Rude. It's mine."
Rude's face darkened. "The problem, Hula, is that there isn't a team, it's a theatre troupe, and I'd be made to look like a clown if I was foolish enough to announce that these are the best I could find."
"You're not going to announce it."
"But for Christ's sake, man, that's half the point. Didn't we make that clear?" Rude's voice boomed in the large room. "I want the public to see that I've hired some of the best people to solve this case. Only then will they realize that I actually mean it. This is about me and my firm's reputation."
"Last time you said it was because the suspicion was a strain on the family," said Harry, who, as opposed to Rude, had lowered his voice. "And we can't publicize who's on the team because the policeman will be immediately dismissed, automatically losing access to the police reports, which is the very reason he's on the team." Rude looked at Crone. The lawyer shrugged. "The important name on the press release is Harry Hula, renowned murder detective. We can write that he wants a team around him. That should suffice. As long as the man in the main role is good, people will just assume the rest of the team is good."
"And one more thing," Harry said. "Anna and Okerlund get the same hourly rate as Crone, and Björnson gets double." "Are you insane, man?" Ruud threw his arms wide. "Your bonus is one thing. That's fine as long as you're not taking pay, risking everything on success. That's gutsy. But to pay double what a lawyer makes to a nobody of a fraudster, can you explain to me how in the world he deserves that?"
"I don't know if he deserves it, exactly," Harry said, "but he is worth it. Isn't that what business people, such as yourself, base payment on?"
"Worth it? Let me say it again,"
Harry said, stifling a yawn. "Truls Björnson has access to BL-96. That means all the police reports in this case, including from Krimteknisk and the Forensic Medical Institute. There are currently somewhere between 12 and 20 people on the investigate team alone. Björnson's password and irises are worth the combined work of all of these. In addition, there's the risk he's taking. Should it be discovered he's passing classified information to an outside party, he won't merely be fired, he'll be facing prison time." Ruud shut his eyes and shook his head. When he opened them again, he was smiling.
"You know what, Harry? We could use a bastard like you in the contract negotiations Barbell are involved in at the minute."
"Good," Harry said. "There is one more condition."
"Oh?"
"I want to question you." Ruud exchanged glances with Crone again.
"Fine."
"With a lie detector," Harry said. Chapter 13, Monday. The Auna Group. Mona Dor was sitting at her desk, reading a piece by a blogger named Hedina about social pressure and beauty standards. The language was poor and clunky at times, but it had a direct orality which made it easy to digest, like sitting at a cafe table listening to a friend babble on about everyday problems. The blogger's sage thoughts and advice were so banal and predictable that Mona didn't know whether to yawn or snarl. Using hackneyed phrases drawn from similar blogs, as though they were her own watchwords and ideas, Hedina employed them with sincerity and indignation to describe the frustration of living in a world where looks were regarded as paramount, and bemoaned how that created so many insecurities in young women. It was, of course, a paradox that Hedina herself posted soft porn pictures of beautiful, slim, breast-augmented Hedina, but that discussion had come up time and time again, and eventually, after winning every battle, exhausted reason had lost the war to stupidity. And speaking of stupidity, the reason Mona Doe had now wasted half an hour of her life reading Hedina's blog was that Julia, the editor, had, due to people off sick and a lull in the Susanna case, assigned Mona to comment on the comments on Hedina's comments. Julia had, without a hint of irony, told Mona to count which comments there were most of, the positive or the negative, and let that determine whether the heading for the article should begin with praised for or criticized for, with a slightly, but not too, sexy picture of Hedina as clickbait below. Mona was mortified. Hedina wrote that all women are beautiful. It was just a matter of each and every one finding their own unique beauty and trusting in it. Only in this way would you stop comparing yourself with others, stop giving rise to the belief of losing in the beauty stakes, to eating disorders, depression, and destroyed lives. Mona wanted to write what was obvious, that if everyone is beautiful, then no one is beautiful, because beauty is what stands out in a positive way. And that when she was growing up, a few movie stars and perhaps a classmate were privileged to be beautiful in the original meaning of the word, and it didn't bother her or her friends significantly to be in the large majority of the ordinary and non-beautiful. There were other, more important things to focus on, and an ordinary appearance didn't ruin anyone's life. It was people like Hedina who accepted the premise that all women wanted and should want to be beautiful as unquestionably true that created losers. If 70% of the women around you have, through surgery, diet, makeup, and exercise, achieved an appearance the other 30% aren't able to, it's these ordinary women who previously managed just fine, who are suddenly in a minority and have been given a reason to suffer from ever so slight depression. Mona sighed. Would she have thought and felt this way if she herself had been born with the looks of a Hedina? Even though Hedina hadn't been born the way she looked in the pictures either. Perhaps not. She didn't know. She only knew there was nothing she hated more than having to give column inches to a blogger with no brain and 500,000 followers. A breaking news notification popped up on her screen, and Mona Doe realized that there was one thing she hated more, being overtaken and left in the dust by Terry Våger. Susanna Anderson's brain removed, Julia read aloud from Dagbladet's website, before fixing her eyes on Mona, who was standing in front of her desk. And we have nothing on this? No, Mona said. Not us or any of the others. I don't know about the others, but we are VG, Mona. We are the biggest and the best. Mona thought Julia may as well say what they were both thinking. Were the best. Someone in the police must be leaking this, Mona said. In that case, they are obviously only leaking it to Våger, and then it's called a source, Mona. And our job is to cultivate sources, isn't it? Mona had never experienced Julia speaking to her in so patronizing a manner, as though she were a junior and not one of the newspaper's most high-profile and respected journalists. But Mona also knew that if she herself had been the editor, the journalist wouldn't have got off lightly either. Rather the opposite. Sources are one thing, Mona said, but you don't get that type of information out of someone in the police unless you have information to give in exchange, or pay very well, or... yeah? Or have a hold over the person concerned. You think that's the case here? I've no idea. Julia rolled her chair back, looked out the window and down at the building site in front of the government buildings. But maybe you also have someone at Police HQ you have a hold over? If you're thinking of Anders, forget about it, Julia. A crime journalist with a partner in the police is going to be suspected of getting inside information anyway. So why not? I said forget it. We're not that desperate, Yulia. Yulia cocked her head to the side. Aren't we, Mona? Ask management, she said, pointing towards the ceiling. This is the biggest story we've had in months, in a year where more newspapers than ever have had to fold. Think about it, at least. Honestly, Yulia, I don't need to. I'd sooner write about that fucking Hedina woman for all eternity than foul my own nest as you're suggesting. Yulia gave her a brief smile before placing her forefinger thoughtfully to her bottom lip and looking at Mona. Of course, you're right. That was desperate of me, and wrong. There are certain boundaries you don't cross. When she returned to her desk, Mona quickly read through the websites of the other newspapers, which could only do the same as her, write about the missing brain by referring to Dagbladet, and wait for the press conference later that day. After sending a 200-word piece to the online editor, who promptly put it out, she sat thinking about what Yulia had said. Source. Have a holdover. She had once spoken to a journalist from a local paper who had called the metropolitan newspapers skewers because they skimmed through the smaller newspapers, pinched what they wanted, and presented it as their own article, with the briefest possible reference to the local paper on the last line, so no one could point a finger at them for breaking the rules of the game. Mona had Googled skewer afterwards and discovered on Wikipedia that it was a bird, a so-called kleptoparasite, which stole prey from smaller birds by flying after them until they let go of their quarry. Was it conceivable for something similar to be done with Terry Vogel? She could do a little digging around the rumours about the attempted rape of Jenny. That ought not to require more than a day's work. Then she could approach Vogel and tell him she would put it in print if he didn't share his source in the Susanna case, get him to let go of his prey. She thought about it. It did mean she would have to get in touch with the creep, and, if he did go along with it, refrain from putting something in print about attempted rape, although she had proof. Then it was as if Mona Daw woke up, and she shuddered. What was she contemplating? She, self-appointed judge of the ethical standards of some poor blogger, a young girl who had only stumbled over a way to obtain attention, money, and fame. Weren't these, perhaps, things she herself might like? Yes, but not like that, not by cheating. Mona resolved to punish herself that afternoon with 3 extra sets of biceps curls after the deadlift sets. Evening darkness had descended on Oslo. From the 6th floor of the Radium Hospital, Harry could gaze down on the motorway. Here, at the road's most low-lying point, he could see the cars moving like a glowworm at an angle up the hill, towards the motorway's most elevated point, 4.5 kilometers away, where the Rikshospital and the Forensic Medical Institute lay. "Sorry, Mona," he said. "I have no comment. The press release says what needs to be said. No, you can't get the names of the others on the team. We prefer to work under the radar. No, I can't speak about that. You'll have to ask the police what they think themselves. I hear you, Mona, but again, I have nothing further to add, and I'm going to hang up now. Okay, give Anders my best." Harry slipped the newly purchased phone into the inside pocket of his suit and sat down again. "Sorry, it was a mistake saying yes to keeping my old Norwegian number." He placed his palms together. "But everyone present has been introduced and the case has been roughly outlined. Before we go any further, I suggest we name this team the Owner Group." "No, it's not going to be named after me," Ståle Auna protested, pushing himself higher up in bed. "Apologies for the imprecise language," Harry said. "I've decided it will be called the Owner Group." "Because?" asked Øystein, sitting on a chair on the other side of the bed, facing Harry and Truls Bjørnsen. "Because this is our office from now on," Harry said. "The police are called the police because they're located at Police HQ, aren't they?" No one responded. Harry glanced over at the other bed to make sure the vet hadn't returned after leaving the room unprompted. Then he handed out 3 copies of stapled sheets from the printer in the business centre at the Thief. "This is a summary of the most important reports in the case so far, including the autopsy today. Everyone has a responsibility to make sure these papers don't go astray.
If they do, this guy is in trouble." He nodded in the direction of Truls, whose grunted laugh didn't reach his eyes or any other part of his face. "Today we're not going to work systematically," Harry said. "I just want to hear your thoughts on the case. What kind of murder is it? And if you don't have any thoughts, I'd like to hear them too." "Bloody hell," Erstein grinned. "Is that what I've joined? A think tank?" "That's where we're starting anyway," Harry said. "Stoller?" The psychologist folded two thin hands on top of the duvet. "Well, this makes for an entirely arbitrary gambit, but—" "Huh?" Erstein said, looking pointedly at Harry. "To start at a random place," Anna said. "But my first thought is that when a woman dies, we can, with quite a high degree of probability, say that it involves someone with close ties, a husband or boyfriend, and that the motive is jealousy or another form of humiliating rejection. When, as is highly likely in this case, there are two murdered women involved, then the chances are the perpetrator has no close ties to either of them, and the motive is sexual. What sets this case apart is that the two victims were at the same place just before they disappeared. On the other hand, if the theory about there being 6 degrees of separation between everyone on the planet is correct, then it's not so peculiar after all. Also, we have the fact that a brain and an eye have been removed. That can indicate a killer who takes trophies. So until we know more, I think we're looking for a, pardon the cliché, psychopathic sexual murderer." "You sure that's not just the guy with the hammer?" Erstein said. "I beg your pardon?" Anna adjusted his glasses as though to take a closer look at the man with the bad teeth. "You know, when you've got a hammer, then all problems look like nails. You're a psychologist, so you think the solution to every mystery comes down to psycho stuff." "Maybe so," Anna said. "Eyes are useless when the mind is blind. So, what kind of murder do you think it is, Eikeland?" Harry could see Erstein chewing on it, because as usual he was actually chewing, his thin protruding jawbone working back and forth. He cleared his throat as though he was going to spit on Anna, and grinned. "I think we say that I'm of the same opinion as you, Doctor, and since I don't have a psycho hammer, I actually think we should place a little more weight on what I think." Anna smiled back. "Then it's agreed." "Truls," Harry said. As Harry had half expected, Truls Björnsson, who had only grunted 3 sentences during the round of introductions, shrugged mutely. Harry did not prolong the policeman's discomfort and spoke himself. "I think there's a connection between the victims and that the connection goes through the killer. The removing of body parts may have been done in order to make the police believe they're dealing with a classic serial killer and trophy hunter, so that they won't look too closely at other people with more rational motives. I've seen this type of diversionary maneuver before. I read somewhere that, statistically speaking, you'll pass a serial killer on the street 7 times during your entire life. Personally, I think that number is too high." Harry didn't particularly believe what he himself had said. He didn't believe anything. No matter what the opinions of the others were, he would have advanced an alternative hypothesis, just to show them that there were alternatives. It was a matter of training to keep the mind open, not consciously or unconsciously lock on to one specific idea. If that happened, an investigator ran the risk of new information being misinterpreted as confirmation of what the investigator already believed, so-called confirmation bias, instead of looking at the possibility that new information actually pointed in another direction. Information on a man you already suspected of murder, having talked in a friendly manner to the female victim the day before, would, for example, be interpreted as him lusting after her, as opposed to viewing it as him not being aggressive towards her. Stoller Arna had seemed on relatively good form when they had arrived, but now Harry could see his eyes were becoming glazed, and his wife and daughter were due to visit at 8 o'clock, in exactly 20 minutes. "When we meet again tomorrow, Truls and I will have questioned Marcus Rudd. What we find out, or don't find out, will probably decide how we move forward. Okay, gentlemen, the office is closed for the night." Chapter 14, Monday,
Snuff bullet. It was 9:30 when Harry walked into the bar on the top floor of the Thief. He sat down at the counter, tried to moisten his tongue enough to order. It was the anticipation of this drink that had kept him going until now. It was only supposed to be the one, but at the same time he knew that this plan too would soon unravel. He looked at the cocktail menu the bartender had put down in front of him. Some of the drinks were named after films, and he assumed that actors or directors from those films had been guests here. "Do you?" he began in Norwegian. "Sorry, English." "Do you have Jim Beam?" he asked in English. "Certainly, sir, but might I recommend our own specially made—" "No." The bartender looked at him. "Jim Beam it is." Harry looked at the clientele and at the city outside, at the new Oslo. Not the rich Oslo, but the filthy rich Oslo. Only the suit and shoes he was wearing belonged here. Or maybe not. A couple of years ago he had come by to check out this place, and before backing out the door, he had seen the lead singer from Turbo Negro sitting at a table. He had looked as lonely as Harry was feeling now. He took out his phone. She was listed as A. He tapped in a message. "I'm in town. Can we meet?" Then he put the phone down on the bar, noticed a figure slipping in beside him, and heard a soft American voice order ginger beer in an accent he couldn't quite place. He glanced at the mirror behind the bar. The bottles on the shelf hid the man's face, but Harry managed to see something bright white around his neck, a clerical collar of the sort visible all the way around, and which they called a dog collar in the USA. The priest was served his beer and disappeared. Harry was halfway through his drink when the reply from Alexandra Sturza came. "Yeah, I saw in the paper that you were back. Depends what you mean by meet." "A coffee at the Forensic Med," he typed. "After 12 tomorrow, for instance." He had to wait a long time. She probably understood this wasn't an attempt to get back into the warmth of her bed again, which she had so generously offered after Raquel had kicked him out. Generosity he had been unable to reciprocate in the end, despite how uncomplicated things had been between them. It had been all the rest, everything outside of Alexandra's bed, he hadn't been able to handle. "Depends what you mean by meet." The worst part was that he wasn't entirely sure if the answer was that it was solely about the job in hand. Because he was lonely. He knew of no one who needed to be alone as much as he did. Raquel had called it limited social capacity, and she had also been the only person he could, and wanted to, spend time with without picturing a finishing tape up ahead, knowing that he would be set free at some point. You could, of course, be alone without being lonely, and lonely without being alone. But now he was lonely, and alone. Maybe that was why he had been hoping for an unequivocal yes instead of this depends. Had she got a boyfriend? Why not? Would make sense, really, although the guy would be in for a wild ride. Only when he had paid for the drink and was on the way down to his room did the phone vibrate again. 1 p.m. Prim opened the freezer. Next to a large freezer bag there lay several small Ziploc bags of the type drug dealers used. 2 of them contained strands of hair, one some bloody skin fragments, and another pieces of a cloth he had cut up. Items he might one day have use for. He took out a Ziploc bag containing moss and made his way past the dining table and the aquarium. Stooped down in front of the glass box on top of the desk. Checked the humidity sensor, removed the lid, opened the Ziploc bag and sprinkled moss down onto the black soil. Studied the animal inside, a bright pink slug almost 20 centimeters in length. Prim never tired of watching it. Not that it was like an action film, exactly. If the slug moved at all, it was only a matter of a few centimeters an hour. And neither was there much visible emotional drama or theatrics. The slug's only way of expressing itself, or of obtaining impressions, was its antennae, which you usually had to observe for a while to register movement. And it was that aspect of the slug that was comparable to looking at her. Even the slightest movement or gesture was a reward. Only by patience could he win her forever, make her understand. It was a Mount Kaputar slug. He had brought 2 of them all the way home from the mountain in New South Wales in Australia. The pink slug was found only there, in a forested area of 10 square kilometres at the foot of Mount Kaputar. As the seller had told him, one single bushfire could at any time wipe out the entire species. Therefore, Prim had no pangs of conscience at sidestepping all export and import bans. Slugs were generally host to so many unpleasant parasite microbes that smuggling them over borders was as legal as smuggling radioactive material. So Prim was fairly certain that these were the only 2 specimens of the pink slug in all of Norway. And should Australia and the rest of the world burn, that might prove to be the salvation of the species. Yes, for life on the whole, that day mankind no longer existed. It was simply a question of time, because nature only retains that which serves nature. Bowie was right when he sang that Homo sapiens had outgrown their use. The slug's feelers moved. It had caught the smell of its favourite dish, the thawed moss Prim had also smuggled from the foot of Mount Kaputar. Now the slug was moving, almost imperceptibly, its smooth pink surface glistening, advancing millimetre by millimetre towards its dinner, while laying a trail of slime behind it on the black soil, closing in on its target as slowly and surely as Prim was closing in on his. There were cannibal snails in Australia, blind predators that used the slime trail of the Mount Kaputar slug to hunt for it. They were only marginally faster, but slowly, ever so slowly, they closed in on their prey. They would eat the beautiful pink slug alive, scraping it up with a plate of tiny teeth and sucking it in, layer by layer. Was the pink slug aware of them coming? Did it experience fear in the long wait until it was caught? Did it have any solution, any means of escape? Did it, for instance, ever consider crossing the slime trail of another Mount Kaputar slug in the hope the pursuers changed course? That, at least, was his own plan when they came for him. Prim went back to the kitchen and put the Ziploc bag back, stood for a moment looking at the large freezer bag, at the human brain inside, shuddered. It made him nauseous. He was dreading it. After brushing his teeth and going to bed, he switched on the police radio and listened to the messages going back and forth. Sometimes it seemed reassuring and was sleep-inducing to listen to these calm voices expressing, in such sober brevity, what was going wrong out there in the city. Because so little occurred, and what did was really dramatic enough to keep Prim from falling asleep after a short while. But not tonight. They had ended the search in Griffson Colin for the missing woman, and were now using the police radio to arrange times and rendezvous points for the different search parties early tomorrow morning. Prim opened the drawer of the bedside table and took out the cocaine holder. It was partially made of gold, he thought, 5 centimetres long and shaped like a bullet. A snuff bullet. If you twisted the grooved area slightly, the bullet, loaded with an appropriate dose, you could sniff through the hole at the tip. Truly elegant. It had belonged to the woman the police were now looking for. It even had her initials on the side, B.B. A gift, no doubt. Prim ran his fingers across the grooves, rolled the bullet against his cheek. Then he placed it back in the drawer, switched off the radio and stared at the ceiling for a while. There was so much to think about. He tried to masturbate, but gave up. Then he began to cry. It was almost 2 a.m. when he finally fell asleep. Chapter 15. Tuesday. Truls looked at his watch. 9:10. Marcus Röd should have arrived 10 minutes ago. Truls and Harry had pushed the bed against the wall in order to move the desk into the middle of Harry's hotel room, and were now sitting on chairs on one side of the desk, looking at the empty chair awaiting the third person. Truls scratched under his arm. "Arrogant prick," he said. Harry said. "Just think about what he's paying you per hour, and that you're on the clock. That feel better?" Truls straightened out a forefinger and tapped aimlessly on the laptop in front of him. Thought about it. "A bit," he grunted. They had gone carefully through the procedure. The division of responsibilities was simple. Harry would ask the questions, and Truls would keep his mouth shut and concentrate on the screen without giving away what he saw. That suited Truls just fine. It was, after all, pretty much what he'd been doing at Police HQ for the last 3 years. Playing patience, online poker, watching old episodes of The Shield, and looking at pictures of Megan Fox. But Truls was also supposed to attach the leads with the electrodes to Road. 2 blue and 1 red on the chest around the area of his heart, 1 red at the arteries on each wrist. The leads ran to a box, which was in turn connected to the laptop by a single cable. "Planning on using the good cop, bad cop tactic?" Truls asked, nodding at the kitchen roll Harry had placed on the table. The routine was that after making the interviewee cry, the bad cop would march out angrily, whereupon the good cop would immediately proffer the paper towels, say a few compassionate words, and then just wait for the interviewee to confide in him, or in her. People thought women were kinder, they were stupid like that. But Truls knew better. Knew better now. "Maybe," Harry said. Truls looked at him, tried to picture Harry in the good cop role, but gave up. Years ago, back when Truls and Mikael Bellman had been partners on the force, Bellman had always been the good cop. He was bloody good at it, too, and not just in interviews, the smart, sneaky bastard. So good he was now Minister of Justice. It was fucking unbelievable, considering all the shit the two of them had got up to. On the other hand, it almost made perfect sense. No one had Mikael Bellman's ability to bury their hands so deep in shit without getting them dirty. There was a knock at the door. They had given word to reception to send Rud up when he arrived. As agreed beforehand, Truls opened. Rud was smiling, but seemed nervous, Truls thought. His skin and eyes were shiny. Truls showed him in without introducing himself or shaking his hand. Harry took care of the pleasantries, saying they wouldn't take up much of Rud's time, asking him to remove his jacket and unbutton his shirt. He held out his hand until Rud passed him his jacket, which Harry hung in the wardrobe. Truls started to attach the electrodes, placing them to avoid the stripes of scabs above and below both nipples. There were also a couple of bruises. Either Rud had taken a beating from someone, or else that wife of his was a real savage in bed. Or maybe it was one of the girls he provided for. After Truls had attached the last electrodes to the wrists, he went round to Harry's side of the desk, sat down, pressed the enter key, and looked at the screen of the laptop. "Does it look all right?" Harry asked. Truls nodded. Harry turned to Rud. "The questions will be mainly yes or no. Polygraph tests are best suited to the analysis of short answers. Ready?" Rud's smile appeared a little forced. "Fire away, guys. I've got to leave in half an hour." "Is your name Marcus Rud?" "Yes." There was a pause while they looked at Truls, who was looking at the screen. He gave a short nod. "Are you a man or a woman?" Harry asked. Rud smiled. "A man." "Can I hear you say you're a woman?" "I'm a woman." Harry looked at Truls, who nodded again. Harry cleared his throat. "Did you kill Susanna Andersen?" "No." "Did you kill Bettina Bertilsen?" "No." "Have you had sex with one or both of these women?" The room went silent. Truls saw Marcus Rud beginning to blush, saw him gasp, and sneeze. Twice. 3 times. Harry tore off a square of kitchen roll and held it out. Marcus Rud reached to the back of the chair as though for his jacket, no doubt had a handkerchief there, before he accepted the paper towel and wiped his nose on it. "Yes, I have," he said, throwing the paper towel in the wastebasket Harry lifted up. "With both of them,
but it was consensual for all parties involved. At the same time, no, I'm not into that sort of thing. Did Susanna and Bettina know each other? Not to my knowledge. No, I'm fairly sure they didn't. Because you made sure that they didn't meet? Ruud let out a brief laugh. No, I never hid the fact I was seeing other women. And I invited them both to the party, didn't I? Did you? Yes. Did either of these women extort you for money? No. Did they threaten to expose your relationship? Ruud shook his head. Please respond verbally, Harry said. No, my relationships were not so secret as to matter. Not that I wanted them to be public knowledge, but I didn't make much effort to hide them either. Even Elena was aware of them. Do you think she might have been jealous and killed them? No. Why not? Elena is a rational woman. She wouldn't consider the risk of getting caught as being worth the upside. The upside? Well, revenge. Or killing them to keep you? No. She knows I'd never leave her for a bimbo. Or two. But that I might if she tried to curtail my freedom. When did you last meet Susanna or Bettina? At the party. And prior to that? Prior to that, it had been a long time since I'd seen them. Why did you stop seeing them? I lost interest, I suppose. Ruud shrugged. The physical aspect is always enticing, but the shelf life of girls like Susanna and Bettina isn't the same as Helena, Ruud, if you follow me. Did you and or the girls take any controlled substances at the party? Drugs? Not me, anyway. Harry looked at Truls. Truls gave a small shake of his head. You sure? Harry said. What about cocaine? Truls could feel Marcus Ruud's eyes on him, but didn't lift his own gaze from the screen. All right, Ruud said. The girls had a couple of lines. Their own cocaine or yours? There was a guy who brought some. Who was he? I don't know. A friend of one of the neighbours, or a guy they buy off, maybe. I don't know about that sort of thing. If it's cocaine dealers you're after, I can't give you a description either, unfortunately, as he was wearing a face mask and sunglasses. Ruud allowed himself a wry grin. But Truls could see he was irritated. Alpha males tended to be under questioning. But was he white, Norwegian, or yes, white? Sounded Norwegian. Did he speak to Susanna or Bettina? Yes, I suppose he must have done, if they were snorting his stuff. So you don't use cocaine yourself? No. Harry leaned over to Truls, who responded by discreetly pointing at a place on the screen. Looks like the polygraph thinks you're not telling the truth. Ruud stared back at them like a defiant teenager at his parents, before giving up with a groan of irritation. I don't understand what this has to do with the case. Yes, I used to enjoy myself at the weekends, but I made a deal with Elena about not taking anything, and that night I didn't. Okay? And now I must be on my way. Just one last question. Have you hired or cooperated with anyone in order to kill Susanna Anderson or Bettina Bertilsson? For fuck's sake, Hula, why would I do that? Ruud threw his arms in the air in exasperation, and Truls saw with concern that one of the electrodes was about to come loose from his wrist. Don't you understand that when you're in your mid-60s and have an understanding wife, you're not exactly afraid of the fact that you're still able to pull and fuck girls in their 20s coming out? In the circles I move and do business in, it's rather something which instills respect. It's proof there's still enough man left in you to be reckoned with. The level of Ruud's voice rose. Enough for people to understand they can't pull out of handshake deals they've made without there being consequences. Do you understand, Hula? I understand, Harry said, leaning back in his chair. But the polygraph test here responds best to yes-no answers. So allow me to repeat the question. No. The answer is no. I haven't ordered any... Ruud began to laugh, as though at the absurdity of the thought. Killings. Right. Thank you for your time, Harry said. You should make your next meeting. Truls? Truls stood up, walked around the table and removed the electrodes from Ruud. By the way, I'll be asking to talk to your wife, Harry said while Ruud was buttoning up his shirt. That's fine. Asking her, I meant. Harry quickly shut the laptop as Ruud came round the table. I just wanted to inform you. Do what you like, but don't make me regret hiring you, Harry. Think of it as going to the dentist, Harry said, getting to his feet. You don't regret it after you've been there. He walked to the wardrobe and held up Ruud's jacket while he slipped into it. That, Truls grunted after they had closed the door behind their employer, depends on what you think when you see the bill. Chapter 16. Tuesday. Seamaster. She's sitting there, the old lady in the white coat said, pointing into the laboratory. Harry saw her back, also in a white coat, sitting on a high stool, hunched over a microscope. He walked over, stood behind the back, and coughed quietly. The woman turned impatiently, and Harry saw a face that was hard, closed, still concentrated on work. But it changed to a sudden sunrise when she saw it was him. "Harry!" She stood up and threw her arms around his neck. "Alexandra," Harry said, slightly perplexed. He'd been unsure what sort of reception he could expect. "How did you get all the way in here?" "I was here a little early, and Lily at reception remembered me, so she—" "Well, what do you think?" Alexandra proudly stood up straight, even twirled a little. Harry smiled. "You still look fantastic. Like a cross between a Lamborghini—" "Not me, you idiot. The laboratory." "Oh, yeah. It's new, I see. Isn't it amazing? Now we can do everything here that we used to have to send abroad. DNA, chemistry, biology, we cover so much that when Krimteknisk lack analysis capacity, they just send it up here. We're allowed to use the lab for personal research as well. I'm working on my doctoral thesis on DNA analysis at the moment." "Impressive," Harry said, letting his gaze sweep over trays of test tubes, flasks, computer screens, microscopes, and machines whose functions he had no clue about. "Helga, say hello to Harry," Alexandra called out, and the other person in the room turned on his stool, smiled and waved before returning to his microscope. "We are competing to see who gets their doctorate first," Alexandra whispered. Sure you have time for a coffee in the canteen?" She slipped her hand under his arm. "I know a better place. Come on." "So, Katerina knows that you know," Alexandra summed up. "And now she's offered to let you babysit the boy at some stage." She put down her empty cup on the roofing felt in front of the chairs they had taken out from inside the roof door. "That's a start. Are you scared?" "Scared stiff," Harry said. "Besides, I don't have the time right now. Fathers have probably been saying that since time began. Yeah, but I need to solve this case in the next 7 days." "Did Ruud only give you 7 days? That's a bit optimistic, isn't it?" Harry didn't answer. "Do you think Katrina would like you and her—" "No," Harry said firmly. "Those kinds of feelings never die completely, you know." "Yes, they do, actually." Alexandra looked at him without saying anything, just pulled away a black corkscrew of hair which had blown across her face. "Anyway," Harry said, "she knows what's in the boy's and in her own best interest." "And that is?" "That I'm not worth having around." "Who else knows you're the father?" "Just you," Harry said. "And Katrina doesn't want anyone else to know. Björn wasn't." "Don't worry," Alexandra said. "I only know because I did the DNA analysis, and I have an oath of confidentiality. Got a SIG we can share?" "I quit." "You? Really?" Harry nodded and looked up at the sky. Clouds had appeared, leaden grey on the underside, white where they grew upward and the sunlight hit them. "So you're single," Harry said. "Happy with that?" "No," Alexandra said, "but I probably wouldn't be happy if I was with someone either." She laughed that husky laugh of hers, and Harry could feel that it had the same effect now as then.
So perhaps it was true. Perhaps those kinds of feelings never quite died, no matter how fleeting they had seemed. Harry cleared his throat. "Here it comes," she said. "What? The reason you wanted to have a coffee?" "Maybe," Harry said, pulling out the plastic box with the square of kitchen roll inside. "Could you analyze this for me?" "I knew it," she snorted. And yet you still agreed to meet me for coffee?" "I suppose I was hoping to be wrong, that you'd been thinking about me." "I can see that telling you now that I have thought about you isn't going to look good, but actually I have." "Say it anyway." Harry gave a crooked smile. "I've thought about you." She took the box from him. "What is it?" "Mucus and saliva. I just want to know if it originates from the same person as the samples you lifted from Susanna's breast." "How do you know about that?" "No, I don't want to know. What you're asking for might be within the law, but you know I'll still be in trouble if anyone finds out." "Yes." "So why should I do it?" "You tell me." "Okay, I will, because you're going to take me to the spa at that snooty hotel you're staying at, and after that you're going to treat me to a bloody nice dinner, and you're going to dress up." Harry pinched the lapels of his suit jacket. "You don't think I'm presentable?" "A tie. You're going to wear a tie as well." Harry laughed. "Deal." "A nice tie." A millionaire like Rudd setting up his own investigation is contrary to our democratic traditions and idea of equality, Chief Superintendent Bodil Melling said. "Aside from the purely practical inconvenience of having an outside party treading on our toes," said Ole Winter, Kripos' senior inspector, "it simply makes our job more difficult. Now, I'm aware you can't prohibit Rudd's investigation based on paragraphs in the penal code, but the department must have some way of stopping this." Mikael Bellman stood looking out the window. He had a nice office, large, new and modern, impressive, but it was located in Nydalen, far from the other departments and government buildings downtown. Nydalen was a sort of business park on the outskirts of the city. Continue further north, and you wound up in dense forest after just a few minutes. He hoped the new government quarter would soon be finished, that his Labour Party would still be in power, and that he would still hold the post of Minister of Justice. There was nothing to suggest otherwise. Mikael Bellman was popular. Some had even hinted that he should already begin to position himself, because the day the Prime Minister suddenly decided to step down could be upon us. And at one morning meeting, the day after one political journalist had written that someone in government, Bellman, for example, should seize the highest office in the land in a coup, the Prime Minister had, to everyone's laughter, asked if someone could check Mikael's briefcase, a reference to Bellman's eye patch and resemblance to Klaus von Stauffenberg, the Wehrmacht colonel who attempted to assassinate Hitler with a bomb. But the Prime Minister had nothing to fear. Mikael simply didn't want the job. Of course, being Minister of Justice meant you were exposed, but being Prime Minister, numero uno, was something else entirely. The pressure was one thing, but it was the light he feared. Too many stones being turned and too much of the past being uncovered. Even he didn't know what they might find. He turned to face Melling and Winter. Many levels of hierarchy separated him from them, but the two must have believed they could go straight to Bellman on account of him being a former police detective in Oslo, meaning he was one of them. "Obviously, as a Labour Party man, I'm all in favour of equality," Bellman said. "And, of course, the Department of Justice wants the police to have as good working conditions as possible. But I'm not so sure we can expect a very sympathetic response among—" He searched for a different word to the giveaway voters. "The public, in general, if we impede one of the few renowned investigators we have, especially when he wants to tackle a case in which your departments have made so little headway. And yes, you're right, Winter. There are no laws which prescribe what Rudd and Höller are doing. But you can always hope that Höller does what he eventually always did in my time." He looked at the bemused expressions on the faces of Melling and Winter. "Break the rules," Bellman said. "All you need to do is watch him closely. Then I'm fairly certain you'll see it happen.
Send me a report when it does, and I'll personally make sure he's frozen out." He glanced at his Omega Seamaster watch. Not because he had another meeting, but to show that this one was over. "Does that sound okay?" On their way out, they shook his hand as though he had gone along with their suggestion and not the other way round. Mikhail had that effect. He smiled and held eye contact with Bodil Milling a half-second longer than necessary. Not because he was interested, more out of habit, and noticed that she'd finally got a bit of colour in her face. Chapter 17. Tuesday. The more interesting portion of humanity. We learn to lie as children between the ages of 2 and 4, and by the time we've reached adulthood, we've become experts, Ona said, adjusting his pillow. "Believe me." Harry saw Erstein grin and Truls frown in confusion. Ona went on. "A psychologist called Richard Wiseman believes most of us tell a lie or two each day. Proper lies, that is, not just white, your hair looks lovely lies. What are the chances of us being found out? Well, Freud contended that no mortal could keep a secret, that if the lips are sealed, then the fingertips chatter. But he was wrong, or rather the listener isn't capable of sorting through the different ways a liar gives themselves away, because they vary from person to person. That's why a lie detector was needed. They had one in China 3,000 years ago. The suspected criminal had his mouth filled with grains of rice and was asked if he was guilty. If he shook his head, he was asked to spit out the rice, and if any grains remained in his mouth, the logic was that it was dry due to his being nervous and therefore guilty. Useless, of course, because you could, after all, be nervous due to fear of becoming nervous. And similarly useless is the polygraph which John Larson invented in 1921, and is, in principle, the lie detector in use to this very day, even though everyone knows it's a piece of junk. Even Larson regretted inventing it in the end, calling it his Frankenstein monster. Because it lives. Arno raised his hands and clawed at the air with his fingers. But it lives due to so many people believing it works. Because it's fear of the lie detector which can sometimes actually force a confession, whether true or false. Once, in Detroit, the police captured a suspect, put his hand on the photocopier they'd convinced him was a lie detector, and asked him questions as the machine spat out A4 sheets with "He is lying" written on them, until the man became so terrified he confessed everything. Truls snorted. "But God knows if he was guilty," Anna said. "That's why I prefer the method they used in ancient India." The door opened, and Seti and his bed were wheeled in by 2 nurses. "Listen, Gibran, you like this too," Anna said. Harry had to smile. Anna, the most popular lecturer at Police College, holding forth again. The suspects were admitted one by one into a room that was pitch dark and told to feel their way in the darkness until they found a donkey which was standing in there, and then to pull it by the tail. If they'd lied under questioning, the donkey would shriek or bray or whatever it is donkeys do. Because this particular donkey was, the priest informed them, a holy donkey. What he didn't tell them was that the tail was smeared with soot. So when the suspects came back out and said that, yes, they had pulled the donkey's tail, all they needed to do was check their hands. If they were clean, it meant the person had been afraid the donkey would expose the fact he had lied, and he was sent to the gallows, or whatever they used in India at the time. Anna glanced over at Seti, who had taken out a book, but nodded ever so slightly. "And if he had soot on his hands," Øystein said, "then all it meant was the guy wasn't a complete moron." Truls grunted and slapped his thighs. "The question," Anna said, "is whether Ruud walked out of there with soot on his hands or not." "Well," Harry said, "what we carried out was probably more of a cross between the old photocopier trick and the holy donkey. I'm pretty certain Ruud believed this was a lie detector." He pointed at the table with Truls's laptop and the leads and electrodes they had borrowed from down on the 3rd floor,
where they were used for ECG monitoring. So, I do think he was wary of lying, but he passed the donkey test in my opinion. He showed up and took what he believed to be a real test. That in itself indicates he doesn't have anything to hide. Or, Erstein said, he knows how to fool a lie detector and wants to use that to mislead us. I don't think Röd is trying to deceive us. He didn't want truth on the team, understandably so, as the whole project would lose credibility if it became known. It was only when we convinced him about how much it meant to gain access to the police reports that he agreed. Yes, he wants some names to make his investigation appear serious on paper and in a press release, but finding out the truth is even more important to him. You think? Øystein said. Then why refuse to give a DNA sample to the police? I don't know, Harry said. As long as there's no reasonable suspicion, the police can't force anyone to take a DNA test. And Crone says volunteering a test is tantamount to an implicit agreement that there is reasonable suspicion. Anyway, Alexandra has promised me an answer within days. And you're sure the profile won't match the saliva found on Susanna? Ona asked. I'm never sure of anything, Stoller, but I crossed Röd off my list of suspects when he knocked on the door of my hotel room today. So what do you want with the DNA analysis? To be sure, and have something we can give to the police. So they don't arrest him? Truls asked. So we have information to offer them, and they might give us something in return. Something not in the reports. Øystein smacked his lips loudly. That's, smart. So, with Röd out of the running and a brain that's been removed, Anna said, do you still believe the killer is someone with a connection to the victims? Harry shook his head. Good, Anna said, rubbing his hands. Then maybe we can finally start looking at psychopaths, sadists, narcissists, and sociopaths. In short, the more interesting portion of humanity. No, Harry said. All right, Anna said, looking miffed. You don't think the perpetrator is to be found within their ranks? Yes, I do, but I don't think we'll find him there. We're going to look where we are best equipped to find something. Which is something we assume he isn't? Exactly. The three men looked at Harry with incomprehension. It's pure mathematics, Harry said. Serial killers pick their victims at random and cover their tracks. The probability of finding them in the space of a year is less than 10%, even for the FBI. For the four of us, with the resources we have, let's just put it at 2% to be kind. If, on the other hand, the killer is to be found among the victim's acquaintances, and there's an understandable motive, the chances are 75%. Let's say there's an 80% probability the killer is in the category Stoller wants us to look at. Let's say it is a serial killer. If we focus on that category and exclude the victim's acquaintances, then the chances of us succeeding are 1.6%, Øystein said. And the probability of success is, if we concentrate on people the victim knew, is 15%. The others turned in surprise to Øystein, who flashed them a broad brown grin. I have to have 8 for numbers in my job, you know. Pardon me, Anna said. I hear the numbers, but to be honest it feels slightly counterintuitive. He registered the look Øystein gave him. Contrary to common sense. To look where we don't think they are, I mean. Welcome to police investigation, Harry said. Try to think of it this way. If the four of us find the guilty party, fantastic, jackpot. If we don't, then we've done what detectives do on most of their working days. We've contributed to the total investigation by eliminating some people from our inquiries. I don't believe you, Anna said. What you're saying is rational, but you aren't so rational, Harry. You're not the type to do work based on percentages. Yes, the professional side of you sees that all the circumstantial evidence points to a serial killer. So you're of the opinion it's a serial killer, but you believe something else. Because your gut tells you so. That's why you come up with this calculation. You want to convince yourself, and us, that the right thing to do is follow the gut instincts of Harry Huller. Am I right?" Harry looked at Ona, nodded. "My mother knew God didn't exist," Øystein said, "but she was still a Christian. So who are we going to, eliminate as suspects?" "Elena Rudd," Harry said, "and the guy selling coke at the party." "Elena, I understand," Ona said, "but why the drug dealer?" "Because he's one of the few people at the party who hasn't been identified, and because he turned up in a face mask and sunglasses." "So what? Maybe he hasn't been vaccinated, or suffers from mysophobia. Sorry, Øystein, a fear of bacteria." "Maybe he was sick and didn't want to infect people," Jules said, "but did all the same. The reports say both Susanna and Bettina had a high temperature a couple of days after the party, and at any rate felt unwell." "But now we're overlooking the most obvious reason," Anna said. "A drug dealer is, after all, involved in something which is highly illegal, so it's hardly remarkable he should wear a mask." "Øystein," Harry said, "explain." "Okay, if you sell, let's say, cocaine, then you're not that worried about being identified. The police know pretty much who is selling on the street anyway, and they don't care. It's the men behind the scenes they want. And if the police bust you, it happens during the transaction, and then a mask isn't going to be much use to you. So it's the other way round. If you're going to sell on the street, then you want the customers to recognize your face and remember that you sold them good shit the last time. And if you offer home deliveries, which it sounds like this guy does, then it's even more important that the customer sees and trusts your honest face." Jules grunted a laugh. "Do you think you can find out who the guy at the party was?" Harry asked. Øystein shrugged. "I can try. There aren't many Norwegians at the home delivery end of the business." "Good." Harry paused, closed his eyes before opening them again, as though he were keeping to a script and had mentally turned a page. "Since we're going to stick with the hypothesis that the killer knew at least one of the victims, let's take a look at what might actually support this idea. Susanna Anderson heads right across the city from the lively west side of the city centre to a place where there's no evidence to suggest she knows anyone, where as far as anyone is aware she hasn't been before, and where not much happens on a Tuesday night. Some nights fuck all happens," Øystein said. "I grew up nearby." "So what was she doing there?" "Isn't it obvious?" Øystein said. "She was meeting the guy who did her in." "Okay, then we work based on that," Harry said. "Cool," Øystein said. "The country's leading expert agrees with me." Harry gave a crooked smile and rubbed the back of his neck. He would soon need the one drink he had left today. He had dispatched the other two on the way from the Forensic Medical Institute when he and Øystein had made a pit stop at Schröder's. "While I'm at it," Øystein said, "I was wondering about something. The guy took Susanna for a walk in Østmarka, and that worked for him, yeah? Perfect murder. Isn't it bloody odd that he takes Bettina to Grefsenkollen? Never change a winning formula. Wouldn't that go for murderers too?" "It's probably true of serial killers," Ona said, "unless repeating the approach means increasing the risk of being discovered. And Susanna had already been reported missing around Skullerud, so there were police and search parties in the area." "Yeah, but they went home as soon as it was dark," Øystein said. "No one could have known another girl would disappear. No, the guy wouldn't have been taking much of a risk bringing her to Skullerud, and he obviously knew the area well." "I don't know," Anna said. "Perhaps it was simply that Bettina agreed to take a walk with him, but she insisted on Grefsenkollen." "But it's further from where she lives to Grefsenkollen than to Skullerud, and in the reports it says that nobody the police spoke with had any knowledge of Bettina ever being in Grefsenkollen." "Maybe she had heard good things about Grefsenkollen," Anna said. "It offers views, at least, as opposed to Østmarka, where it's just forest and small hills." Øystein nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, but there is one other thing I don't get." He focused on Ona, since Harry seemed to have dropped out of the conversation and was sitting with his fingers to his forehead, staring at the wall. "Bettina could have walked only so far from the car, right? And they've been searching for 2 weeks now, so I don't understand why the dogs can't find her."
Do you know how good dogs smell? I mean, what a good sense of smell they have. In one of the reports Truls got, there's a tip-off from a farmer in Vingården in Ostmark. He got in touch with the police a week ago to say that his lame old bulldog was lying in the living room barking like it only does when there's a carcass nearby. I know Ostmark, and that farm is at least 6 bloody kilometres away from where they found Susanna Anderson. If a dog can smell a corpse from that far away, why can't they find Bettina? It can't. All 4 men turned in the direction the voice was coming from. Gibran Sethi lowered his book. If it had been a bloodhound or an Alsatian, then yes. But a bulldog has a very poor sense of smell for a canine. They're actually at the bottom of the list. That's what happens when we breed dogs to fight bulls, and not to hunt as nature intended. The vet raised his book again. Perverse, but that's the sort of thing we do. Thanks, Gibran, Anna said. The vet gave him a brief nod. Maybe he's buried, Bettina, Truls said. Or dumped her in one of the lakes up there, Erstein added. Harry sat looking at the vet, while the voices of the other 3 men sounded like they were fading out. Felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Harry? What? It was Anna. We said, what do you think? I think... Do you have the number of the farmer who sent in that tip-off, Erstein? No, but we have his name and Vingården, so it's no problem to find it. Gabriel Wing? Good afternoon, Wing. This is Hansen, Oslo Police. Just a quick question regarding the information you called in with last week. You said your dog was barking and that you thought there could be a carcass or a corpse nearby? Yes, sometimes dead animals can lie out here rotting in the woods. But I'd read about the girl who was missing, and Skullerud isn't so far away, so when the dog started barking and howling in that particular way, I called you. But I never heard anything back. Apologies. It takes time to follow up on all the leads we have on a case like this. Yes, you found the girl, of course. Poor thing. What I was wondering, Harry said, is whether your dog is still making those sorts of noises. There was no reply, but he could hear the farmer breathing. Wing? Harry said. Was it Hansen you said your name was? That's right, Hans Hansen, constable. Another pause. Yeah. Yeah? Yes, he's still making those sorts of noises. Okay, thank you, Wing. Sung-Min Larsen stood looking at Kasparov, who had positioned himself at the wall of a building with his hind leg raised. Sung-Min already had the plastic bag in hand, so passers-by would understand he had no intention of leaving dog waste lying among the expensive apartment buildings in Nobelsgata. He was thinking, not so much about the brain being removed as about the fact the scalp had been sewn back up. What did it mean that the person who had taken the brain had tried to conceal the fact? Trophy hunters didn't usually care, and the killer must have realized it would be discovered. So why take the trouble? Was it to clean up after himself? A fastidious killer? It wasn't as far-fetched as it might sound. The rest of the crime scene had been cleansed of the evidence you usually found. Apart from the saliva on Susanna's breast, the killer had made a mistake there. Granted, there were those on the investigative team who thought the spit had to have come from someone other than the killer, since Susanna's upper body had been clothed when they found her. But if the killer was neat enough to sew the scalp back on, why not put all the clothes back on the body too? His mobile rang. Sung-Min looked in surprise at the display before he tapped accept. Harry Hula? It's been a while. Yeah, time marches on. I read in VG that we're working on the same case. Yeah. I've tried calling Katrina a couple of times, but her phone is going straight to voicemail. Putting the child to bed, maybe? Maybe. Anyway, I have some information I thought you'd want as soon as possible. Okay. I just spoke with a farmer living out in the forest who says his bulldog smells a carcass in the vicinity. Or a corpse. A bulldog? Then it's not far off. Bulldogs have a poor sense of smell, so I've been told. Yes.
A carcass in the forest isn't unusual, so since you're calling, I'm guessing this is in Grefsenkollen?
No, in Östmarker, 6 or 7 kilometers from where Susanna was found. Doesn't have to mean anything, of course. Like you say, large animals die in the woods all the time. But I wanted to let you know, as you haven't found Bettina in Grefsenkollen, I mean.
Okie dokie, Sung-min said. I'll notify the team. Thanks for the tip-off, Harry.
No problem. I'll forward you the number of the farmer now.
Sung-min hung up and wondered if he had managed to sound as calm as he had been trying to. His heart was beating wildly, and the thoughts and conclusions, which had obviously been lying in wait, but had not been given leeway before now, went sliding through his mind like an avalanche. Could the perpetrator have murdered Bettina on familiar territory, in the same area where he had killed Susanna? The thought had, of course, occurred to him before, but then it had been in the form of a question as to why the killer hadn't done that. And the answer had been obvious. Everything indicated that the killer had arranged to meet the girls. Why else would they go all alone to places they'd never been to previously? And because the media had been writing page after page about the missing girl in Skullerud, the killer had invited Bettina to a totally different part of town so she wouldn't make the connection. What Sung-min had not thought, or at least not all the way through, was that the killer could have arranged to meet Bettina at Grefsenkollen and then driven her in his car to Skullerud. Before setting off, he must have convinced her to leave her phone behind in the car in Grefsenkollen. Maybe presented it as a romantic notion, something along the lines of, let's be all on our own without anyone disturbing us. Yes, this could make sense. He checked the time, 9:30. It would have to wait until tomorrow. Or, no, it was only a tip-off, and chasing after every fire engine in a murder inquiry soon tired you out. All the same, it wasn't only his own intuition telling him that rather too many pieces fitted. Harry Höller himself had called him because he thought the same. Yes, the very same thoughts had gone through Harry's mind as had gone through his own. Sung-min looked at Kasparov. He had taken in the retired police dog because it had outlived its previous owner. It had suffered from hip trouble in the past couple of years and didn't like to walk too far or uphill. But unlike bulldogs, Labrador retrievers had one of the keenest senses of smell in the canine world. His mobile vibrated. He looked at the screen. A phone number and the name Wing. 9:30. If they got in the car now, they could probably be there in 30 minutes. Come, Kasparov. Sung-min tugged at the lead, his palms already sweaty from adrenaline.
Hey!
A voice boomed from a darkened balcony, the sound echoing between the fashionable facades.
We pick up the shit after us in this country.
Chapter 18. Tuesday. Parasite. Parasites, Prim said, lifting the fork to his mouth. We die of them and live off them. He chewed. The food had a spongy consistency and didn't taste of much, even with all the spices. He raised his glass of red wine to his guest, before washing down the mouthful and swallowing hard. He placed his palm on his chest, waiting for the food to go down, before continuing. And we are all parasites. You, me, everyone out there. Without hosts like us, the parasites would die, and without the parasites, we would also die. Because there are good parasites and there are malign parasites. The good ones come from blowflies, for instance, which deposit their parasite eggs into a corpse so that the larvae eat it up in no time. With a grimace, Prim cut off another piece and commenced chewing on it. If they didn't, we'd literally be wading in corpses and carcasses. No, I'm not joking. The maths is simple. We would, in the space of a few months, have died from the noxious gases from the corpses, if not for the blowfly. Then you have the interesting parasites, which are neither particularly useful nor do any great harm. Among these you have, for example, Cymothoa exigua, the tongue-eating louse. Prim stood up and walked over to the aquarium. It's such an interesting parasite that I deposited a few in Boss's tank here. What happens is that the louse attaches itself to the tongue of the fish and sucks blood from it until the tongue eventually decomposes and disappears. Then the louse attaches itself to the stub of the tongue, sucks more blood, grows and develops into a completely new tongue. Prim's hand shot down into the water and grabbed the fish. He brought it over to the table, squeezed the fish's mouth so it was forced open, and held it up in front of her face. "Do you see it? Do you see the louse? Can you see that it has eyes and a mouth of its own? Yes?" He walked quickly back and released the fish back into the aquarium. "The louse, which I've named Lisa, functions just fine as a tongue, so no need to feel so sorry for Boss. Life goes on, as they say, and he has company now. It's a lot worse to cross paths with the malign parasites. Ones like this one here are packed with—" He pointed at the large pink slug he had placed on the dining table between them. "The dog and I live alone," Wang said, hefting his jeans up under his paunch. Sung-min looked at the bulldog lying in a basket in the corner of the kitchen. It only moved its head, and the only sound it made was a pant. "I took over the farm from my father a couple of years back, but the wife refuses to live out here in the forest, so she's still in the block of flats in Manglarut." Sung-min nodded at the dog. "Bitch?" "Yes. She had a habit of attacking cars. Thought of them as bulls, maybe. Anyway, she got caught on one and broke her back. But she still makes a sound if anyone comes." "Yes, we heard it. And makes a sound when she smells dead animals, I understand." "Yeah, as I told Hansen." "Hansen?" "The officer who called." "Hansen, yeah. But she's not making any noise now." "No, it's only when the wind is coming from the southeast she smells it." Wang pointed out into the darkness. "Would you mind if my dog and I had a little search?" "You've a dog with you?" "He's in the car. A Labrador." "Be my guest." "So," Prim said, and waited until he was sure he had her full attention. "This slug looks pretty innocent, doesn't it? Beautiful, even. Its colour makes you want to suck on it. It almost looks like candy. But I would strongly advise against that. You see, both slug and slime are packed with rat lungworm, so we definitely won't be using it as any kind of dressing." Prim laughed. As usual, she did not laugh along, only smiled. "As soon as the worm enters your body, it begins to follow the bloodstream. And where does it want to go?" Prim tapped his forefinger against his forehead. "Here, to the brain, because it loves brain. Sure, yes. I understand that the brain is nutritious and a nice place for eggs to hatch, but the brain isn't particularly good." He looked down at his plate and smacked his lips disapprovingly. "What do you think?" Kasparov tugged hard at the leash. There was no longer any track where they were walking. It had become cloudy earlier in the day, and now the only light came from the beam of Sung-min's torch. It stopped on a wall of tree trunks and low-hanging branches, which he had to bend down to negotiate. He had lost any sense of where they were or how far they had walked. He heard Kasparov panting below the carpet of ferns, but couldn't see him, and had the feeling of being pulled by an invisible force into increasingly deep darkness. This could have waited. It could have. So why? Because he alone wanted to get the credit for finding Bettina? No, it wasn't as banal as that. He had just always been like this. When he was wondering about something, he had to find out about it at once. To wait was unbearable. But now he was having second thoughts. Not only did he risk messing up a crime scene should he stumble over a body here in the darkness, it was also the fact he was afraid. Yes, he could admit it. Right now he was that little boy who was scared of the dark, who had arrived in Norway not knowing what he was afraid of, but had a feeling that other people, his adoptive parents, his teachers, the other children in the street, they knew. They knew something he didn't know about himself, about his past, about what had happened. He never found out what that was, if indeed there was anything. His adoptive parents had no dramatic stories to relate about his biological parents or how he had been adopted. But ever since, he had been consumed with the need to know. Know everything. Know something they, the others, did not. The leash slackened. Kasparov had stopped. Sung-min felt the beating of his heart as he pointed the torch at the ground and pushed the fern leaves aside. Kasparov had his muzzle to the ground, and the light found what he was sniffing at. Sung-min crouched down and picked it up. At first he thought it was an empty crisp packet, but then he recognized it and understood why Kasparov had stopped. It was a Hillman Pets bag, an anti-parasitic powder that Sung-min had bought in a pet shop once when Kasparov had roundworm. There was a flavor added to the powder which dogs liked so much that Kasparov only had to catch sight of a bag of the stuff, and he would wag his tail so wildly that Sung-min thought he was going to take off. Sung-min crumpled it and put it in his pocket. "Will we go home, Kasparov? Supper time?" Kasparov looked up at him as if he understood the words and thought his owner insane. He turned. Sung-min felt a hard tug and knew he didn't have a prayer. They were going deeper, into where he no longer wanted to go. "What's most amazing is that when some of these parasites reach your brain, they begin to take over," Prim said. "Control your thoughts, your desires, and the parasite will command you to do what's necessary for it to continue its natural cycle. You become an obedient soldier, willing to die if that's what it takes." Prim sighed. "As so very often it does, unfortunately." He raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you think this sounds like a horror story or science fiction. But you should know that some of these parasites aren't even rare. Most hosts live and die without knowing the parasite is present, as is likely the case with Boss and Lisa. We believe we struggle, work, and sacrifice our lives for our family, our country, our own legacy, while in reality it's for the parasite, the bloodsucker ensconced in the headquarters of the brain, deciding things." Prim refilled their glasses with red wine. "My stepfather accused my mother of being just such a parasite, claimed she began turning down roles because he had wealth so she could just sit at home drinking up his money. Of course, that wasn't true. Firstly, she didn't turn down parts, but they did stop offering them to her, because she sat at home all day drinking and had begun to forget lines. My stepfather was a very wealthy man, so her drinking could never have rendered him destitute, to put it mildly. Besides, he was the parasite. He was the one inside my mother's brain, making her see things the way he wanted her to see them. So she didn't see what he was doing to me. I was only a child and thought a father had the right, could demand that sort of thing from his son. No, I didn't think every 6-year-old was forced to lie naked in bed with their father and satisfy them, or face threats about their mother being killed if they said a word about it to anyone. But I was frightened, so I said nothing, but tried to show my mother what was going on. I had always been bullied at school because of my teeth and, yes, the way a victim of sexual assault behaves, I suppose. Rat, they called me. But now I began to lie and steal. I started skipping school, ran away from home, and began taking money from men to wank them off in public toilets. I robbed one of them. Put simply, my stepfather was nestled in both my and my mother's brains, destroying us bit by bit. Speaking of which, Prim pronged the last piece on his plate, sighed. But now it's over, Bettina. He turned the fork while he studied the pale pink piece of meat. Now I'm the one nestling in the brain and giving orders. Sung-min had to run to keep up with Kasparov, who was straining even harder. A sort of hacking cough began coming from the dog, as if he were trying to dislodge something stuck in his throat. Sung-min did something he had learned as an investigator. When he was almost entirely sure of something, he tested his own deduction by trying to turn everything on its head. Could it be that what he had thought was impossible was possible all the same? Could, for example, Bettina Bertilsen still be alive? She might have run off, gone abroad. She may have been abducted and was now sitting locked up in a basement or an apartment someplace, was perhaps together with the perpetrator at this very moment. Suddenly they were out of the woods and in a clearing. The light from the torch glittered on water. They were by a small lake. Kasparov wanted to get to the water and pulled Sung-min with him. The light flickered over a birch tree, standing bowed over the water, and Sung-min momentarily caught sight of something that looked like a thick branch reaching all the way down to the water, as though the tree were drinking. He pointed the light at the branch, which was not a branch. "No!" yelled Sung-min, yanking Kasparov back. The shout echoed back from the other side of the lake. It was a body. It was hanging, folded at the hips, over the lowest branch of the birch tree. The bare feet were just above the surface of the water. The woman, because he could see at once that it was a woman, had, like Susanna, no clothes on her lower body. Her stomach was also exposed, because her dress was pulled up, stopping underneath her bra, and was hanging down towards the water, covering her head, shoulders, and arms. Only her wrists were visible below the inside-out hem of the dress, and her fingers were reaching down below the surface of the water. Sung-min's first thought was to hope there were no fish in the lake. Kasparov sat still. Sung-min patted him on the head. "Good boy." He took out his phone. The coverage at the farm had been poor, but up here the signal indicator was down to 1 bar. But the GPS was working, and as he registered his position, he noticed he was breathing through his mouth. Not that there was much of a smell. It was just something his brain, after a couple of unpleasant experiences, had begun to do automatically upon understanding it was at a crime scene. His brain had also worked out that in order to establish that this was Bettina Bertilsson, he would have to position the torch on the ground and hold on to the tree trunk with one hand while leaning out over the water to pull up the hem of her dress so he could see her face. The problem was he might then place a hand on the trunk in the same place as the perpetrator and spoil a fingerprint. He remembered the tattoo, the Louis Vuitton logo, shone the light on her ankles. They were so white in the glare, as though she were made of snow. But no Louis Vuitton logo. What did that mean? An owl, at least he guessed it was an owl, hooted somewhere out in the darkness. He couldn't see the outside of her left ankle. Maybe that's where the tattoo was. He moved along the bank until he was at the right angle and shone the light on her. And there it was, black on snow white, an L over a V. It was her. Had to be her. He took out his phone again and called Katrina Bratt. Still no answer. Strange. Not taking Harry Huller's call might have been a choice, but the lead detective should always be available to those they're working with. That was an unwritten rule. "You see, Bettina, I have an important task to carry out." Prim leaned across the table and laid his hand against her cheek. "I'm just sorry you had to become part of that task, and I'm sorry that I must leave you now. That this will be our last night together, because even though I know you want me, you aren't the one I love. There, I've said it. Tell me you forgive me." "No, please, sweet girl." Prim chuckled quietly. "You can try to resist, Bettina Bertilsson, but you know that I can turn you on any time with the slightest touch." He did it. She could not prevent him. And of course she lit up for him. For the last time, he thought, raising his glass in a farewell toast. Sung-min had got hold of the crime scene unit. They were on their way. All he could do was sit on a tree stump and wait. He scratched at his face and neck. Mosquitoes. No, gnats. Little mosquitoes that sucked blood, even from larger mosquitoes. He had switched off the torch to save the battery, and could just discern the body out there in front of him. It was her. Of course it was her. Still, he checked the time, was already impatient. And where was Katrina? Why didn't she call back? Sung-min found a long, thin branch on the ground. Turning the torch on again and placing it on the ground, he stood by the shore and used the branch to snag the edge of the dress, lifted it higher and higher, saw the bare upper arms now, waited to see her brown hair, It had been long and worn loose in the photos he had seen. Was it tied up? Was it... Seung-min made a hooting sound, like an owl. He simply lost control. The sound just came out. The branch fell in the water and the dress was back, covering what had caused him to make the sound. Covering what was not there. "Poor thing," Prim whispered. "You're so beautiful, and spurned all the same. It's not fair, is it?" He hadn't straightened her head after striking the table 2 nights previously, and the shaking had caused the head to tilt a little to one side. The head was mounted on top of a standard lamp he had placed in front of the chair on the other side of the table. When he pressed the switch on, the cord lying across the table and the 60-watt bulb inside Bertina's head turned on, and the light shone out of her eye sockets, colouring her teeth in the gaping mouth blue. An unimaginative man might say it resembled a pumpkin head at Halloween, while a man with just a little more imagination would see that the whole of Bertina, at least that part of her not by a lake in Östmarka, lit up, beamed with joy. Yes, a man could easily imagine she loved him. And Bertina had loved him, desired him at any rate. "If it's any consolation, I enjoyed the love-making with you more than with Susanna," Prim said. "You have a nicer body and—" He licked at his fork. "I like your brain better. But," he cocked his head to one side, looking at her ruefully, "I had to eat it for the sake of the life cycle. For the eggs, for the parasites, for revenge. It's the only way I can become whole, the only way I can be loved for who I am. Yes, I know that probably sounds pompous, but it's true. To be loved, that's all any of us want, isn't it?" He pressed his forefinger on the light switch. The light bulb in her head went off, and the living room was left lying in semi-darkness. Prim sighed. "Yes, I was afraid you'd take it like that." Chapter 19. Tuesday. Chimes. Katrina was listening to Seung-min. Closing her eyes, she pictured the crime scene while he spoke. Answered that no, she didn't need to see it herself. She would dispatch a couple of detectives, then study photos of the scene. And yes, she apologized for not being available by phone. She had switched it off while putting the child to bed and must have performed a very good rendition of Blue Man, because she had fallen asleep too. "Maybe you're working too hard," Seung-min said. "You can scratch, maybe," Katrina said, "but that goes for all of us. Let's call a press conference for tomorrow at 10. I'll get forensics to prioritize this." "All right. Good night." "Good night, Seung-min." Katrina rang off and sat staring at the phone. Bertina Bertilsson was dead. That was as expected. Now she had been found. That was as hoped. The place and way she had been found confirmed the suspicion that it was the same killer. That was as feared, because that meant there might be more murders. Katrina heard a whimper from behind the open door to his bedroom. She told herself she would stay sitting where she was, listening for more, but wasn't able, stood up from the kitchen chair and tiptoed over to the doorway. It was quiet in there, just the sound of Gert's steady, slumberous breathing. She had lied to Seung-min. She had read that on average we hear 200 lies every day, most of them white, fortunately, the sort that keep the social wheels turning. This had been one of them. It was true she had switched off the phone to put the child to bed, but not about falling asleep herself. She hadn't switched it back on because Arne usually called right after Gert's bedtime, knowing that was when he would catch her. That was nice, of course it was. After all, he just wanted to hear how her day had been, listen to her small joys and petty frustrations. Lately, with the missing girls, she had been mostly sharing her frustrations, naturally enough. But he had listened patiently, asked follow-up questions that showed he was interested, did everything a good, supportive friend and potential boyfriend should do. It was just that tonight she really wasn't in the mood. She needed to be alone with her thoughts. Had decided to serve up the same white lie about having fallen asleep when Anna asked tomorrow. She had been thinking about Harry and Gert, how she was going to solve it, because she had seen it in Harry's eyes, the same helpless love she had seen in Björn's when they looked at their son. Björn's son and Harry's son. How much should and could she include Harry in things? For herself, she wanted to have as little as possible to do with Harry and Harry's life. But what about Gert? What right did she have to take yet another father from him? Hadn't she herself had an unstable drunkard for a father, one she had loved in her own way and would not have been without? She had switched the mobile back on before going to bed, hoping there wouldn't be any messages. But there were two. The first from Anna was a declaration of love, of the kind the younger generation obviously had a lower threshold for. Katrina Bratt, you are the woman, and I am the man who loves you. Good night. She saw it had been sent recently, and that he hadn't actually tried to call her while the phone was off, so he had probably been busy with something. The other was from Sung-min, and conformed to a style she was more familiar with. Bettina found, call me. Katrina went into the bathroom and picked up her toothbrush, looked in the mirror. You are the woman. Yeah, right. But okay, on a good day it might be warranted. She squeezed the toothpaste out of the tube. Her thoughts returned to Bettina Bertilsson and Susanna Andersson, and the woman, without a name yet, who might be the next in line. Sung-min was giving his tweed jacket the once-over with a clothes brush. It was a waterproof Alan Payne hunting jacket, which Chris had given him for Christmas. After his conversation with Katrina, he had tapped in a text to him to say good night. It had bothered him in the beginning that he was always the one sending good-night messages, while Chris just responded. But it was fine now. That was just how Chris was. He needed to believe he had the upper hand in the relationship. But Sung-min knew that if he skipped texting one night, Chris would be a drama queen on the phone the very next day, nagging about something being wrong, about Sung-min having met someone else or losing interest. Sung-min watched the pine needles fall to the floor, yawned, knew he would sleep, that he wouldn't have any nightmares about what he had experienced tonight. He never did. He wasn't quite sure what that said about his personality. A colleague at Kripos said this ability he had to shut off indicated a lack of empathy, and had compared him to Harry Hula, who apparently suffered from something they called parosmia, a defect hindering the brain from registering the smell of human remains that meant Hula remained unaffected at crime scenes where other people's stomachs were turning. But Sung-min didn't regard himself as having any defect. He merely believed he had a healthy ability to compartmentalize, to keep his private and professional worlds away from each other. He brushed at the pockets sewn to the outside of the jacket, noticed there was something inside one of them, and took it out. It was the empty Hillman Pets bag. He was about to throw it in the bin when he remembered that when Kasparov had got another bout of worms, the vet had recommended a different antiparasitic cure because Hillman Pets contained a substance now prohibited to import and sell in Norway. That had to have been at least 4 years ago. Sung-min turned the bag around, examining it until he found what he was looking for. The best before date and the date of manufacture. The bag was marked as produced last year. Sung-min turned the bag over again. So what? Someone had bought a packet abroad and brought it home, probably without even knowing it was banned. He considered whether to throw it away. It had been lying several hundred meters from the crime scene, and it was extremely unlikely that the killer had had a dog with him. But there was something about breaches of the law. They were usually linked. A rule breaker is a rule breaker. The sadistic serial killer begins by killing small animals, like mice and rats, starting small fires, then torturing and killing slightly bigger animals, setting fire to vacant houses. Sung-min folded the bag. "Satan's cult!" Munador yelled, staring at her phone. "What is it?" Anders asked from the open bathroom door as he brushed his teeth. "Dog-blooded!" "You don't need to shout, and Satan doesn't have a cunt,"
Volker is saying that Bettina Bertilsson has been found dead. Then Gordon in Östmarka, only a few kilometers from where they found Susanna. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, as in, why the fucking hell does Doug Bloodget have that news and not VG? They probably don't fuck that much in hell. Yes, I think they do. I think whoever is down there gets fucked in the mouth, in the nose and the ear, and they can only think of one thing worse, and that's working at VG and getting fucked in the arse by Terry Volker, Satan's cunt. She tossed the phone on the bed as Anders slid under the duvet and snuggled up to her. Have I told you that it gets me a little horny when you— She gave him a shove. I'm not in the mood, Anders. Aren't in the mood? She pushed away his probing hand, but couldn't help smiling a little as she picked up her phone. Began reading again. At least Volker didn't have any details from the crime scene, so it was unlikely he had talked to anyone who had been there. But how had he found out about the discovery of the body so fast? Did he have an illegal police radio? Could it be that simple? That he deduced what was going on from listening to those brief, half-coded messages the police used because they knew interlopers were always eavesdropping? And then Volker merely made up the rest based on what he heard, so it became a suitable blend of fact and fiction, which could just about pass for real journalism? It had up to now, at any rate. Someone suggested I should ask you for a little inside information, she said. Really? Did you tell them that I'm not on the case, unfortunately, but that I can be bought for uninhibited sex? Stop it, Anders. This is my job. So you think I should give you free info and risk my own? No, I just mean, it's so bloody unfair. Mona folded her arms. Volker has someone feeding him while I'm sitting here, starving to death. What's unfair, Anders said, sitting up in bed and his playful cheeriness dissipating, is that girls in this city can't go out without running the risk of being raped and killed. It's unfair that Bettina Bertilsson is lying dead in Östmarka, while two people sit here thinking the world is unfair because another journalist was first on the case or because the clearance rate of the department will go down. Mona swallowed and nodded. He was right. Of course he was right. She swallowed again, tried to suppress the question that was forcing its way up. Can you make a call to someone and ask how it looked at the crime scene? Elena Rude lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Marcus had wanted them to have a drop-shaped bed, 3 meters long and 2.5 meters at its widest. He had read that it was the drop we originated from water, that we unconsciously sought to return to, and so the shape offered us harmony and deeper sleep. She had managed not to laugh, but also to get him to agree to a rectangular luxury bed, 180 meters wide by 2 meters 10 long, enough for two, too much for one. Marcus was sleeping at the penthouse in Frogner, as he did almost every night now, so she presumed anyway. Not that she missed having Marcus in bed. It had been a long time since that had been exciting, or even particularly desirable. The sneezing and sniffing had only got worse, and he got up at least 4 times a night to piss. Prostate enlargement, not necessarily cancer, but something affecting more than half of men over 60 by all accounts. And apparently it would only get worse. No, she didn't miss Marcus, but she missed having someone. She didn't know who, only that the feeling was particularly strong tonight. There had to be someone for her as well, someone who would love her, and she could love in return. It was that simple, wasn't it? Or was that just something she hoped? She turned over onto her side. She had been nauseous and feeling poorly since last night, had thrown up and had a slight temperature. She had done a test for the virus, but it had been negative. She looked out the window at the rear of the recently finished Munch Museum. No one who had bought their apartment prior to construction in Oslo had thought it would be so massive and ugly. People had been fooled by the drawings where the museum had a glass facade and was shown from an angle, rendering it difficult to see that it looked like that wall in the north in Game of Thrones. But that's how it is. Things don't turn out as promised or expected. You've only yourself to thank for being taken in. Now the building cast a shadow on all of them, and it was too late.
She felt a fresh wave of nausea and hurried to get out of bed. The bathroom was on the other side of the room, but still it was so far. She had only been in Marcus's apartment in Frogner once. It was much smaller, but she'd rather have lived there, together with someone. She managed to make it to the toilet bowl before the contents of her stomach came up. Harry was sitting at the bar in The Thief when the text message came. "Thanks for the tip-off. Yours sincerely, Sung Min." Harry had already read Dagbladet. It was the only newspaper with the story, which could only mean one thing, that no press release had been put out yet, and that this journalist, Terry Vogger, had a source in the police. Since it was impossible the leak could be a tactical maneuver on the part of the police, that meant someone was receiving money or other favors to inform Vogger. It wasn't as unusual as people believed. He had in his time been offered money by journalists on numerous occasions. The reason such transactions seldom came to light was that journalists never printed information which pointed towards the informant. That would, after all, be like sawing through the branch both parties were sitting on. But Harry had read most of the articles on the case, and something told him that this Vogger was a little too eager, and that it would backfire sooner or later. That is, Vogger would walk away from it, yes, even with his journalistic credentials intact. It would be worse for the source of the leak. But the source was obviously unaware of how exposed he or she was as they were continuing to feed Vogger information. "Another?" The bartender looked at Harry and was standing ready with the bottle over the empty whiskey glass. Harry cleared his throat. "Once. Twice." "Yes, please," it said in the script, the one for the bad movie he had been in so many times, playing the only role he actually could. Then, as though the bartender had seen the plea for mercy in Harry's eyes, he turned to a customer signaling from the other end of the bar, took the bottle and left. Out in the darkness, the chiming of the bells of City Hall could be heard. It would soon be midnight, and there would be 6 days left, plus the 9-hour time difference to Los Angeles. Not much time, but they had found Bertina, and finding a body meant new leads and the possibility of a crucial breakthrough. That was how he had to think. Positively. It didn't come naturally to him, especially not to think so unrealistically positively as circumstances required, but hopelessness and apathy were not what he needed now. Not what Lucille needed. As Harry left the bar and stepped out into the darkened corridor, he could see there was light at the end, like in a tunnel. As he drew closer, he realized that the light was coming from an open lift, and could see a person standing half outside holding the doors, as though he were waiting for Harry, or someone else. After all, he had already been standing there when Harry appeared in the corridor. "Just go ahead," Harry called out, signaling with a wave of his hand. "I'm taking the stairs." The man backed into the lift and out of the light. Harry had time to see the clerical collar, but not the face, before the doors slid shut. Harry was soaked with sweat as he unlocked the door to his room. He hung up his suit and lay down on the bed, tried to put thoughts of how Lucille was doing out of his head. He had made up his mind he was going to have a pleasant dream about Raquel tonight. One from the time they lived together and went to bed together every night. From the time he was walking over water, stepping on ice that lay thick and solid, always listening out for cracks, always on the lookout for fissures, but also with the ability to live in the moment. They had done that, as though they had known the time they had together would run out. No, they didn't live every day as if it were the last, but as if it were the first, as though they had discovered each other over and over again. Was he exaggerating, embellishing the memory of what they'd had? Maybe. So what? What had realism ever done for him? He closed his eyes, tried to picture her golden skin against the white sheets, but instead all he could see was her pale skin against the pool of blood on the living room floor. And he saw Björn Holm in the car, staring at him while the baby cried in the back seat. Harry opened his eyes. Yes, honestly, what was he supposed to do with realism? His phone buzzed again. A message from Alexandra this time. "We'll have DNA analysis ready by Monday. Spa and dinner on Saturday would be nice. Ters Acto is a good restaurant. Chapter 20, Wednesday. Well, it ought to be clear, Arne said, laying his copy of the police report on the duvet. This is all textbook. It's a sexually motivated murder carried out by a killer who will most likely do it again if he's not stopped. The three people around the bed nodded, still absorbed in their own copies. Harry finished first and looked up, squinting in the harsh light of the morning sun outside. Then Øystein finished and let his sunglasses slide down from his forehead in front of his eyes again. "Come on, Benson," he said. "You must have read it before." Truls grunted in response and put down the printout. "What do we do if it's a needle in a haystack?" he asked. "Shut up shop and leave the rest to Bratt and Larsen?" "Not quite yet," Harry said. "This doesn't really change anything. We assumed Bertina had been killed in a similar manner to Susanna. But we have to be honest and say it doesn't back up your gut feeling about a rational murderer with a rational motive," Arne said. "You don't have to decapitate the victim or steal their brain to mislead the police into believing it's a sexually motivated murder with random victims. There are ways of mutilating which require less work and would leave pretty much the same impression of a murderer without any connection to the victims." Don't me, Harry. Listen. The killer must have spent a long time at the scene of the crime, and thus have run a much higher risk than he needed to if his aim were misdirection. The brains are trophies, and now we see the classic sign of him learning by cutting off the entire head of the victim and taking it with him instead of sawing and sewing it back up while he's at the crime scene. Harry, this walks, talks, smells, and looks like a ritual killing, with a whole range of sexual undertones and overtones, and that's what it is. Harry nodded slowly, turned to Øystein, who emitted a "Hey!" as Harry snatched the sunglasses off him and put them on himself. "I didn't want to say anything," Harry said, "but you nicked these from me. I left them in the office at the Jealousy Bar after that Power Pop night when you refused to play REM. "What? We were supposed to play classic Power Pop. As for the shades, finders keepers. When they're in a drawer." "Children," Arne said. Øystein made a grab for the sunglasses, but Harry was too quick and pulled his head back. "Relax, you'll get them afterwards, Øystein. Come on, tell us that news you said you had instead." Øystein sighed. "Okay, I talked to a colleague who sells cocaine." "Taxi drivers are selling cocaine?" Arne inquired with surprise. Arne and Øystein looked at one another. "Is there something you haven't told me?" Arne said, shifting his gaze to Harry. "Yes," Harry said. "Go on, Øystein." "Yeah, so he put me onto Rud's regular dealer, a guy we call Al, and he was actually at that party. But he said he was upstaged by a guy who had such primo blanco that he just had to pack his stuff away. I asked who he was, but Al didn't know him. He was wearing a face mask and sunglasses. The weird thing, Al said, was that even though the guy had the best, purest blow he had ever snorted in Oslo, the guy behaved like an amateur." "How so?" "It's something you notice straight away. The pros are relaxed because they know what they're doing, while at the same time they're constantly scanning their surroundings like antelopes at a watering hole. They know which pocket they have the stuff in should the cops show up and they need to get rid of it in 2 seconds. Al said this guy was jumpy, only looked at the person he was talking to and had to rummage through his pockets to find the bags. But the most amateurish was that he hadn't diluted the product more, if he'd done it at all, and that he gave out free samples." "To everyone?" No. I mean, this was a fancy party. You know, people from nice backgrounds. Some of them do coke, but not in front of the neighbours. They went with Rud into his apartment, the guy with the face mask, 2 girls, plus Al. The guy arranged a few lines on the glass table in the living room, which apparently also looked like something he'd picked up on YouTube, and said Rud had to test it. But Rud, being like all gentlemanly, said the others had to have a taste first. Then Al made to do just that, I mean, he wanted to test this stuff out. But the guy grabbed hold of Al's arm and yanked him away from the table, scratched his arm so bad it bled, like he totally panicked. Al had to calm the guy down. The guy said it was only for Ruud, but Ruud said that at his place people had to behave themselves and that the girls went first, otherwise he could get the hell out. And then the guy backed down. Did Al know the girls? No, and yes. I asked if they were the two girls who were missing, but he hadn't even heard about them. Really? Anna said. It's been front-page news for weeks. Yeah, but people in the junkie community live in, how would you say it, an alternative world. These guys don't know who the Prime Minister of Norway is, put it like that. But believe me, they know the price per gram in every Norwegian city of every bloody drug our Lord has blessed this planet with. So, I showed Al pictures of the girls, and he thought he recognized them. Susanna, at least, who he thinks he sold some E and coke to before, but he wasn't sure. Anyway, the girls each did a line, and then it was Ruud's turn. But then his wife walked in, starts roaring about how he's promised to quit. Ruud doesn't give a shit, already has the straw in his nose, takes a breath, probably planning on snorting every line left in one go, and then... Erstein began to chortle. Then... He bent forward, unable to stop laughing, wiping away tears. And then, Anna said impatiently, then the idiot sneezes, blows all the cocaine off the table, just tears and snot all over the glass. He looks in desperation at the guy in the face mask and asks for some fresh lines, right? But the guy doesn't have any more. That was the lot. And he's also desperate and goes down on his knees to try and salvage what he can. But the balcony door is open, and there's a draft, and now the powder is here, there, and everywhere. Can you believe that shit? Erstein put his head back and roared with laughter. Truls laughed his grunted laugh. Even Harry broke into a smile. So Al goes into the kitchen with Ruud, where the wife can't see them, opens his bag, and Ruud gets a few lines of Blanco from there. Because, yeah, I forgot to say, the stuff the guy with the face mask had, it wasn't Blanco, it was green cocaine. Green? Yeah, Erstein said. That's why Al was so keen to test it. I've heard it can show up on the street in the States, but no one's ever seen it in Oslo. On the street, the purest Blanco you get is max 45%, but they say green's a lot higher. Apparently it's to do with residue from the colour of the coca leaves. Harry turned to Truls. Green cocaine, huh? Don't look at me, Truls said. I haven't a clue how it wound up there. Fucking hell! Was it you? Erstein asked. Incognito in a face mask and sunglasses. Shut up, you're the bloody pusher, not me. Why not? Erstein said. It's genius. You skim, then step on it with something the same way we used to fill our dad's vodka bottles in the drinks cabinet with water. And then you sell direct, so you cut out the I don't skim. Truls's forehead had turned dark red. His eyes were bulging. And I don't cut. I don't even know what levamisole is, for fuck's sake. Oh? Erstein said, looking like he was enjoying himself. Then how do you know it was mixed with levamisole? Because it said so in the report, and the reports are on BL, Truls bellowed. Excuse me. They all turned to the door, where two nurses were standing. We think it's nice that Stoller gets so many visitors, but we can't allow him and Gibran to be disturbed by— Apologies, Kari, Anna said. Things can get a little heated when inheritance settlements are being discussed, you know. Don't you think, Gibran? Gibran looked up and removed his headphones. What? Are we disturbing you? Not at all. Anna smiled to the older nurse. Well, in that case, she said, her lips pursed as she looked reprovingly at Truls, Erstein and Harry, before closing the door behind her. Katrina looked down at the bodies of Susanna and Bettina. As always, it struck her how forsaken corpses looked when laid out like this, how it could make you believe in the existence of a soul. Something she definitely didn't believe in, but which was, after all, the incentive behind all religions and mysticism, hoped for. The two women were naked, their skin shades of white, blue, and also black, due mainly to blood and bodily fluids having sunk to the lowest lying parts of the body. Decomposition had set in, and Bertina's lack of a head reinforced the feeling they were looking at statues, lifeless objects given form by something living. There were 7 living people in the autopsy room: Katrina and the pathologist, Skara from Crime Squad, Sung-Min Larsen, a female detective from Kripos, Alexandra Sturza, and another post-mortem technician. "We haven't found any signs of violence or a struggle prior to death," the pathologist said. "Causes of death: Susanna received a cut across the throat, severing her carotid artery. Bertina was probably strangled. I say probably because many of the indications we would have found if we had her head are absent. But the marks on the lower part of her neck indicate asphyxiation with a strap or cord resulting in hypoxia. There were no traces of any substances in their blood or urine to suggest they were drugged. Congealed spit and mucus was found on one of the victim's nipples." She pointed to the body of Susanna. "It has, as far as I know, already been analyzed." "Yes," Alexandra said. "Beyond that, we haven't found DNA material on the victims. As there is a suspicion of rape, we've paid particular attention to looking for traces of that. There are no marks from fingers holding tightly on the arms, legs, or throat, no bite marks or suction marks, no wounds or bruising to the wrists or ankles. One victim has no head, so we can't say anything about her auricle." "Pardon?" the female detective from Kripos said. "The outer ear," Alexandra said. "Wounding is common there with victims of violence." "Or possible petechiae," the pathologist said, pointing at Susanna's head. "The first victim didn't exhibit it." "Small, discolored spots around the eyes or the palate," Alexandra explained. "Neither victim has visible injury to the labia minora," the pathologist continued. "The inner pudenda," Alexandra translated. "Nor were there any scratch marks from fingernails on the neck or grazing to the knees, hips, or back. Otherwise, there are microscopic marks in Bertina's vagina, but they're of an order that may just have well occurred due to consensual sex. In short, there is no physical evidence on either of them pointing to rape. Which isn't to say that rape can't have taken place," Alexandra added. The look the pathologist gave Alexandra made Katrina suspect she might be having words with her younger colleague about role understanding after they had left. "So, no injuries," Katrina said, "and no semen. What then makes you so sure they both had intercourse?" "Prophylactic," said the other post-mortem technician, Helge something or other, a sweet guy who hadn't said anything so far, and who Katrina had instinctively understood was at the bottom of the pecking order out of the 3. "A condom?" Skara said. "Yes," Helge replied. "When we don't find semen, we look for signs of a condom, primarily traces of nonoxynol 9, the substance in the lubricant, but evidently this was a type without lubricant. Instead, we found traces from the fine powder on the condom, which prevents the latex from sticking to itself. The composition of the powder is unique to every manufacturer. The powder on this brand, Bodyful, was the same for Susanna and Bertina." "Is that a common powder?" Sung-Min asked. "Neither common nor uncommon," Helge said. "Of course, it's entirely possible they didn't have intercourse with the same man, but—" "I see," Sung-Min said. "Thanks." "Based on these findings, is there any way to tell when intercourse occurred?" Katrina asked. "No," the pathologist said firmly. "Everything we've told you, minus the details about the condom powder, you can find in the report we placed in the case file on BL-96 just before you arrived. Okay?" The ensuing pause was interrupted by Helge, his voice more cautious now. "We might not be able to say exactly when, but—" He cast a quick glance at the pathologist, as if seeking permission before continuing. "It seems safe to assume that in both cases intercourse occurred not long before they died. Possibly after." "Go on." "Had they been alive for some time after intercourse, their bodily functions would have disposed of traces of the condoms. A living body would do that over the course of a few days, perhaps 3, but semen and condom powder would last longer in a dead body. He swallowed, gave a small smile. "Yeah, that was all." "Any more questions?" the pathologist asked. She waited a couple of seconds before clapping her hands together. "Well, like the title of the movie, if more bodies turn up, just give us a call." Only Skara laughed. Katrina wasn't sure if it was because he was the only one of them old enough to remember the movie, or if morbid humour worked best when there weren't corpses present. She felt her phone vibrate and looked at the display. Chapter 21. Wednesday. The thrill begins. Katrina had to pull hard on the steering wheel of the 50-year-old Volvo Amazon as she swung up in front of the entrance to the Radium Hospital. She drew up beside the tall man with the beard, saw Harry hesitate before opening the door and sitting down in the passenger seat. "You kept the car," he said. "Björn loved it so much," she said, patting the dashboard. "And he took good care of it. Runs like clockwork." "It's a classic car," Harry said. "It's also dangerous." She smiled. "You're thinking of Gert? Relax. I only use it in the city. My father-in-law comes by and tinkers on it, and it smells of Björn." She could tell what he was thinking. This is the car Björn shot himself in. Yes, it was. The car Björn had loved and had driven out of the city to a straight stretch of road alongside a field in Toten. A place he had fond memories of, perhaps. It was night, and he had moved to the back seat. Some believed it was because his idol, Hank Williams, had died in the back seat of a car, but she suspected it was because he didn't want to mess up the driver's seat, so that she could continue using it, so that she had to continue using it. Yes, she knew it was crazy, but if this was her self-imposed punishment for fooling a good man into believing that their child was his, a man who had always been good, way too good, then so what? He loved her to bits, and always doubted that she really loved him. He had even gone as far as asking her straight out why she hadn't chosen a man in her own league. No, this was a punishment she gladly accepted. "Good you could get here so quick," he said. "I was just up the road at the Forensic Medical Institute. So, what's up?" "I just realized my usual driver isn't quite sober, and I need to go to a place where you can get me in." "Doesn't sound very promising. Where were you thinking?" "The crime scenes," he said. "I want to see them." "Not a chance." "Come on. We found Bertina for you." "I realize that, but I made it clear we don't reward tip-offs." "Yes, you did." "Is it still cordoned off?" "Yes, so no, you can't go there on your own, either." Harry looked at her with something like quiet desperation. She recognized that look, recognized those damned pale blue eyes, now a little wider than usual, the body he wasn't able to keep quite still in the seat. It was ants under his skin. It was the mania. Or was it something more? She had never seen him so worked up before, as though this case were a matter of life or death. Which of course it was, but not his life or death. Or? No, of course it was just the mania, meaning he must hunt. Drive me to Schroeder's then. Or drink. She sighed, checked the time. "Suit yourself? All right if I collect Gert from kindergarten on the way?" He raised an eyebrow, gave her a look as if to say he suspected her of having an agenda. Which of course she might have. It was never wrong to remind a man he had a child. She put the car in gear and was letting the temperamental clutch out when her phone rang. She looked at the display and put the car back into neutral. "Sorry, I have to take this, Harry." "Yes, Spratt speaking." "Have you read what Doug Blaudet have written now?" Compared to most people, the chief superintendent didn't even sound annoyed. But Katrina was using the Bodil Melling yardstick and knew her boss was furious. "If by now you mean it went up on their website 6 minutes ago, it's this Våga again. He's written that forensic examination has revealed that both girls had sex just prior to or after they were killed, and that a condom was used, probably so as not to leave any DNA behind. How does he know that, Brad?" "I don't know." "Well then, let me tell you. We have someone leaking information to Våga." "Sorry," Katrina said. "I was imprecise. How is obvious. What I mean is I don't know who the leak is. And when are you planning on finding out?" "Hard to say, boss. At the moment, my priority is finding a killer who, for all we know, may be looking for his next victim." There was silence at the other end. Katrina closed her eyes and cursed herself. She would never learn. "I've just had Winter on the phone, and he rules out anyone at Kripos. I'd be inclined to agree with him. So you're the one who needs to find the person concerned and shut their mouth, brat. You hear me? This makes us all look like idiots. I'm calling the police chief now before he calls me to ask about it. Keep me informed." Melling hung up. Katrina shifted her gaze to Harry's phone, which he was holding up for her. It was Dagbladet's website. She skimmed Volker's comments. The discovery of Bettina indicated a sexually motivated murder, but today's examinations at the Forensic Medical Unit do not strengthen that theory and do not clear Marcus Röd of suspicion. The property mogul had sexual relationships with both Susanna Anderson and Bettina Bertilsen and is, as far as the police know, the only person tying the two women together. Sources say investigators have speculated whether Röd could have ordered contract killings tailored to look like sexually motivated murder and not hits. "This guy really has it in for Röd," she said. "Have you?" Harry asked. "Have we what?" "Speculated if the murders were arranged so as to look like they were a sexually motivated murder." She shrugged. "Not that I've heard. I bet it's Volker's own speculation, and he's attributing it to a source because he knows it can never be checked." They drove down towards the motorway. "What do you lot think?" she asked. "Well, most of the team think it's a rapist and serial killer, and that the link between the two victims is coincidental." "Because?" "Because Marcus Röd has an alibi and contract killers don't have sex with their victims." "What do your lot think?" Katrina checked the traffic in the mirror. "Okay, Harry, I'll give you something. What Volker didn't write is that one of the post-mortem technicians found the same type of condom powder in both girls. So it's the same perpetrator." "Interesting. What he also didn't write is that the medical examiners aren't ruling out that the girls were raped, even though they didn't find any clear physical indicators. They only do in 1 in 3 cases, minor injuries in just half the rapes. The remainder, they find nothing." "Do you think that's what happened here?" "No, I think it's because the victims were dead before intercourse took place." The thrill begins with death." "What?" "Something Ona says. With sadists, their sexual excitement begins with the suffering and ceases when the victim dies. With necrophiliacs, their excitement begins when the victim is dead." "Okay, but then you were rewarded a little all the same." "Thanks. What do you make of the boot prints at the scenes?" "Who said there were boot prints?" Harry shrugged. "The crime scenes are in the forest, so I presume the ground is soft. It's hardly rained over the past few weeks, so obviously there'll be boot prints." "They have the same pattern," Katrina said after some hesitation. "The victims and the suspected perpetrator's footprints are close to one another, as if he was holding her or was threatening her with a weapon." Or just the opposite." "What do you mean?" "Maybe they walked with their arms around each other, like a couple, or two people about to engage in mutual consensual sex." "Are you serious?" "If I was threatening someone, I'd walk behind them." "You believe the girls knew their killer?" "Maybe, maybe not. What I don't believe in are coincidences. Susanna went missing 4 days after the party at Röd's building, and Bettina 1 week after that. They met the perpetrator there. There was a man at the party I'm guessing you don't have on that guest list." "Oh? A guy in a face mask and sunglasses selling cocaine?" "No one's mentioned anyone like that to us, no. Not so strange, perhaps, if he was selling cocaine to the guests. Or because you soon forget faceless people. He wasn't selling to the guests, rather handing out samples of something we think was close to pure cocaine to a few guests." "How do you know?" "That's not important. What is important is that he was in contact with both Susanna and Bettina. Do you know of anyone else at the party who talked to both girls?" "Just Marcus Röd." Katrina put the indicator on and checked the mirror again.
You think this guy chatted up both of them at the party and arranged to go for a walk in the woods with them? Why not? I don't know, but I can't see how it makes sense. It's one thing Susanna heading off with a guy she's just met at a party for an adventure in the forest, one who's been dealing coke into the bargain. But that Bertina, a week later, voluntarily accompanies a man like that, one she barely knows, into the forest at Skullerud, when it's been in the newspapers that Susanna was last seen in Skullerud? At that stage, Bertina would also have been aware that the three of them had been at the same party. No, Harry, I don't buy it.
Okay, so what do you think?
I think we're looking at a serial rapist.
Serial killer?
Absolutely. Quick murders, necrophilia, a brain cut out, a head cut off, a body hung up like a slaughtered animal. That's what I'd call a ritual murder carried out by a serial killer.
Harry said.
Why condom powder? What? In these kinds of sexual offence cases, you look for a lubricant, not powder, when you're trying to identify the condom, isn't that right? Yes, but there wasn't any lubricant used here. Exactly. You've worked in Vice. Don't serial rapists, those of them smart enough to use a condom, use lubricant? Yes, but these are criminal maniacs, Harry. They don't have a set script, and you're just splitting hairs.
You're right, Harry said, but I've yet to see or hear anything that means we can rule out that Bertina and Susanna had consensual sex with the perpetrator right before he killed them.
Apart from it being highly unusual. No? You're the expert on serial killers here?
Harry rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, it's unusual. Murder after rape isn't so unusual, either as part of the killer's sexual fantasy or to avoid being identified. But murder after consensual sex only occurs in exceptional cases. A narcissist could kill if he's been humiliated in relation to the act, if he's unable to perform, for instance.
The traces of a condom indicate that he managed to perform, Harry. I'll be right back.
Harry nodded. They had stopped on Lower Hedgehogsveien,
and he watched Katrina as she walked quickly towards the gate, where children in snow seats hung over the fence waiting to be collected. She disappeared beyond the gate, but after a few minutes she and Gert appeared, walking hand in hand. He heard the sound of an eager child's voice. He had been a quiet child himself, apparently. The car door opened.
"Hi, honey!"
Gert leaned forward from the back seat and gave Harry a hug from behind before Katrina pulled him back into the child's seat.
"Hello, old chap," Harry said.
"Old chap,"
Gert said, looking at his mother. "He's messing with you," Katrina said.
"You're messing, honey."
Gert laughed heartily, and glancing in the mirror, Harry gave a start as he glimpsed something familiar. Not himself, not his father, but his mother. He had Harry's mother's smile. Katrina got in behind the wheel. "Schroeder's?" she said. Harry shook his head. "I'll get out at your place, then walk." "To Schroeder's?" Harry didn't answer. "I've been thinking," she said. "I want to ask you for a favor."
"Okay."
"You know these cross-country skiers and people who walk to the South Pole and charge a ton of money to give talks and inspire people?" A wave caused the Nesodden ferry to rock slightly. Harry looked around. The passengers in the seats nearby were gazing at their phones, wearing headsets, reading books, or looking out at the Oslo fjord. On their way home from work, college, a shopping trip in town. No one looked like they were on an outing with their partner. Harry looked down at his own phone, at the latest forensic report Truls had taken a screenshot of and mailed to all of them. He had read it while eating in the canteen at the Radium Hospital, after texting Katrina to ask if she could come and pick him up. Had he felt guilty pretending not to know about it when she told him about her visit to the Forensic Medical Institute? Not really. Besides, he hadn't needed to act like he wasn't aware of the information about the condom powder and necrophilia. It hadn't been in the report. Neither had it appeared in Våge's article. In other words, Våge's informant was not one of those who had been present at the Institute. Otherwise he would have had what wasn't in the report in his story too. But Våge had included that some of the investigators believed the murder was made to look like the work of a serial killer to hide what it actually was. Condom powder. Harry thought about it, then tapped tea. Yeah? Aye, truce, it's Harry. Yeah? I won't take up much of your time. I've spoken to Katrina Bratt, and it turns out that not everything the Forensic Medical Institute has found is winding up in the reports. Oh? Yeah. She shared one detail with me which the investigative team at Police HQ are sure to be discussing, but we don't have. Which is? Harry hesitated. Condom powder. The tattoo, he said. The killer cut off the Louis Vuitton tattoo Bettina had on her ankle and sewed it back on again. Like Susanna Anderson's scalp. Yep, Harry said, but that's not important. What is important is whether you have some way we can get hold of that kind of thing in the future. Stuff not in the reports? I'll have to talk to people then. We don't want to chance that. I wasn't expecting any suggestions off the top of your head, but have a think about it and we'll talk tomorrow. Truce grunted. All right. They hung up. When the boat docked, Harry remained seated, watching the other passengers stream out and go ashore. Not getting off? Asked the ticket inspector, making a sweep of the empty lounge. Not today, Harry said. Same again, Harry said, pointing at the glass. The bartender raised an eyebrow, but took down the Jim Beam bottle and poured. Harry knocked that one back, too. And another. Rough day? The bartender asked. Not yet, Harry said, before picking up the glass and walking towards the same table, where he had seen the Turbo Negro vocalist sitting. Noticed he was already slightly unsteady on his feet. On his way, he passed a man sitting with his back to him, and smelled a perfume that reminded him of Lucille. He slid into the sofa. It was early in the evening, not many guests yet. Lucille, where was she right now? Instead of drinking more, he could go to his room and reread the reports, search for the mistake, the lead. He looked at the glass, the hourglass, 5 days plus a few hours, until he let someone down again. Yes, that was the story of his life. What the hell? Soon he'd have nobody left to let down anyway. He raised the glass. A man had entered the bar and was looking around, caught sight of Harry. They exchanged brief nods before the man headed in Harry's direction and sat down in the chair on the other side of the low glass table. Evening, Crone. Good evening, Harry. How's it going? With the investigation, going well. Good. Does that mean you have a lead? No. What brings you here? The lawyer looked like he had planned on asking a follow-up question, but dropped it. I heard you called Helena Rudd today, that the two of you are going to talk. That's right. I just wanted to draw your attention to a couple of things prior to you having that conversation. First of all, her and Marcus's relationship isn't the best at the moment. There could be several reasons for that, like Marcus's cocaine addiction. I don't know anything about that. Yes, you do. I was thinking about the fact they've drifted apart over time, and that all the public attention Marcus has received regarding this case, especially in Dark-Blooded, hasn't improved matters. What are you trying to say? Elena is under a lot of stress, and I wouldn't rule out that she might say things which put her husband in a bad light, both with regard to his person in general and his involvement with Miss Anderson and Miss Bertilson in particular. Not something that changes the facts of the case, but should the press, Dark-Blooded, get hold of it, then it would be unfortunate for or rather, our client. So you came to tell me not to leak possible gossip? Crone smiled briefly. I'm just saying that this Terry Volker will use everything he can get his hands on to smear Marcus. Because? Crone shrugged. It's ancient history. It was in the days Marcus was just investing a little here and there for fun. At the time, he was also chairman of the board for the free newspaper Volker wrote for. When the Press Complaints Commission found the newspaper had broken the code of practice for the stories Volker had made up, the board sacked him. That had big repercussions on his life and career thereafter, and he's obviously never forgiven Marcus. I'll keep it in mind. Good.
Crone remained sitting. "Yes," Harry said. "I understand if it's something you don't want to dredge up, but we do have a secret binding us together." "You're right," Harry said, taking a swig of his drink. "I don't want to dredge it up." "Of course. I just wanted to say that I still believe we did the right thing." Harry looked at him. "We made sure the world was rid of an evil, evil man," Crone said. "He was, admittedly, my client, and innocent," Harry slurred. "Of your wife's murder, perhaps, but he was guilty of ruining the lives of many others, far too many, young people, innocent people." Harry studied Crone. The two of them had seen to it that Svein Finne, a man with multiple convictions for rape, was killed, and that Rakel's murder was pinned on him. Crone's motive had been the threats Finne had made against him and his family, while Harry's had been the desire for who had actually killed Rakel, and their reason for doing it never coming to light. While Björn Holm, Johan Crone said, he had only been a good man, a good friend, a good husband. Isn't that right? "Yes," Harry said, feeling his throat tighten. He signalled to the bar by raising the empty glass. Crone took a deep breath. "The reason Björn Holm killed the woman you loved instead of you was because it was the only way he could make you suffer like he was suffering." "That's enough now, Crone." "What I'm trying to say, Harry, is that this is the same thing. Terry Våge wants to disgrace Marcus Rød just like he was disgraced. Let him feel the social condemnation. It can break people, you know. They take their own lives. I myself have had clients who have done that." "Marcus Rød is no Björn Holm. He's not a good man." "Maybe not, but he is innocent. In this case, anyway." Harry closed his eyes. "In this case, anyway." "Good night, Harry." When Harry opened his eyes, Johan Crone was gone from the chair, and the drink had arrived on the table. He tried to drink slowly, but that felt meaningless, so he threw it back. He was soon there. Just one more. A woman came in, slim, red dress, dark hair. Her back was even willowy. There was a time when he saw Rakel everywhere. Not any longer. Yes, he missed it, even the nightmares. As though she felt his eyes on the bare small of her back, the woman at the bar turned and glanced in his direction, only for the briefest moment before turning back round. But he had seen it, a look devoid of interest, only slight pity, a look registering that the occupant of the sofa was a very lonely soul, the sort you don't want rubbing off on you. Harry couldn't remember how he had got to his room as he crawled into bed. As soon as he shut his eyes, the same two sentences began churning round in his head. Make you suffer the way he did. Innocent, in this case anyway. The phone buzzed and lit up in the darkness. He turned over and picked it up from the nightstand. It was an MMS from a number prefixed with +52. He didn't need to guess that was Mexico, because the picture showed Lucille's face against the background of a wall with peeling paint. She looked older without makeup. She had turned one side of her face to the camera, the one she claimed was prettier. Although pale, she was smiling, as if to comfort the person she knew would receive the picture. And it occurred to him that it was the same kindly regret as in his mother's face that time she had stood in the classroom doorway with his lunchbox. The text below was short. 5 days, counting. Chapter 22, Thursday. Debt. It was 5 minutes to 10, and Katrina and Sung-min were standing outside the conference room, each with a cup of coffee in their hands. Others on the investigation team mumbled morning greetings as they passed on their way into the morning meeting. "Right," Sung-min said. "So Hula thinks the perpetrator is a cocaine dealer who was at the party?" "Sounds like that," Katrina said, checking her watch. He had said he would be there early. Now it was 4 minutes to. If the cocaine was so pure, maybe he smuggled it in himself, along with other things. "What do you mean?" Sung-min shook his head. "Just an association. There was an empty bag of antiparasitic powder lying not far from the scene. It must have been smuggled in as well. Oh? The powder's banned. Contains powerful toxins against a whole range of intestinal worms, including the serious types. Serious? Parasites that can kill dogs and are transmissible to humans. I've heard of a couple of dog owners who have contracted it. Attacks the liver, very unpleasant. You're saying the killer could be a dog owner who feeds his pet an anti-parasitic cure in the great outdoors before killing and raping his victim? No. So why... Yes, why? Because we're grasping at straws. You've seen the videos where American traffic cops stop motorists for being a little over the speed limit or having a broken tail light? How cautiously they approach the car, as though someone violating a traffic regulation dramatically increases the likelihood of them being hardened criminals. Yes, and I know why. Because it does dramatically increase the likelihood of them being hardened criminals. Lots of research on that. Sung Min smiled. Exactly. Rule breakers. That's all. Okay, Katrina said, checking the time again. What had happened? She had seen in Harry's eyes that there was a danger of him falling completely off the wagon, but he usually still stuck to his word. If you've got the bag, you should drop it into Krimteknisk. I found it far from the scene, Sung Min said. We could have picked up 1,000 things within that radius which, with a little imagination, might be connected to the murder. 1 minute to 10. She spotted the officer she had sent down to reception to meet him, and, towering a head taller behind him, Harry Höhler. He looked more rumpled than his suit, and it was as if she could see the alcohol on his breath before she smelled it. Katrina noticed how Sung Min automatically straightened up next to her. Katrina drained the rest of the coffee cup. Shall we get started? As you can see, we have a visitor, Katrina said. The first part of the plan was working. It was as though the weariness and apathy on the faces in front of her had been washed away. He needs no introduction, but for those of you who are very new, Harry Höhler began as a detective here at Crime Squad and... She looked at Harry. He grimaced behind the beard. The Stone Age, chuckling. The Stone Age, Katrina said. He's played a major part in solving some of our biggest cases. He's been a lecturer at police college. He is, as far as I'm aware, the only Norwegian who has attended the FBI's course on serial homicides in Chicago. I wanted to bring him into this investigative team, but wasn't allowed. Katrina looked out at the people present. It was only a question of time before Melling got wind that she had brought Harry into the inner sanctum. So all the better that Marcus Rudd has hired him to investigate the murders of Susanna and Bertina, which means more expertise is being brought to bear, if not by our superiors. She saw Sung Min's mildly admonitory glance, and Magnus Skara's furious glare. I've invited Harry to speak about these murders in general terms, and so we can ask questions. First question. It was Skara, his voice shaking with indignation. Why should we listen to a guy talk about serial killers? This is TV show stuff, and 2 murders by the same hand doesn't mean it does. Harry got to his feet from a chair on the front row, but without turning to face the audience. For a moment he seemed to sway, as though the drop in blood pressure would make him tip over, before he stood more firmly. Yes, it does mean it's a serial killing. There was complete silence in the conference room as Harry took 2 long, slow strides towards the board before he pivoted round. The words came slowly at first, then gradually a little faster, as if his mouth needed to get up to speed. The term serial homicide is an invention of the FBI, and their official definition is a series of 2 or more murders committed by the same offender as separate events. Simple as that. He fixed his eyes on Skara. But although this case is by definition a serial homicide, it doesn't mean the offender necessarily conforms to your ideas of a serial killer from TV shows. He doesn't need to be a psychopath, a sadist, or a sex maniac. He could be a relatively normal person like you or me, with an utterly banal motive, like money, for example. In fact, the second most common motive for serial killers in the USA is just that. So,
A serial killer doesn't need to be the type driven by voices in his head or an uncontrollable urge to kill again and again. But he can be. I say he because serial killers are, with few exceptions, men. The question is whether what we are looking at can be that type of serial killer. The question, Scarra said, is what you're doing here when you work in the private sector. Why should we believe you want to help us? Well, why wouldn't I help you, Scarra? I've been assigned to make sure, or at least increase the likelihood, that this case is solved. Not that I'm the one who solves it necessarily. I can see that that concept is a little difficult for you to take in just like that, Scarra. So allow me to illustrate. If I'm tasked with saving people from burning to death in a building but the place is already ablaze, what do? Use my bucket or call the fire station located round the corner? Katrina suppressed a smile, but noticed Sung Min did not. So you're the fire brigade, and I'm on the phone. My job is to tell you what I know about where it's burning, and as I happen to know a little about fires, I'll tell you what I think is special about this particular fire. Okay? Katrina saw some nodding of heads. Others glanced at one another, but no one objected. Getting right to the point about what's special, Harry said. The heads, or to be more precise, the missing brains. And the question, as always, is why? Why cut open or cut off the victims' heads and remove the brains? Well, in some circumstances, the answer is simple. In the Old Testament, there's the story of Judith, a poor Jewish widow who saves her city when it's under siege by seducing the enemy general and cutting off his head. The point wasn't to kill him, but to show his head to everyone as a display of power, to frighten his troops, who, sure enough, ran away. So a rational act, with a motive recognizable throughout the history of warfare, and which we see to this day, when political terrorists spread video recordings of beheadings. But it's difficult to see that our man needs to frighten anyone. So why? In tribes of headhunters, or at least in the myths about them, they often want the victims' heads for themselves as trophies, or to drive out evil spirits, or to keep the spirits. Tribes in New Guinea believed you took possession of the victims' souls when you took their heads. And that might bring us closer to what we are looking at here. Katrina noticed that even though Harry was speaking in a neutral, almost flat tone and without facial expressions or dramatic gestures, he had the full attention of the room. The history of serial killers is full of decapitations. Ed Gein severed the heads of his victims and placed them on bedposts. Ed Kemper cut the head off his mother and had sex with it. But perhaps our case has more parallels with Jeffrey Dahmer, who killed 17 men and boys in the 80s. He met them at parties or clubs, got them drunk or gave them drugs. Something I'll come back to that may have occurred in our case too. Dahmer then took his victims home, murdered them, usually by strangling them while they were drugged, had sex with the corpses, dismembered them, drilled holes in the head, poured in various fluids, like acid, cut off the head, ate selected parts of the bodies. He told his psychologist he was keeping the heads because he feared rejection, and in that way ensured they could never leave him. Hence the parallel to the soul collectors of New Guinea. But Dahmer went further. He made sure the victims remained with him by eating part of them. Incidentally, psychologists believed Dahmer wasn't insane in the criminal sense. They thought he only suffered from some personality disorders, like most of us can, and still function. In other words, Dahmer was a person who could have sat among us now, and we wouldn't necessarily suspect him of anything. Yes, Larson? Our perpetrator didn't take Susanna's head, but her brain. With Bettina he took both the head and the brain. So is it brains he's after? And in that case, do the brains serve as trophies? We differentiate between trophies and souvenirs. Trophies are symbols of you having defeated your victim, and in such cases heads are much used. Souvenirs are used as mementos of the sexual act and for sexual gratification afterwards. I don't know if brains stand out in that regard, but if you were to draw conclusions based on what we know about sexually motivated, psychopathic serial killers, there are all manner of reasons for them doing what they do, just like there is for everyone. And that's why there are no common patterns of behavior, at least not to a level of detail that allows us to easily predict their next move. Except for one thing, which we can assume with a large degree of probability. Katrina knew that this wasn't a dramatic pause. It was simply that Harry had to draw breath and at the same time take an almost imperceptible step to the side to gain balance. That they will strike again. In the silence that followed, Katrina heard hard, fast-approaching footsteps in the corridor outside, and she recognized their sound and knew who it was. Perhaps Harry heard them too, and guessed his time was about to run out. At any rate, he sped up. I don't think this person is after heads, but rather the brains of the victims. Cutting Bertina's head off only means he's refining his method. Also a typical feature of the classic psychopathic serial killer. He's learned from the last time that removing the brain at the scene of the crime requires time and is therefore risky. In addition, when he saw the result of sewing the scalp back on and knew it would be discovered, he realized that in order to hide the fact it was the brain he really wanted, it would be better to take the entire head. I don't think he choked Bertina to death in an attempt to mislead the police into thinking Susanna was killed by someone else. If that was important, he wouldn't have chosen Skullerud both times, and he wouldn't have left both bodies naked from the waist down. The reason for the change in method of killing was practical. He got blood on himself when he cut Susanna's throat. You can see that by the traces of blood spray. Blood on his hands, face and clothes meant he'd be noticed if he met anyone on the way back, and he'd have needed to throw away the clothes, wash the car, and so on. The door opened. Sure enough, it was Bodil Melling. She took up position in the doorway with arms folded, fixing Katrina with a gaze promising a gloomy outlook. That was also the reason he brought her to a lake. There he could minimize the blood spill by holding her head underwater while cutting it off. In that sense, this serial killer is like most of us. The more often we do something, the better we get. In this case, that's bad news for what may come. Harry looked at Bodil Melling. Don't you think, Chief Superintendent? The corners of her mouth turned up in the affectation of a smile. What's coming, Hula, is you leaving this building at once. Then we'll discuss internally how we interpret the guidelines regarding access to information for individuals without clearance. Katrina felt her throat tighten in a mixture of shame and anger, and was aware her voice didn't mask it. I understand your concern, Bodil, but it goes without saying Harry hasn't been given access to, as I said. We'll deal with this internally. Would someone other than Brat escort Hula down to reception? And Brat, you come with me. Katrina sent a despairing look to Harry, who shrugged in response. Then she followed Bodil Melling while listening to the staccato strike of heels on the corridor floor. Honestly, Katrina, Melling said when they were in the lift, I warned you. Don't involve Hula. Yet you did it anyway. I wasn't allowed to bring him in as part of the group, but this was as a consultant, someone sharing their experience and imparting information without getting anything in return, neither money nor info. I consider it within my area of responsibility to do that. The lift pinged to announce their floor. Is that so? Melling said, walking out. Katrina hurried after. Did someone text you from the conference room? Melling smiled sourly. If only it were that type of conscientious leak we needed to worry about. Melling walked into her office. Ola Winter and Head of Information Kedzierski were at the small meeting table, each sitting with a cup of coffee and a copy of Dagbladet in front of them. Good morning, Brat, the head of Kripos said. We're sitting here discussing the leaks in the double murder case, Melling said. Without me? Katrina said. Melling sighed, sat down, and motioned to Katrina to follow suit. Without any of those who theoretically could be behind the leaks being present. No reason to take it personally. Now we might as well take it up with you directly. I presume you've seen what Voga has written today? Katrina nodded. It's a scandal, Winter said, shaking his head. Nothing less. Voga had details from the investigation that can only have come from one place, and that's here. I've checked my people who are on the case, and none of them are behind it." "How have you checked them?" Katrina asked. Winter ignored that, just continued shaking his head. "And now, brat, you invite the competition in as well?" "You may be in competition with Hula, but I'm not," Katrina said. "Is there coffee for me, too?" Melling looked at her in surprise. "But back to the leaks," Katrina said. "Give me a few pointers on how to check my colleagues, Winter. Surveillance, reading emails, interrogation by Chinese water torture." Winter looked at Melling as though appealing to common sense. "But I have checked something else," Katrina said. "I've gone back and checked what Voga has and doesn't have, and it turns out that everything he seems to have obtained from our investigators has appeared in print after it's been logged in reports filed in BL, which means that the leak could come from anybody in Police HQ with access to those files. Unfortunately, the system doesn't register who has been in looking at which files." "That's not true," Winter said. "It is," Katrina said. "I've spoken to our IT people." "I meant the part about everything Voga writing having been in the reports." He grabbed the newspaper from the table and read aloud. "The police have declined to make public several grotesque details, such as Bertina Bertilson's ankle tattoo being cut off and sewn back on again." He threw the newspaper back on the table. "That has not appeared in any reports." "I should hope not," Katrina said, "because it's simply not the case. Voga is making things up, and surely that's beyond the bounds of what we can be blamed for, Winter."
"Thanks, Anita," Harry said, his eyes fixed on the beer the elderly waitress had just put down in front of him. "Anyway," Anita sighed, as a continuation of something she had thought but not said, "it's nice to see you again." "What's up with her?" asked Truls, who had already been sitting at the window table in Schroeder's when Harry arrived at the agreed time.
"She doesn't like serving me," Harry said. "Then Schroeder's isn't the right place to work?"
Truls grunt laughed.
"Maybe not."
Harry lifted the beer.
"Maybe she just needs the money."
He brought the glass to his lips and drank while holding Truls's gaze.
"What was it you wanted?" Truls asked,
and Harry saw a twitching below one eye.
"What do you think?"
"Dunno. Brainstorm again?"
"Maybe."
"What do you think about this?" Harry drew Dagbladet from his jacket pocket and placed it in front of Truls.
"About what?"
"About what Voga writes about Bertina's tattoo, that it was cut off and sewn back on."
"Think? I think he seems well informed, but that's his job, I guess."
Harry sighed. "I'm not asking so I can drag this out, Truls. It's to give you the chance to say it before I do."
Truls had his hands on the worn tablecloth, one either side of a paper napkin. He hadn't ordered anything, didn't want anything. His hands were red against the white of the napkin, and looked bloated, swollen, as though they would shrink to a pair of gloves if Harry were to stick a pin in them. His forehead had taken on a dark red hue, the colour the devil had in comics.
"No idea what you're talking about," Truls said.
"It's you. You're the one who's been feeding Terry Voga."
"Me? Are you stupid? I'm not even on the investigation team."
"You're feeding Voga the same as us. You're reading the reports as soon as they're on BO 96. You were already doing it when I contacted you, so it's not so strange you said yes to my offer. You're getting paid double for the same job, and Voga is probably paying you even more now that you're giving him updates on the honor group as well."
"What the fuck? I haven't shut up, Truls. Fuck off. I'm not going to shut up and sit down."
The few tables where there were customers had gone quiet. They weren't staring openly, but looking down into their beer glasses, using their peripheral vision. Harry had placed his hand on Truls's and was pressing it down so hard on the tabletop that Truls was forced to sit back down. Harry leaned forward and continued in a low voice.
"Like I said, I'm not going to drag this out, so here it is. I got suspicious when Voga wrote about the investigators speculating if Rudd had ordered the killings to look like sex attacks. That was something we discussed in the honor group, and is so outside the box
that I checked with Katrina if anyone on their team had suggested it. They hadn't. So I came up with that story about Bertina's tattoo being sewn back on and told you, and only you. Said it was common knowledge at Police HQ, so you'd feel comfortable passing it on without it pointing back to you. And sure enough, Volga had it in print a few hours later. So there you have it, Truls.
Truls Björnsson stared straight ahead, his face expressionless, took hold of the paper napkin and crumpled it up, the same way Harry had seen him do with the losing coupon at the racetrack.
All right, Truls said, so I sold a little info, and you lot can just piss right off, because no damage has been done. Volga's never got anything that could wreck the investigation. That's your assessment, Truls, but we'll drop that discussion for now. Yes, we will, because I'm off. Adios. And you can take that money from Rudd and wipe your ass with it. I told you to sit. Harry allowed himself a wry smile. And thanks, but the toilet paper at the Thief is excellent. So soft, in fact, it makes you want to take a second shit. Have you ever felt it?
Truls Björnsson didn't look like he understood the question, but remained seated.
So here's your chance to shit on things one more time, Harry said. You're going to tell Volga that your access to BL-96 has been taken away, and he's going to have to manage for himself. From now on, you're also not going to say jack shit about what's going on in the Arna Group, and you're going to tell me how big your gambling debts are.
Truls stared in bewilderment at Harry, swallowed, blinked a couple of times.
300,000, he said eventually, give or take.
That's a lot. When's payment due?
Due ages ago. Interest is accruing, you might say.
They're eager to collect?
Truls snorted. It's not just pliers, they threaten you with all kinds of shit. I'm walking around looking over my shoulder the whole time, if you only knew.
Yeah, if I only knew, Harry said, closing his eyes.
Last night he had dreamt about scorpions. They seeped into the room from under the door and the skirting boards, through cracks in the windows and wall sockets. He opened his eyes and gazed at his beer. He had been both looking forward to and dreading the next couple of hours. He had been wasted yesterday, and was going to get wasted today. This was now officially a relapse.
Okay, Truls, I'll get you the money. Tomorrow, all right? Pay me back when you can.
Truls Björnsson continued to blink. His eyes were moist now.
Why? He began. Don't get confused, Harry said. It's not because I like you. It's because I have use for you.
Truls fixed his eyes on Harry, as though trying to work out whether he was joking or not. Harry lifted the beer.
You don't have to sit any longer now, Björnsson.
It was 8 in the evening. Harry's head was drooping. He registered that he was sitting on a chair and had vomit on his suit trousers. Someone had said something, and now the voice was saying something else.
Harry?
He raised his head. The room was spinning, and the faces around him were blurred, but he still recognized them, had known them for years. Safe faces. The Arna Group. Being sober at these meetings isn't a requirement, the voice said, but speaking clearly is advantageous. Are you able to do that, Harry? Harry swallowed. The last few hours came back to him. He had wanted to drink and drink until there was nothing left, no liquor, no pain, no Harry Ulla, no voices in his head calling for help that he was unable to give. This clock ticking louder and louder. Could he not drown them in alcohol and let everything go, let time run out, letting people down, failing? That was all he knew how to do. So why had he taken out his phone, called this number, and come here? No, it wasn't the Arna Group sitting in the chairs in the circle he was a part of.
Hi,
he said, in a voice so gravelly it sounded like a train derailing.
My name's Harry, and I'm an alcoholic.
Chapter 23, Friday. The Yellow Log. Rough night? The woman asked, holding the door open for Harry. Elena Rudd was smaller than he had expected. She was wearing a pair of tight jeans and a black polo neck.
Her blonde hair was held in place by a simple hairband. He concluded she was as pretty as the photographs. "Is it that obvious?" he said, stepping inside. "Sunglasses at 10 in the morning," she said, showing him into what he already could make out to be a huge apartment. "And that suit is too nice to look like that," she said over her shoulder. "Thanks," Harry said. She laughed, led him into a large room with a living area and an open kitchen with an island. Daylight flooded in from every side. Concrete, wood, glass. He assumed everything was of the highest quality. "Coffee?" "Please." "I was going to ask what kind, but you look like the sort who'll drink anything." "Anything," Harry said with a crooked smile. She pressed a button on the shiny metal espresso machine, which began to grind the beans as she rinsed a filter holder under the tap. Harry let his gaze drift over the items attached by magnets to the double-doored fridge. A calendar, 2 pictures of horses, a ticket bearing the logo of the National Theatre. "You're going to see Romeo and Juliet tomorrow?" he said. "Yes, it's a fantastic production. I was at the first night with Marcus. Not that he's interested in the theatre, but he's a sponsor, so we get a lot of tickets. I handed out loads of the tickets for that production at the party. I think people simply must see it, but I still have 2 or 3 lying around. Have you ever seen Romeo and Juliet?" "Yeah, sort of. A film version." "Then you have to see this." You do? Just a sec." Elena Rudd disappeared, and Harry let his eyes wander over the rest of the fridge door. Pictures of 2 children with their parents, taken on holiday, it looked like. Harry guessed Elena was the children's auntie. No pictures of Elena herself or Marcus, together or on their own. He walked over to the windows, which went from floor to ceiling. A view over the whole of Bjørvika and the Oslo fjord, the Munch Museum being the only obstruction. He heard Helena approaching with brisk steps. "Apologies for the museum," she said, handing Harry 2 tickets. "We call it Chernobyl. Not every architect is able to ruin an entire city district with a single building, but Estudio Herreros was, I'll give them that." "Just go ahead with what you came for, Willa. I'm good at multitasking." "Okay. For the most part, I'd like you to tell me about the party. About Susanna and Bettina, of course, but in particular the man who brought the cocaine." "Right," she said. "So you know about him?" "Yes." "I presume no one is going to jail because of a little coke on the table?" "No. Anyway, I'm not a policeman." "That's right. You're Marcus's boy." "I'm not that either." "Sure, Crone told me you've been given carte blanche. But you know how it is. The person paying the bills is the person in control at the end of the day." She smiled with a hint of contempt, which Harry wasn't sure was directed at him or at the man paying. Or perhaps at herself. Elena Rudd told him about the party while she made coffee. Harry noted that what she said matched both her husband's and Erstein's accounts. The man with the green cocaine had shown up pretty much out of nowhere and approached her and Marcus on the roof terrace. Might have gate-crashed the party, but if so, he wasn't the only one. He was wearing a face mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, so he did look rather dodgy in that gathering. He insisted Marcus and I test his powder, but I told him that wasn't going to happen, that Marcus and I had promised each other never to touch the stuff again. Then, after just a few minutes, I noticed Marcus and a few of the others were missing. I was already a little suspicious because one of the people who'd popped up at the party was the guy Marcus usually buys his blow from. I walked into the apartment, and it was so pathetic. She closed her eyes and placed her palm on her forehead. Marcus was leaning over the table with a straw already up his nose, breaking his promise right there in front of me. And then that cocaine nose of his causes him to sneeze and ruin it for him. She opened her eyes and looked at Harry. I wish I could laugh about it. The dealer with the face mask, he tried to gather together enough powder from the floor to make a line for Marcus, I understand. Yeah, or maybe he was just trying to tidy up. He even wiped Marcus's snot off the table. She nodded towards the large glass table in front of the sofa in the living area. He probably wanted to make a good impression, have Marcus as a regular customer. Who doesn't? You may have noticed that Marcus isn't exactly the type to haggle. He prefers to overpay than underpay. It gives him a sense of power. Or rather, it gives him power.
You mean power is important to him?
Isn't it important to everyone?
Well, not to me. Granted, that's just self-analysis. They had sat down at the dining table across from each other.
Elena Rudd was looking at Harry in a way that made him think she was assessing the situation, assessing how much she should say, assessing him. "Why do you have a metal finger?" she asked, nodding towards his hand.
"Because a man cut off the finger I had. It's a long story."
Her gaze didn't flinch. "You smell of stale alcohol," she said. "And vomit."
"Sorry, I had a rough night and haven't got round to getting fresh clothes."
She smiled vaguely, as though to herself. "Do you know the difference between a handsome man and an attractive man, Harry?"
"No. What is it?"
"I'm asking because I don't know." Harry met her eyes. Was she flirting? She shifted her gaze to the wall behind him. "Do you know what I found attractive about Marcus? I mean, apart from his surname and his money."
"No."
"That he seemed attractive to other people as well. Isn't that strange? How that sort of thing is self-reinforcing."
"I know what you mean."
She shook her head as though in resignation. "Marcus has no talents, apart from one. He can send out the signal that he's in charge. He's like that boy or girl in school who, without anyone understanding why, takes the lead and decides who is in and who is out. When, like Marcus, you're sitting on that social throne, then you have power, and power begets power. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing more attractive than power. You understand, Harry? It isn't calculated opportunism that makes women fall for power. It's biology. Power is sexy, full stop."
"Okay,"
Harry said. She probably wasn't flirting. "And when, like Marcus, you've learned to like that power, then you're terrified of losing it. Marcus is good with people, but because he and his family have power, he's probably more feared than liked. And that bothers him, because it's important for him to be liked. Not by the people who don't matter, he couldn't care less about them, but by those he wants to identify with, those he sees as his equals. He went to BI Norwegian Business School because he wanted to take over the family's property business, but there was more partying than studying, and in the end he had to go abroad to get a qualification. People think he's good at his job because money has been accumulated, but if you've been in property for the last 50 years, it's been impossible not to make money. Marcus was actually one of the few who almost managed to run his company into the ground all the same, but the bank bailed him out at least twice, and money tells the only success story people are capable of hearing, myself included. She sighed. He had a regular table at a club where men with money pick up girls who like men with money and do as they're told. It sounds banal, and it is. I knew that Marcus had a marriage behind him, but it had been years ago, and that he'd been single since. I figured he hadn't met the right woman. And that was me.
"Was it?"
She shrugged. I was right for him, I suppose. A bombshell 30 years his junior, to be shown off, capable of conversing with people his age without it becoming embarrassing, and keeping things in order at home. The question was probably more if he was the right one for me. It took a long time before I asked myself that question.
And
now I live here, and he lives in a man cave in Frogner.
Yet the two of you were together on both of the Tuesdays the girls went missing.
Were we? Harry thought he saw something challenging in her eyes.
That's what you told the police.
She smiled briefly. Yes, then I suppose we were.
Are you trying to let me know you weren't telling the truth?
She shook her head with a resigned expression.
Is it you or Marcus that is most in need of an alibi?
Harry asked, and followed her reaction closely. Me? You think I could have... The look of astonishment on her face disappeared, and her laughter resounded in the room.
You have a motive?
No, she said, I don't have a motive. I've let Marcus run around. The only condition I set was that he doesn't embarrass me, or let them take my money.
Your money?
His, ours, mine, whatever. I don't think those two girls had any plans like that, and they weren't exactly high maintenance either. Anyway, you'll realize soon enough that I really don't have any motive. My lawyer sent a letter to Crone this morning stating that I want a divorce and that I want half of everything. You see, I don't want him. They can take Marcus, whoever is so inclined. I just want my writing school. She laughed coldly. You look surprised, Harry. A movie producer in Los Angeles told me that your first marriage is the most expensive college. That it's where you learn to ensure there's a prenuptial agreement in your next marriage. Oh, Marcus has a prenup, both with me and his ex. He's not stupid. But because of what I know, he'll give me what I ask for. And what is it, you know? She smiled broadly. That's my leverage, Harry, so I can't tell you that. The chances are I'll sign a non-disclosure agreement. I hope to God someone finds out what he's done, but if they do, it'll be without my help. I know that sounds cynical, but right now I need to save myself, not the world. Sorry. Harry was about to say something, but thought better of it. She wasn't going to be manipulated or persuaded. Why did you agree to this meeting? He asked instead, if you knew you weren't going to tell me anything. She thrust out her bottom lip, nodded. Good question. You tell me. That suit of yours will have to go to the dry cleaners, by the way. I'll give you one of Marcus's. You're around the same size. Sorry? Elena had already got to her feet and was walking further into the apartment. I've put aside a few suits he's too fat to fit into anymore, which I was going to give to the Salvation Army, she called out. While she was gone, he stood up and went over to the fridge. He saw now that there was a photo of Elena after all. She was holding the bridle of one of the horses. The theatre ticket was for the following day. He looked at the calendar, noticed Horse Ride Vodres written in for next Thursday. Elena returned with a black suit and a garment bag. Thank you for the thought, but I prefer to buy my own clothes, Harry said. The world needs more reusing, she said, and this is a Brioni vanquished too. It would be a crime to throw it away. Come on, do the planet a favour. Harry looked at her. He hesitated, but something told him to humour her. He took off his jacket and put on the other one. Well, you're slimmer than he was, even back then, Elena said, her head cocked to one side. But you're the same height, and your shoulders are just as broad, so it works. She held out the trousers, didn't turn round as he changed. Perfect, she said, threading the garment bag over the hanger with the other suit. I thank you on behalf of future generations. If there's nothing else, I have a Zoom meeting now. Harry nodded as he accepted the garment bag. Elena walked him out to the hall and held the door open for him. Actually, I just remembered the one good thing about the Munch Museum, she said, which is Edvard Munch. Go take a look at the yellow log, and have a nice day. Tarn manoeuvred herself and the advertising board out the door of Mon's pet shop. She spread the legs of the board, placing it to be clearly visible beside the display window, but not so as to obscure anything. She didn't want to test Jonathan's goodwill. After all, the board was advertising her own business within the shop, dog-sitting by appointment. She looked up from the advertising board and saw her reflection in the display window. She was 23 now, but still didn't quite know where she was going. She knew what she wanted to be, a vet, but the entry requirements for veterinary studies in Norway were through the roof. You needed better grades than for medical school, and her parents couldn't afford to send her to veterinary school abroad. But she and her mother had looked at courses in Slovakia and Hungary, and they might be feasible if Tarn worked at Mons for a couple of years and looked after dogs before and after work. Excuse me, are you the manager? A voice said from behind her. She turned. The man was Asian in appearance, but was not from Vietnam. He's tidying behind the counter, she said, pointing to the door. She inhaled the autumn air and looked around. Vestkant Torget. The fine old apartment buildings, the trees, the park. This was the place to live. But you had to choose. Becoming a vet wouldn't make you rich. And she wanted to be a vet. She entered the small pet shop. Sometimes people, especially children, would express disappointment when they came in and saw the shelves of animal feed, assorted cages, dog leashes, and other equipment. Where are all the animals? Then she sometimes took them around to show them what they had. The fish in the aquariums, the cages with hamsters, gerbils, and rabbits, and the glass terrariums with insects. Tan walked over to the aquariums with the ancestral fish. They loved vegetables, and she had brought some dinner leftovers of peas and cucumber from home. She heard the man tell the owner he was from the police, that they had found a Hillman Pets bag dated from after it was banned, and asking whether this was something he had any knowledge of, since Mons had been the import agent and the sole vendor. She saw the owner just shake his head mutely, knew that the policeman had his work cut out if he wanted Jonathan to talk, because her boss was the introverted, quiet sort. When he did speak, it was in short sentences, a little bit like the text messages from her ex-boyfriend, all lowercase without punctuation or emojis. And he could come across as ill-tempered or annoyed, as though words were unnecessary encumbrances. In her first few months working here, she'd wondered if he didn't like her. Perhaps it was because she herself came from a family where everyone spoke all at once. Gradually she'd understood that it wasn't her, but him, and that it wasn't because he didn't like her, but might be the opposite. I see online that a lot of dog owners think it's a shame about the importation ban, that Hillman Pets is a lot more effective than the other products on the market. It is. Then it's possible to imagine someone could make a tidy profit by circumventing the ban and selling it under the counter. I don't know. Really? She saw the policeman waiting, but nothing more came. And you yourself haven't? The policeman asked tentatively. Silence. Brought any in? The policeman concluded. When Jonathan answered, it was in such a low and deep tone of voice that it was more like a vibration in the air. Are you asking if I've smuggled goods? Have you? No. And you don't know anything you think might help me find out who could have managed to get hold of a Hillman Pets bag with a best before date for next year? No. No, the policeman repeated, rocked on his heels and looked around. Looked around as though he had no intention of giving up, Tan thought, as though merely pondering his next move. Jonathan cleared his throat. I can check in the office if I have a note of who ordered it last. Wait here. Thank you. Jonathan squeezed past Tan in the narrow aisle between the aquariums and the rabbit hutches. She could see something in his eyes she hadn't seen before. Unease, yes, anxiety. And he smelled of sweat more than usual. He went into the office, but the door was left ajar, and from where she was standing, she could see him lay a blanket over the glass cage he had in there. She knew exactly what was in the glass cage. The one and only time she had brought some children into the office and shown them it, he had been furious and told her customers had no business being in the office. But she knew that wasn't the reason. It was the animal. He didn't want anyone to see it. Jonathan was a decent enough boss. She was allowed time off when she needed, and he had even given her a raise without her having asked. But to work so closely with another person, there was only the two of them, and still not know anything about that person was strange. Sometimes it seemed he liked her a little too much, and other times not at all. He was older than her, but not by so much. She figured he was around 30, so they ought to have things in common to talk about. Yet any efforts she made to get a conversation going elicited only terse replies. But occasionally he would gaze at her when he thought she wouldn't notice. Was he interested in her? Was that sullen manner of his bad temper, shyness, or an attempt to conceal what he felt for her? Maybe she was just imagining it, a flight of fancy you come up with when you're bored, when the days drag out and the alternatives are few. Sometimes she thought his behavior was like the boys back in primary school, throwing snowballs at the girls they fancied. Only that he was an adult. It was weird. He was weird. But there wasn't much she could do about it, apart from take him for what he was. After all, she needed the job. Jonathan was walking back towards her. She moved aside, standing as close to the aquarium as she could, and still his body brushed against hers.
"Sorry, I don't have anything," Jonathan said. "It's too long ago."
"Right," the policeman said. "What was it you covered in the office?"
"What?"
"I think you heard what I said. May I take a look?" Jonathan had a slender, white neck with black stubble, which Tan found herself sometimes wishing he shaved a little closer. And now she could see his Adam's apple rise and fall in his throat. She felt almost sorry for him.
"Sure," Jonathan said. "You can look at what you like in here."
Again he used that low, deep voice.
"All you have to do is show me a search warrant."
The policeman took a step back and tilted his head slightly to the side, as though taking a closer look at Jonathan, reassessing him, as it were. "Then I'll make a mental note of it," the policeman said. "Thank you for your help thus far." He turned and walked towards the door. Tan gave him a smile, but got nothing in return. Jonathan opened the box of fish feed and began hanging the bags up behind the counter. She made her way to the toilet, located beyond the office, and when she was coming out, Jonathan was standing waiting just outside. He was holding something in his hand and slipped in behind her without shutting the door. Her eyes fell automatically on the glass cage. The blanket had been removed, and the cage was empty. She heard Jonathan pull the chain above the old toilet, and the water flush. She turned around and saw him standing at the little sink, soaping his hands thoroughly. Then he turned on the hot water tap. He rubbed his hands together under the jet of water, which was so hot steam rose to his face. She knew why. The parasites. Tan swallowed. She loved animals, all animals, even those, yes, maybe especially those, other people thought were hideous. Many people found slugs disgusting, but she remembered the disbelieving, excited children's faces when she had shown them the big, bright pink slug and tried to convince them that no, it hadn't been painted, it was as nature made it. Perhaps that was the reason a sudden wave of hate swept through her. Hate for this man who did not love animals. She thought about the sweet wild fox cub someone had brought in, which he had taken payment for, hadn't he? She had nursed and fussed over it, loved the lonely, abandoned pup, even given it a name, Ni, meaning small. But then one day when she came to work, he wasn't in his cage, or anywhere to be seen, and when she asked Jonathan, he had only answered in that gruff way of his, "Gone." And she hadn't asked any more, because she didn't want confirmation of what she had already understood. Jonathan turned off the tap, came out, and looked with a little surprise at Tan, who was standing in the middle of the office with her arms folded. "Gone?" she asked.
"Gone,"
he said, sitting down at the desk, which was always cluttered with piles of paper they never got through. "Drowned?" she asked. He looked at her as if she had finally asked a question that interested him.
"Possibly. Some slugs have gills, but Mankaputa slugs have lungs. On the other hand, I know some slugs with lungs can survive underwater for up to 24 hours before they drown. You're hoping it survives?"
"Of course, aren't you?"
Jonathan shrugged. "I think the best thing for something that's separated from its species and ends up in a strange environment is death."
"Really?"
"Loneliness is worse than death, Tan."
He stared at her with something in his eyes she couldn't interpret.
"On the other hand," he said, scratching at his bearded throat thoughtfully, "this particular slug might not be lonely. It's actually a hermaphrodite, and it will find nourishment in the sewers, reproduce." He looked down at his newly scrubbed hands. "Poison everything else living down there with rat lungworm, and eventually take over the whole of Oslo's sewer system."
Tan could hear Jonathan's laughter from the office as she walked back to the aquariums. It was a laugh she had heard so seldom that it sounded unfamiliar, strange, yes, almost unpleasant. Harry stood looking at the painting in front of him. It showed a felled log lying with the yellow end towards him, and the rest of it stretching back into a wooded landscape. He read the plaque next to the painting. The Yellow Log, Edvard Munch, 1912. "Why were you asking about this painting in particular?" asked the boy in the red T-shirt, which denoted him as one of the staff. "Well," Harry said, glancing at the Japanese couple standing next to them, "why do people want to see this painting in particular?" "Because of the optical illusion," the boy said. "Okay. Let's move a little. Excuse me." The couple smilingly made room for them both by stepping to the side. "See?" the boy said. "The end of the log appears to be pointing directly at us, no matter where we view the picture from." So the message is—" "You tell me," the boy said. "Perhaps that things aren't always how they look?" "Yes," Harry said, "or that you need to move and look at things from a different angle in order to see the whole picture. Anyway, thank you." "You're welcome," the boy said, and walked away. Harry remained looking at the picture, mostly to rest his eyes on something beautiful, after having stood on escalators through a building that even on the inside made Police HQ appear human and warm. He took out his phone and called Krohn. While waiting for him to pick up, he grew aware of the pulse in his temple throbbing, as was normal the day after he had been drinking. And it occurred to him that his resting heart rate was around 60, that if he remained standing here looking at art, he could, in other words, expect his heart to beat slightly under 400,000 times before Lucille was killed. Considerably fewer if he panicked and raised the alarm in the hope the police could find her. Where? In Mexico, someplace? "Krohn? Harry here. I'll need an advance of 300,000. "For what?" "Unforeseen expenses." "Can you be more specific?" "No." The line went quiet. "All right, come by the office." As Harry put the phone back in the pocket of the jacket, he noticed something was already in there. He took it out. It was a mask. A half-mask depicting a cat, it looked like, which must have been from a masquerade ball Marcus Rudd had attended. He felt in the other pocket, and sure enough, there was something in there too. He pulled out a laminated card. It seemed to be a membership card for something called Villa Dante, but instead of name, it read alias. The alias on the card was Catman. Harry looked at the picture again. See things from another angle. I hope to God someone finds out what he's done. Elena Rudd hadn't forgotten to empty the contents of the pockets. She may even have put the items there. Chapter 24, Friday. Cannibal. "I can only issue you with a warrant if there is probable cause for suspicion." "I know that," Sung-min said, quietly cursing Section 192 of the Criminal Procedure Act, as he held the telephone to his ear and stared at the wall of the windowless office. How had Hurler endured working in here all those years? "But I think there's more than a 50% chance of us finding something illegal there." He was sweating, wouldn't look me in the eye, and then he put a blanket over something he most definitely wanted hidden in the office. "I understand, but your suspicion alone is not enough. The section states there must be concrete evidence, but you also know that as a prosecutor, I can only grant you a search warrant if there is a danger in delaying. Is there? And will you be able to explain why it was urgent afterwards?" Sung-min sighed heavily. "No. Any evidence of other offences which could be used as a pretext?" "None. Does the person concerned have previous convictions?" "No." "Have you anything at all?" "Listen, the word smuggling appears both in connection with the party at Rudd's and at the crime scene where I found that bag. You know me, and you know I don't believe in coincidences. I have a strong feeling in my gut here. Do you want the request in writing? I'll save you the work and tell you no here and now. But you called first, so you were probably aware what the outcome would be. This isn't like you. You say you've got nothing at all? Just a gut feeling?" "Gut feeling." "When did you start getting those?" "I'm trying to learn." "Imitate us ordinary mortals, you mean? Autism and autistic traits are two different things, Chris." The police lawyer laughed. "Fine. Are you coming over to eat tomorrow?" "I've bought a bottle of Chateau Comte-Mer 2009. Your taste is too elevated and your habits too exclusive for me, darling. But you can also learn, dear." They hung up. Seung-min noticed he had received a text message from Katrina with a link to Dagbladet. He tapped on the link and leaned back in the chair while he waited for it to download. The walls of the office were so thick they affected the coverage. And why hadn't Huller replaced this broken chair? His back was already sore. Cannibal. According to a source, there is clear evidence that the killer has consumed the brains and eyes of his victims, Susanna Andersen and Bettina Bertilsson. Seung-min felt the need to swear, and thought it a shame he wasn't in the habit of it, that he should consider starting. Satan's cunt! Mona Dor was on the treadmill. She hated running on the treadmill, and right now that was the very reason she was running on the treadmill. She could feel the sweat dripping down her back and see her reddened cheeks in the gym's mirrored wall. Carcass was coming through the earphones from a playlist Anders had compiled, and according to him it was from their early period when they played grindcore, not that melodious shit that came later. It just sounded like raging noise to her, and at the moment that was exactly what she needed. Her feet pounded upon the rubber belt rotating beneath, which kept coming and coming, the same shit over and over. Vorga had done it again. A cannibal! Jesus Christ! Jesus fucking Christ! She saw someone approaching from behind. "Hello, Dor." It was Magnus Skarre, the detective from Crime Squad. Mona switched off the machine and pulled out her earphones. "How might I help the police?" "Help?" Skarre threw out his arms. "Can't I just be popping in?" "Never seen you in here before, and you're not wearing gym gear. Was there something you wanted to know, or something you wanted to plant?" Hey, take it easy," Skarre laughed. "I just thought I'd update you. Always pays to have a good relationship with the press, right? Give and take and all that." Mona remained standing up on the treadmill. She liked the height difference. "In that case, I'd like to know what you want to take before you give, Skarre." "Nothing this time, but we might have use for something further down the line." "Thanks, but in that case the answer's no. Anything else?" Skarre looked like a little boy who'd had his toy gun taken away. Mona realized she was playing a high-stakes game. Or rather, that she was so angry she wasn't thinking clearly. "Sorry," she said. "Bad day. What is it?" "Harry Hula," he said. "He called up a witness, gave a false name, and claimed to work for the Oslo police." "Oh." She changed her mind and stepped down from the treadmill. "How do you know?" "I took the witness's statement. It was the guy with the dog that caught the scent of Bertina's corpse. He said that prior to our visit, someone had rung from us to check a tip, an officer, Hans Hansen. Only thing is, we don't have anyone by that name. So I got the number, which the farmer still had on his phone, and checked. And you know what? I didn't even have to contact the phone company. It was Hariola's number. Talk about being caught with your pants down, eh?" Skarre grinned. "And I can quote you on that?" "No, are you mad?" He laughed again. "I'm a reliable source, isn't that what you call it?" "Yes," Mona thought, "except you're neither reliable nor a source." Mona was aware that Skarre didn't harbour warm feelings for Harry Hula. According to Anders, the reason for this wasn't particularly complicated. Skarre had always worked in Hula's shadow, and Hula had never tried to conceal the fact he thought Skarre was a jerk. But it seemed like a long way from there to a personal vendetta like this. Skarre shifted his weight, cast a glance towards the girls attending the spinning class in the room next door. "But if you want confirmation on what you dug up, you could contact the chief superintendent." "Bodil Melling?" "Precisely. I'm guessing she'd give you a comment, too." Mona Dor nodded. This was good. Good and dirty. But whatever. She finally had something Vorga didn't have, and she couldn't afford to be fussy. Not now. Scarra was grinning, like a customer in a whorehouse, Mona thought, and tried to block out what that made her. Chapter 25. Friday. Cocaine Blues. The Arna group had gathered, but Arna himself had given word that his family were coming at 3, so everyone needed to be gone by then. Harry had been filling them in on his visit to Elena Rudd. "So now, you're walking around in your boss's suit," Erstein said, "and your mate's sunglasses." "Plus, I have this," Harry said, holding up the cat mask. "And you still can't find anything about Villa Dante online?" Jules stared at his phone, grunted and shook his head. With the same minimal expression as when he had accepted the brown envelope of cash Harry had discreetly handed him when he arrived. "What I'm wondering is where Vorga has got this cannibalism stuff from," Anna said. Harry saw Truls look up, meet his eyes, and give him an imperceptible shake of his head. "Was wondering that myself," Erstein said. "Doesn't say jack shit about eating human flesh in the reports." "I have a feeling Vorga has lost his source," Harry said, "and has begun making things up. Like that business about Bertina having had her tattoo cut off and sewn back on. That wasn't true." "Maybe," Anna said. "Vorga did resort to fabrications previously in his career, and it is strange how consistent we humans are. Even though we're punished for a pattern of behavior and should learn, we still tend to employ the same poor solutions when problems arise. It's not unlikely that Vorga has found the attention he's received of late so intoxicating that he's unwilling to let go of it and is resorting to something that has worked in the past, or worked for a while at least. Although I'm not discounting the possibility Vorga may be right about the cannibalism. But given the circumstances, it's obvious he's making things up and has been familiarizing himself with the literature on serial killers." "Isn't he implying—" Erstein began, as his eyes scanned down through Vorga's article on the screen of his phone again. The others looked at him. "Isn't he actually implying that the killer himself is the source?" "That's a bold but interesting interpretation," Anna said. "But our work for the day is done, and the weekend awaits, gentlemen. My wife and daughter will be here soon." "What will we do over the weekend, boss?" Erstein asked. "I don't have any particular work for you," Harry said, "but I borrowed Truls' laptop and I'm going to go through police reports." "Thought you'd already read them." "Skimmed them. Now I'm going to study them. Come on, let's go." Anna asked Harry to wait, and he remained standing by the bed while the others went out. "Those reports," he said, "they're the work of how many people? 40? 50? Who have all been on the case for over 3 weeks. How many pages? 1,000? Are you going to read all those pages because you think the solution is to be found in there?" Harry shrugged. "It's got to be found somewhere." "The mind also needs rest, Harry. I've noticed from the get-go that you're more stressed. You seem, can I use the word desperate?" "Apparently." "Is there something you're not saying?" Harry lowered his head and rubbed his hand back and forth across the nape of his neck. "Yeah." "You want to tell me what it is?" "Yeah." He lifted his head straight. "But I can't." Anna and Harry held each other's gaze. Then Anna closed his eyes and nodded. "Thanks," Harry said. "We'll talk on Monday." Anna moistened his lips, and Harry could tell by the tired cheeriness in his eyes that he was about to formulate a witty response, but that he changed his mind and merely nodded. Harry was on his way out of the Radium Hospital when he realized what Anna had considered replying. "If I'm alive on Monday." Erstein drove in the bus lane towards the city centre with Harry in the passenger seat. "Pretty cool in rush hour traffic on a Friday, eh?" Erstein grinned in the mirror. Truls grunted from the back seat. Harry's phone rang. It was Katrina. "Yeah?" "Hi, Harry. Just a long shot here. Arna and I have a date tonight at that restaurant that he finally managed to get a table at, but my mother-in-law is sick and—"
"Babysitting?"
"Just say the word if it's inconvenient. Then I can drop going out. I am a little tired. But at least then I can tell him I tried to get someone."
"But I can, and I want to. When?"
"Fuck you, Harry. 7 o'clock.
"Okay, make sure there's a Grandiosa frozen pizza in the oven."
Harry hung up, but the phone rang immediately afterwards.
"Doesn't have to be a Grandiosa," Harry said.
"It's Morador from VG.
"Whoops."
Harry understood by the full presentation that it wasn't Mona, Anders' girlfriend, calling, but the journalist, which meant everything he said could and would be used against him. "We're working on a piece about—" she began. This was the introduction used to signal that the wheels were already in motion, could not be stopped, and the plural first-person pronoun slightly diminished the responsibility this single journalist had for the unpleasant questions she was about to ask. Harry looked out at the traffic, grasped that it was about Weng, and about Harry posing as a policeman, that they would be quoting Chief Superintendent Bodil Milling when she said there was up to a 6-month sentence for impersonating an officer of the law, and that she hoped the Minister of Justice, in the wake of this case, could put a stop to dubious and unauthorized private investigations, and how, furthermore, it was of the utmost importance that this be done with immediate effect in regard to this murder inquiry. Mona was calling to offer him the opportunity to respond, in line with the Code of Press Ethics. Monador was pushy and tough, but had always been fair in that regard.
"No comment,"
Harry said. "No? Does that mean you don't dispute the facts of the story as presented?"
"I'm pretty sure it means that I'm not commenting on it, doesn't it?"
"All right, Harry, but then we need to print. No comment." He heard the tap of rapid keystrokes in the background.
"Do you always still say print?"
"It's the kind of thing that lingers."
"True, which is why I call what I'm about to do hanging up. Okay?"
He heard Monador sigh. "Okay. Have a nice weekend, Harry."
"Likewise,
And, yes, I'll say hi to Anders." Harry put the phone in the inside pocket of Ruud's slightly too baggy suit jacket. "Trouble?" "Yeah," Harry said, a new grunt from the back seat, louder and angrier this time. Harry half-turned, saw the light of the phone display, and realized Mona had been sitting with her finger on the published trigger.
"What did they write?"
"That you were deceitful."
"Fair enough. It is true, after all, and I don't have a reputation to protect."
Harry shook his head.
"What's worse is that they'll close us down."
"No," Truls said.
"No?"
"What's worse is that they'll arrest you."
Harry raised an eyebrow. "For helping them locate a body they've been trying to find for over 3 weeks."
"It's not about that," Truls said. "You don't know, Melling. Battleaxe wants to get ahead. And you're in a way, aren't you?"
"Me?"
"If we solve this case first, it'll make her look like an amateur, won't it?"
Okay. But arresting me sounds a bit drastic."
"That's the way they play their power games. That's why those scheming bastards are where they are. That's how you become, well, Minister of Justice, for example." Harry glanced once more at Truls. His forehead was as red as the traffic light they had stopped for.
"I'm getting out here," Harry said. "Get some rest over the weekend, but don't switch off your phones and don't leave town."
At 7 o'clock, Katrina opened the front door for Harry. "Yes, I've read VG," she said, walking back to the dresser in the hallway to put on a pair of earrings.
How do you think Melling would like it if she found out the enemy was babysitting for the lead detective?"
"Oh, you probably won't be much of a threat anymore come Monday."
"You seem awfully sure of that."
Melling hasn't given the Minister of Justice much of a choice with her comments about dubious private investigations.
"No, maybe not."
"Shame we could have used you. Everybody knew you'd cut some corners, but screwing up over something so unnecessary."
"Got over-eager and made a bad judgment call."
"It's like you're so predictably unpredictable." "What have you got there?" She pointed at the plastic bag he had placed on top of the shoes he had removed.
Laptop. I'll need to do a bit of work after he falls asleep. Is he... Yeah? Harry went into the living room.
Mummy, smell nice,
said Gert, sitting on the floor with two cuddly toys. Perfume, Harry said.
Nice,
said Gert. Look what I've got. Harry carefully took a chocolate bar out of his pocket.
Sugar!
Sugar high? Harry smiled. We'll keep it a secret then.
Mummy, Uncle Honey has sugar!
After Katrina had gone, Harry entered a virtual world where he did his best to keep pace with the 3-year-old's imaginative transitions in thought and contribute with some of his own in between.
You're good at playing,
Gert commended him.
Where is the dragon?
In the cave, of course, Harry said, pointing underneath the sofa.
Oh,
Gert said. Double, oh, Harry said.
Sugar high?
Okay, Harry said, and put his hand in the pocket of the jacket he had draped over the chair.
What is that?
Gert asked, pointing at the mask Harry was holding. A cat, Harry said, placing the half-mask over his face. Gert's face contorted, and his voice was suddenly tear-choked.
No, Uncle Honey, scary.
Harry quickly removed the mask. Okay, no cat. Just dragons. All right? But the tears had already begun to flow, and Gert sobbed. Harry cursed himself. Another bad judgment call. Scary cats. No mummy. A little past bedtime. What wasn't there to cry about? Gert stretched his arms out towards Harry, and before he'd had time to think, had pulled the boy close, patting him on the head while he felt Gert's chin against his shoulder, and his warm tears through his shirt. A little sugar, brush our teeth, and a lullaby.
Yeah,
Gert sobbed. Following a toothbrushing session Harry suspected Katrina would not have given her full approval, he got Gert into his pyjamas and under the duvet.
Boob man?
Gert commanded. I don't know it, Harry said. His phone vibrated, and he saw he'd received an MMS from Alexandra. Gert regarded him with ill-concealed disapproval. But I know some other good songs.
Sing,
Gert said. Harry understood it would have to be something slow and swaying, and tried the Rolling Stones' Wild Horses. He was stopped after one verse.
A different song.
Hank Williams's Your Cheating Heart got the thumbs down after 2 verses. Harry thought for a long time. Okay, close your eyes. He began to sing, if it could be called singing. It was more a low, slow chanting in a rough voice that now and then hit the notes of an old blues song about the perils of cocaine. When he had finished, Gert's breathing had become deeper and more regular. Harry opened the MMS, which was accompanied by some text. The picture had been taken in the hall mirror in her apartment. Alexandra was posing in a creamy yellow dress, which managed the feet expensive clothes often did, displayed the body in such a good light that you don't for a moment think it has anything to do with the dress. At the same time, he could see that Alexandra hadn't needed the dress, and that she knew it. This cost half a month's salary. Looking forward to tomorrow. Harry closed the message and looked up, into Gert's wide-open eyes.
Mo?
More? Of the last one?
Yeah.
Chapter 26. Friday. Cement. It was 9 o'clock when Mikael Bellman unlocked the door to his house in Höhenhall. It was a nice house. He had built it on the edge of a hill, so that he, Ulla, and their 3 children had a view over the city all the way to Bjørvika and the fjord.
Hi,
Ulla called from the living room. Mikael hung up his new coat and walked into the living room where his petite, beautiful wife, his sweetheart since childhood, was sitting with their youngest boy, watching TV.
Sorry, that meeting dragged on.
He hadn't heard any suspicion in her voice. Neither was there any in her eyes, as far as he could see. Nor was there any reason to be. Right now, Ulla was actually the only woman in his life, if you disregarded that young TV2 reporter, but that was something he had more or less discontinued. He wasn't ruling out future indiscretions, but if so, they needed to be something he was guaranteed to get away with. A married woman with power. Someone with as much to lose as himself. They say power corrupts, but it had only made him more cautious. Truls is here? What? He came by to talk to you. He's out on the terrace. Mikael closed his eyes and sighed. As he had risen through the ranks, from head of Orgrim to chief of police and on to minister of justice, he had gradually ensured there was more and more distance between him and his friend and former co-conspirator. He was, again, more cautious. Mikael went out to the large terrace and closed the sliding door behind him. "Quite a view you've got from here," Truls said. His face was red in the light from the heat lamps. He raised a bottle of beer to his mouth. Mikael sat down next to him and accepted the bottle Truls opened and handed to him. "How's the investigation going?" "The one into me?" Truls asked. "Or the one I'm on?" "You're working on an investigation." "You didn't know? Good. Means we don't have a leak, at least. I'm working with Harry Hula." Mikael let it sink in. "You are aware that if it comes out you're taking advantage of your position as a police officer to assist—" Yeah. But that's not going to matter much if someone does close us down. Which would be a shame, by the way. Hula is good. You know the chances of this nutcase getting caught are greater if Hula is allowed to continue." Truls stamped his shoes on the concrete floor of the terrace. Mikael didn't know if his friend's feet were cold, or if it was an unintentional reminder of their shared past and shared secrets. "Did Hula send you?" "No, he has no idea I'm here." Mikael nodded. It was unusual for Truls to take the initiative himself. Mikael had always been the one who decided what they would do, but he could hear by Truls's voice he was telling the truth. "This is about something bigger than apprehending one individual criminal, Truls. This has to do with politics, with the big picture. Principles, you know. People like me don't get politics," Truls said, belching discreetly. "Don't get why the Minister of Justice would rather let a bloody serial killer run free than allow Norway's best-known detective to get away with lying about being Officer Hans fucking Hansen, especially when it was that very lie that led to Bertina Bertilsson being found." Mikael took a sip of the bottle. He may have liked beer at one time, but he didn't any longer, not really. But those in the Labour Party and the Labour movement were generally sceptical of people who didn't drink beer. "Do you know how you become Minister of Justice and retain that position, Truls?" Mikael continued without waiting for an answer. "You listen. You listen to those you know are looking out for your best interests. Listen to those who have experience you do not. I have good people who will present this in the right way. They'll make it look like the Minister of Justice's office stopped a millionaire from forming his own private army of investigators and lawyers. It will show that we don't allow American-style conditions where the wealthy enjoy all manner of privileges, where only the most expensive lawyers win, where the claim that everyone is equal before the law is just some patriotic tripe. Here in Norway, we don't have equality just on paper, and that's something we're going to carry on working for." Mikael made a mental note of a couple of the points. Perhaps they could be used in a future speech, albeit in a more sublime form. Truls laughed, that grunted laugh that always put Mikael in mind of a pig. "What?" Mikael could hear he sounded more annoyed than he had intended. It had been a long day. Serial killers and Harry Hula might get column inches, but they weren't the only things the Minister of Justice had on his plate. "I'm just thinking how great it is that we have that whole equality before the law," Truls said. "Imagine, in this country, even a Minister of Justice couldn't prevent the police from investigating him if they were to get a tip-off, and it might come out that there was a body encased in the concrete on his terrace.
Not anyone society really missed, just a member of a biker gang who smuggled heroin and was connected to 2 dirty cops. Equality before the law would mean the investigation would reveal that the Minister of Justice was once a young policeman, more concerned with money than power. That he had a slightly naive childhood friend who one night helped him cover up the evidence in the much smarter friend's new house. Truls stamped his foot on the cement again. "Truls," Mikael said slowly, "are you threatening me?" "Not at all," Truls said, putting the empty beer bottle down next to the chair and getting to his feet. "I just think what you said about listening sounded like a good idea. Listening to those who have your best interests at heart. Thanks for the beer." Katrina stood in the doorway of the nursery, looking at them. Gert asleep in his bed, and Harry asleep on a chair with his forehead against the headboard. She squatted down so she could see Harry's face, too, and concluded that the resemblance was even more pronounced when they slept. She shook Harry gently. He smacked his lips, blinked, and looked at his watch before getting to his feet and following her out into the kitchen, where she put the kettle on. "You're home early," he said, sitting down at the kitchen table. "Weren't you having a good time?" "Yeah." He'd picked the restaurant because it had a Montrachet wine, which apparently I'd said I liked the first time we went on a date. But a meal can only last so long. "But you could have gone on someplace else, had a drink?" "Or gone back to his place for a quickie," she said. "Yeah?" She shrugged. "He is sweet. He still hasn't invited me back to his home. He wants to wait with the sex until we know for sure that the two of us are meant for one another." "But you want to fuck as much as possible before we realize we're not meant for one another." Harry laughed. "At first I thought he was playing hard to get," she sighed, "and that does work on me." Even when you know it's a tactic?" "Sure. I'm turned on by anything I can't have. Like you that time." "I was married. Do all married men turn you on?" "Only the ones I can't have. There aren't many of those. You were annoyingly faithful." "Could have been even more faithful."
She made instant coffee for Harry and tea for herself. "I seduced you when you were drunk and in despair. You were at your weakest, and that's something I'll never forgive myself for."
"No."
It had come so quickly and sharply it gave her a start, and the tea sloshed and spilled. "No?"
"No," he said. "I won't let you take that guilt away from me. It's—" He took a sip, grimacing as though he had scalded himself. "All I have left."
"All you have?" She felt tears and anger well up at the same time. "Björn didn't take his life because you let him down, Harry, but because I did." She had been almost shouting and stopped, listening for sounds from the nursery. Lowered her voice. "He and I lived together. He thought he was the happy father of our child. Yes, he knew how I felt about you. It wasn't something we spoke about, but he knew. He also knew, or thought he knew, that he could trust me. Thanks for the offer of division of guilt, Harry, but this is mine alone. All right?" Harry stared down into his cup. He obviously wasn't planning on having this argument. Good. At the same time, something wasn't right. Guilt is all I have left. Was there something she had misunderstood here? Or something he wasn't saying? "Isn't it tragic," he said, "that love is what kills those we care about?" She nodded slowly. "Shakespearean," she said, studying his face. "Those we care about. Why the plural form?"
"Listen, I'd better go back to the hotel and get some work done," he said, the chair leg scraping the floor. "Thanks for letting me—" He nodded in the direction of the nursery.
"Thank you," she said quietly, pensively. Prim lay underneath the duvet, staring at the ceiling. It was close to midnight, and on the police scanner the messages went back and forth in a regular, reassuring buzz. All the same, he couldn't sleep, partly because he was dreading tomorrow, but mostly because he was wound up. He had been together with her, and he was almost certain now she loved him too. They had talked about music. She was interested in that, and also in his writing, she had said. But they had avoided talking about the two dead girls. That was a topic the others around them had probably been discussing, but not with the insight the two of them could have brought to bear on it, of course, if they only knew. If she only knew that he knew more than her. At one point, he had actually been tempted to tell her everything, tempted in the same way as when you feel that pull to launch yourself into the abyss when standing by the railings on a bridge. Like, for instance, the bridge from the mainland over to Nesbo at 3 in the morning on a Saturday in May, when you had just realized the one you thought was her did not want you. But that was a long time ago. He had got over that, had moved on, further than her. Last he checked, everything she had been involved in had hit a wall, her marriage included. Perhaps she would read about him soon, about all those who lauded him, and then maybe she would think that he could have been mine. Yes, then she'd be sorry. But there were things that needed doing before that, like what needed to be done tomorrow. She would be the third. No, he wasn't looking forward to it. Only an insane person would. But it needed to be done. He needed to overcome the doubt, the moral resistance any normal individual had to feel when faced with such a task. Speaking of feelings, he needed to keep in mind that revenge was not the objective. Losing sight of that could risk his being sidetracked and lead to failure. Revenge was merely the reward he would grant himself, a byproduct of the real purpose. And when it was completed, they would kiss his feet. Finally. Chapter 27, Saturday. So, the police work at weekends, too, Wing said, studying the empty packet. Some of us, Sun Min said, crouching by the basket in the corner, scratching the bulldog behind one ear. Human pets, the farmer read aloud. Nope, can't say it's something I give my dog. All right, Sun Min sighed, rising to his feet. I just had to check. Chris had suggested they take a walk round Songsvan today, and was peeved when Sun Min had said he needed to work. Because Chris knew that wasn't true. He didn't need to work. Sometimes that sort of thing was hard to explain to other people. Wing handed the packet back to Sun Min. But I have seen that packet before, Wing said. You have? Sun Min said in surprise. Yes, a few weeks ago. There was a chap sitting on a fallen tree trunk in the woods at the end of the field there. He pointed towards the kitchen window. He was holding a packet like that. Sun Min peered out. It had to be at least 100 meters to the edge of the woods. I was using these, said Wang, clearly noticing Sun Min's skepticism, and picked up a pair of Zeiss binoculars which had been lying on a stack of car magazines on the kitchen table. Magnifies 20 times, like standing right next to the guy. I remember it now because of the Airedale Terrier on the packet, but at the time I didn't think it was an anti-parasitic. I mean, the guy was eating it. He was eating it? Are you sure? Oh, yeah. What was left, obviously, because he crumpled up the packet and threw it on the ground afterwards. Bastard. I went out to give him a piece of my mind, but he got up and made off the moment I went outside. I walked over to the spot, but there was a brisk north wind that day, so the packet must have already been blown into the woods. Sun Min could feel his pulse beating faster. This was the sort of police work that paid off 1 out of 100 times. But when it did, it could mean hitting the jackpot, solving an entire case where hitherto they hadn't a single lead. He swallowed. Does that mean, Wayne, that you can give me a description of the man? The farmer looked at Sun Min, then smiled sadly and shook his head. But you said it was like standing right next to him. Sun Min could hear the frustration in his own voice. Yes, But the packet was directly in my line of sight, and when he threw it away, he put on a face mask before I had a chance to take a good look at him." "He wore a face mask?" "Yeah, and sunglasses, and a baseball cap. Didn't really see much of his face at all." "You didn't think it strange that a man alone in the forest was wearing a face mask long after everyone else has stopped?" "Yes, but there are a lot of strange people out here in the forests, aren't there?" Soon Min understood that Wang was being self-deprecating, but he wasn't in the mood to smile. Harry stood in front of the headstone and could feel the rainwater in the soft ground seep into his shoes. Grey morning light filtered through the clouds. He had stayed up until 5 o'clock, reading reports, slept for 3 hours, then continued reading, and understood now why the investigation had come to a standstill. The work that had been done seemed good, seemed thorough, but there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. He had come out here to clear his head. He wasn't even a third of the way through the reports. Her name was carved in white on the grey stone. Raquel Falk. He didn't quite know why, but right now he was glad she hadn't taken his surname as well. He looked around. There were some people by other graves, probably more than usual since it was a Saturday, but they were so far away that he presumed he could speak out loud without them hearing him. He told her he had spoken to Oleg on the phone, that he was well, liked it there up north, but was considering applying for a position at Police HQ. "PST," Harry said. "He wants to follow in his mum's footsteps." Harry told her he had called Sis. She'd had some health problems, but was better now and back at work at the supermarket. Wanted him to come visit her and her boyfriend in Kristiansand. "I said I'd see if I could make it down before it's too late. I'm having a bit of bother with some Mexicans. They're going to kill me and a woman who looks like my mother unless I or the police solve this murder case within the next 3 days." Harry chuckled. "I've got a fungal nail infection. Otherwise I'm doing fine." "So there you go. All is well with your people. That was always what was most important to you. You yourself were less important. You wouldn't even have wanted to be avenged if it had been up to you. But it wasn't. And I wanted revenge. That no doubt makes me a worse human being than you. But I'd be that even without the fucking thirst for revenge. It's like sexual desire. Even though you're disappointed every time you exact revenge, even though you know you're going to be disappointed the next time as well, you just need to go on. And when I feel that fucking urge, I think now I'm standing in the shoes of a serial killer. Because that feeling of avenging something that's been taken from me is so good that sometimes I want to lose something I love, just so I can take my revenge. You understand?" Harry felt a lump in his throat. Of course she understood. That was what he missed the most. His woman, Raquel, who understood and accepted most things about her weird husband. Not everything, but a lot. A hell of a lot. "The problem," Harry said, clearing his throat, "is of course that after you I have nothing left to lose. There's nothing more to avenge, Raquel." Harry stood motionless, looked down at his shoes, sunken down in the grass, the leather growing darker where the water had soaked in. He raised his eyes. Up by the church, on the steps, he saw a figure, just standing there, watching. There was something familiar about the figure, and he realized it was a priest. He seemed to be looking in Harry's direction. The phone rang. It was Johan Krohn. "Talk to me," Harry said. "I've just been on another call, and not with just anyone, the Minister of Justice himself." "It is a small country, so don't tell me you were that starstruck." "Well, we're finished then." That's what I thought he was ringing to tell me, after that article in VG. But naturally I was surprised over Bellman delivering the message personally. This sort of thing is usually communicated via formal channels. That is to say, the people I expected to get in touch. Not that I'm unduly busy here on a Saturday morning, Crone, but can we fast forward to what Bellman said? Right. He said he couldn't see that the Department of Justice had any legal argument for closing down our investigation, and they would not therefore be taking any action regarding this case. However, in light of the transgression that appears to have occurred, they would be watching us closely, and the next time something of a similar nature took place, the police would take action. Yes, that's not overstating it. Very surprising. I was certain they'd put a stop to us. Politically, it's almost incomprehensible. Bellman will now have his own people and the media to deal with. Do you have any explanation for it? Harry pondered the question. Offhand, he could only think of one person on their side who could possibly pressure Bellman. No, he said. Well, in any case, now you know we're still in the game, Crone said. Thanks. Harry hung up, reflected. They were able to continue. He had 3 more days and no good leads. How did that saying go? He who is born to be hanged will never drown. Your mother had talent, you see. Uncle Frederick made his way along the narrow footpath on Slindalsveien, seemingly oblivious to the fact people coming in the opposite direction had to step out onto the road to let them pass. Apart from that, he appeared lucid today. That's why it was so sad to see her throw away her career and jump into the arms of the first patron who came her way. Well, I say patron, but he abhorred the theatre, your stepfather. He only went once in a blue moon to put in an appearance. It was a family tradition for the Rhodes to sponsor the National Theatre. No, he saw Mola on stage only the one time, in the title role of Hedda Gabler, ironically. Mola was a fine-looking woman and quite the little celebrity at that time, perfect for a man to show off to the outside world. Priam had heard the story before, but had asked his uncle to tell it all the same. Not so much to check if it was still lodged in the memory of his uncle's diseased mind, but because he needed to hear it to be further reassured that the decision he had taken was the right one. He didn't know why he had suddenly wavered in faith the night before, but apparently it was quite common ahead of big moments in life, like when your wedding day was approaching. And this revenge was, after all, something he had thought about, dreamt about, since he was a boy, so not so strange his thoughts and emotions should play tricks on him as it drew closer. That was how their relationship was, his uncle said. She lived off him, and he lived off her. She was a beautiful young single mother who didn't demand much. He was an unscrupulous fellow with enough money to give her everything except the one thing she needed, love. That was why she became an actress. Above all, she wanted, as all actors do, to be loved. And when she didn't get that love, neither from him nor, as time went on, from any audience, she fell apart. Of course, it didn't help matters that you were an overactive, spoilt little shit. When her patron eventually left you both, your mother was a depressed, worn-out alcoholic who no longer got the parts her talent warranted. I don't think she loved him. It was being left by someone, anybody at all. That was the final nail in the coffin. Your mother's psyche had always been fragile, but I must admit I hadn't expected she would set fire to the house. You don't know if she did, Prim said. His uncle stopped, straightened up, and smiled broadly to a young woman coming towards them. "Bigger!" he shouted, pointing at his own chest to illustrate. "You should have bought bigger ones." The woman looked at him aghast and hurried past. "Oh, yes," his uncle said. "She started the fire. Yes, it started in her bedroom, and they found a high concentration of alcohol in her blood. The report said that the cause of the fire was probably smoking in bed while intoxicated. But believe me, she set the fire with the desire to burn both of you alive. When parents take their children with them into death, It's usually to spare them from life as orphans. And I know this is painful for you to hear, but in your mother's case, the reason was she thought you were both worthless." "That's not true," Prim said. "She did it so I wouldn't be entrusted to him." "To your stepfather?" His uncle laughed. "Are you a fool? He didn't want you. He was happy to be rid of you both." "He did," Prim said, in a voice so low it was drowned by the noise of the metro train passing next to them. "He did want me, just not in the way you think." "Did he ever give you any presents, for instance?" "Yes," Prim said. "One Christmas when I was 10, he gave me a book about the torture methods of the Comanches. They were the most proficient. For example, they would hang their victims upside down from trees and light fires beneath them, so eventually their brains boiled." His uncle laughed. "Not bad. Anyway, my moral indignation has limits, both when it comes to Comanches and your stepfather. Your mother should have treated him better. He was her patron, after all. Just like the parasite that is humanity should treat this planet better." "Well, no reason to be sorry about that either. People think we biologists wish to preserve nature unchanged like an organic museum. But we seem to be the only ones who understand and accept that nature is in flux, that everything dies and disappears. That is what's natural. Not the continued existence of the species, but its destruction." "Shall we turn and go back?" "Go back? Back where?" Prim sighed. His uncle's mind was obviously clouding over again. "To the nursing home?" "I'm just messing with you," his uncle grinned. "That nurse who showed you up to my room, bet you 1,000 krona note I fuck her by Monday. What do you say?" "Every time we make a bet and you lose, you claim not to remember we made a bet. When you win, however—" "Now, don't be unreasonable, Prim. Suffering from dementia must have its advantages." After they had rounded off their short walk, and Prim had delivered his uncle back into the care of the nurse in question, he walked back the same way. He crossed Slimdalsveien, continuing east, before coming to a residential area with villas on spacious plots. The houses were expensive in this area, but the ones located next to the Ring 3 motorway were more reasonably priced due to the noise. That was where the ruins lay. He lifted the latch on the rusty iron gate and walked up the gravelly incline to the grove of birch trees. On the other side of the rise, obscured behind trees, stood a burnt-out villa. The fact the house lay so hidden from the neighbours had been a help to him over the years in his stalling tactics with the council, who wanted the ruins demolished. He unlocked the door and went inside. The staircase up to the first floor had collapsed. Mother's bedroom had been up there. His had been on the ground floor. Perhaps that was what had made it possible. The distance. Not that she hadn't known, but it had made it possible for her to pretend she didn't know. All the non-load-bearing internal walls had also burnt down. The entire ground floor was one big room covered in a carpet of ash. Here and there vegetation sprouted and grew in the ash. A bush, a seedling that would perhaps grow into a tree. He walked over to the burnt-out iron bed in what had been his room. A homeless Bulgarian had broken in and lived here for a while. If it wasn't for the fact his presence would have inevitably led to complaints from the neighbours and more hassle about demolition, Prim would have let the poor wretch stay. He had given the Bulgarian some cash, and the man had left peacefully with what few possessions he had, apart from a pair of damp woolen socks with holes in them and the mattress on the bed. Prim had changed the lock on the front door and nailed new boards over the windows. The metal springs creaked as he sat his full weight down on the dirty mattress. He shuddered. It was the sound of a childhood, a sound that was stuck in his mind, as undeniable as the parasites he had bred. Yet, ironically, This bed had been his salvation when he crept under it during the fire. Though there had been days he had cursed that salvation. The loneliness at the institutions, the loneliness at the different homes of foster parents he had run away from. Not because they weren't good, well-meaning people, but because in those years he was unable to sleep in a strange room, but always lay awake, listening and waiting for fire, for the father in the house, and eventually couldn't stand it any longer and would run. Soon he would be placed in a new institution where Uncle Friedrich would visit him now and again, pretty much how he now visited Uncle Friedrich, his uncle, who had made it clear that he was just an uncle after all, and, as he lived alone, was in no position to take the boy in. The liar. Yet he was in a position to look after the boy's modest inheritance from his mother. So Prim had seen precious little of that, apart from this, the property. It was just one of the reasons he had been opposed to selling it. He knew all the proceeds would disappear into his uncle's pocket. Prim bobbed up and down on the bed. The springs screeched in protest, and he shut his eyes, returned to the sounds, the smells, the pain, and the shame. Needed those sounds now, needed them in order to be sure. After all, he had crossed all the lines, come so far, so why this recurring hesitation? They say taking a life is worst the first time, but he wasn't so sure of that anymore. He rocked back and forth on the bed, reflected. Then finally the memories came, the sensations as clear as if it was all happening here and now. Yes, he was sure. He opened his eyes and checked his watch. He was going to go home and shower, get changed, apply his own perfume. Then he was going to the theatre. Chapter 28. Saturday. The final act. The only source of light was the lamps in the bottom of the swimming pool, and in the semi-darkness of the room the light flickered across the walls and ceiling. Harry's brain eventually stopped dwelling on details in the reports when he saw her. Alexandra's one-piece swimsuit seemed to show more of her body than if she had been stark naked. He rested on his elbows on the edge of the pool as she stepped down into the water, which, according to the receptionist at the Thief's Bar, was heated to exactly 35 degrees. Alexandra observed him, observing her, while she smiled that enigmatic smile women display when they know, and like, that men like what they see. She swam over to him. Apart from a couple sitting half-submerged to the far end, they had the pool to themselves. Harry lifted the champagne bottle out of the cooler by the pool, poured a glass, and handed it to her. "Thanks," she said. "Thanks as in we're even," he said, watching as she drank. "Far from it," she said. "After what was in VG, it would be very unfortunate if it came out that I'm running secret DNA analyses for you. So I want you to tell me something secret." Like what?" "That's up to you." She slipped close to him. "But it has to be something from the darkest depths." Harry looked at her. She had a look in her eyes not unlike Gert's when he demanded the Blue Man lullaby. Alexander was aware that Harry was Gert's father, and now he was struck by a crazy thought, that he would tell her the rest. He looked at the champagne bottle, had already realized when he ordered it, albeit with one glass, that it was a bad idea, just as it would be a bad idea to tell her what only he and Johann Krohn knew. He cleared his throat. "I crushed a guy's throat in Los Angeles," Harry said. "I felt it against my knuckles. I felt it give. And I liked it." Alexandra stared at him wide-eyed. "Were you fighting?" "Yeah." "Why?" Harry shrugged. "A bar brawl. Over a woman. I was drunk." "What about you? Were you okay?" "I was fine. I only hit him once, then it was over." "You hit him in the throat?" "Yeah, chisel fist." He held up his hand to demonstrate,
A specialist in close combat who trained FSK in Afghanistan taught me. The point is to hit your opponent on a specific area of the throat, then all opposition will cease immediately because our brain can only think of one thing, and that's getting air.
Like this?
She asked, squeezing the middle joints and the tips of her fingers together. And like this, Harry said, straightening her thumb and pushing it in towards her forefinger. And then you aim here, at the larynx. He tapped her forefinger against his own throat. Hey! He shouted, as without any warning she jabbed him.
Stand still,
she laughed, hitting him again. Harry jinked away. I don't think you understand. You risk killing someone if you hit them right. Let's say this is the larynx. He pointed to one of his nipples. And then you need to utilize these. He took hold of her hips under the water and showed her how to rotate in order to generate power in the punch. Ready?
Ready?
After 4 attempts, she had landed 2 punches hard enough to make Harry groan. The couple at the other end of the pool had gone quiet and were watching them with anxious expressions.
How do you know you didn't kill him?
Alexandra said as she got in position to strike again. I don't know for sure. But if he had died, I don't think his friends would have let me live afterwards.
Have you also considered that if you had killed him, it would put you in the same boat as those you've hunted down throughout your entire career?
Harry wrinkled his nose. Maybe.
Maybe? Arguing over a woman? You think that's a more noble motive?
Let's call it self-defense.
There are a lot of things that can be classed as self-defense, Harry. Honor killings are self-defense. Crimes of passion are self-defense. People kill to defend their self-respect and their dignity. You yourself have experience of people killing in order to save themselves from humiliation, don't you?
Harry nodded, looked at her. Had she understood? Had she realized that it wasn't just his own life that Björn had taken? No, her gaze was inward. This was about her own experience. Harry was about to say something when her hand shot out. He didn't move, just stood there as a triumphant smile spread across her face. Her hand, clenched to a chisel, was barely touching the skin on his throat.
Could have killed you that time, she said.
Yeah.
You didn't have time to react?
No. Or were you banking on me not crushing your larynx? He smiled a little, didn't answer.
Or,
she frowned.
Don't you give a shit?
Harry's smile widened. He gripped the bottle behind him, filled up her glass, eyed the bottle, pictured bringing the end of it to his mouth, putting his head back and hearing the low, gurgling sound as the alcohol filled him, lowering the bottle, now empty, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, while she stared wide-eyed at him. Instead, he placed the almost full bottle back in the cooler, cleared his throat. What do you say we go into the sauna? Instead of Shakespeare's 5 acts, the National Theatre's production of Romeo and Juliet consisted of 2 long acts with a 15-minute interval at around the hour mark. When the house lights came up for the interval, the audience swarmed out, filling the foyers and the saloon, where light refreshments were available. Elena joined the queue at the bar, while listening with half an ear to the conversations around her. Oddly enough, none of them were about the play, as though that would be pretentious or vulgar. She became aware of something, a fragrance that made her think of Marcus, and she half turned. A man was standing behind her, and he just managed to give her a smile before she quickly faced forward again. His smile had been... Yes, what had it been? Her heart was beating faster in any case. She almost had to laugh. It must be the play, psychological priming, that guaranteed it was not only her who suddenly thought they saw their Romeo in every other man's face. Because the man behind her was by no means attractive. Not downright ugly, perhaps. His smile had revealed he had nice teeth, at least. But uninteresting. Still her heart continued to beat, and she felt a desire she couldn't remember having felt in years, to turn around again, look at him, see what it was that made her want to turn.
She managed to restrain herself, ordered a plastic glass of white wine, and took it to one of the small round tables along the walls of the saloon. Watched the man, who was now trying to pay cash for a bottle of water, while the woman behind the counter was pointing at a sign which read, "Card only." To her surprise, she found herself considering going up and paying for him. But he had given up his attempted purchase and turned towards Helena. Their eyes met, and he smiled again. Then he began walking in the direction of her table. Her heart pounded. What was this? It wasn't as if it were her first time experiencing a man being so direct. "May I?" he asked, placing a hand on the empty chair by the table. She shot him a brief, and, she assumed, dismissive smile, as her brain commanded her mouth to say, "I'd rather you didn't." "By all means." "Thank you." He sat down and leaned across the table, as though they were in the middle of a long conversation. "I don't mean to spoil it," he said, almost in a whisper, "but she's drunk poison and is going to die." His face was so close she could smell his cologne. No, it was quite different from the one Marcus had used, more raw. "As far as I'm aware, she doesn't drink the poison before the last act," Helena said. "That's what everyone thinks, but she's already poisoned. Believe me." He smiled, white teeth, predator-like. She was tempted to offer herself, feel them bite through her skin as she buried her nails in his back. Jesus, what was this? Part of her wanted to run, another part to throw herself on him. She recrossed her legs the other way, noticing, was it possible that she was wet? "Imagine I wasn't familiar with the play," she said. "Then why would you want to ruin the ending for me?" "Because I want you to be prepared. It's an unpleasant thing, death." "Yes, it is," she said, her eyes not leaving his. "But isn't the sum of that unpleasantness only greater, when you have to prepare for death in addition?" "Not necessarily." He leaned back in the chair. "Not if the joy of living is increased by the knowledge of its not lasting forever." There was something vaguely familiar about him. Had he been at the party on the roof terrace? Or at Danielle's? "Memento mori," she said. "Yes, but now I must have some water." So I noticed. "What's your name?" "Elena. And yours?" "Call me Prim." "Elena?" "Yes, Prim," she smiled. "Would you like to accompany me to somewhere they serve water?" She laughed, sipped at the glass of wine. Was going to say they had water here, that she could pay, or even better, that he could borrow her glass and get some from the tap in the toilet, that Oslo tap water was better than anything you got in a bottle, and more environmentally friendly to boot. "Where did you have in mind?" she asked. "Does it matter?" "No." She couldn't believe her own ears. "Good." He pressed his palms together. "Then let's go." "Now? I thought you meant after the final act. We already know how it ends." Terce Acto was located in Vika, was obviously newly opened and served tapas at the upper end of upmarket prices. "Good?" Alexandra asked. "Very," Harry said, patting his mouth with the napkin while trying not to look at her wineglass. "I like to think I know Oslo, but I hadn't heard of this place. It was Helga who recommended we book a table here. Gay men always know best." "Gay? I didn't pick up those kinds of vibes." "That's because you've lost your mojo." "You mean at one stage I had it?" "You? Big time. Didn't work on everyone, of course. Not that many, truth be told." She tilted her head to the side, thoughtfully. "Now that I think about it, probably only worked on a few of us." She laughed, lifted her wine, and clinked his glass of water. "So you think Terry Voga has lost his source, grown desperate, and begun making things up?" Harry nodded. "The only way he could know what he professes to know is if he's in direct contact with the killer."
And I don't see that. What if he's his own source? That Vogel's the killer, you mean? I read about a Chinese author who murdered 4 people, wrote about it in several books, and was convicted more than 20 years later.
Liu Yongbiao, Harry said. And then you've got Richard Klinkhammer.
His wife disappeared, and shortly afterwards he writes a novel about a man killing his wife and burying her in the garden. And that was where they found her. But those guys didn't kill in order to write about it, which I presume is what you're suggesting here. Yes, but Vogel could have done it. Heads of state start wars in order to be re-elected or go down in history. Why shouldn't a journalist do the same so he can be king of the hill? You ought to check if he has an alibi.
Okay. Speaking of checking things out, you said you know Oslo. Heard of a place called Villa Dante?
Alexandra began to laugh. Yes, sure. You want to head over there to see if you still got it? Although I doubt they'd let you in, even with those suits you wear these days.
What do you mean?
It's how shall I put it? A very exclusive gay club.
You've been?
No. Are you mad? But I have a gay friend, Peter. He's actually one of Ruth's neighbors and invited me to the terrace party.
You were invited to that?
Not formally. It was more the type of party people just come along to. I was planning on taking Helga to fix him up with Peter, but I had to work that night. I have gone with Peter to SLM a few times, though.
SLM?
You're so not with it, Harry. Scandinavian Leather Man, a gay club for the masses. You need to conform to a dress code there, too, and there are dark rooms and whatnot in the basement. A little vulgar for the clientele who are members of Villa Dante, I imagine. Peter told me he tried to obtain membership there, but that it was impossible. You had to belong to the inner of the inner circle, a sort of gay opus dei. It's stylish there, apparently. Think Eyes Wide Shut. Open just one night a week, a masquerade ball for gay men in expensive suits. Everyone walks around in animal masks and accompanying monikers. Total anonymity all round. All kinds of escapades and waiters who are, let's call them young men.
Above legal age?
No, they probably are. That was why the club had to shut down back when it was called Tuesdays. A 14-year-old who was working there accused one of the guests of rape. We got a sperm sample, but no match on the database, of course.
Of course?
The clientele of Tuesdays weren't the kind to have previous convictions. Anyway, now it's reopened as Villa Dante,
which no one seems to have heard of.
They operate under the radar. They don't need the publicity. That's the reason people like Peter are so obsessed with gaining admittance.
You said it used to be called Tuesdays.
Yeah, they had the club night on a Tuesday.
And they still do?
I can ask Peter, if you like.
What would it take for me to gain access, you think?
She laughed. A court order, a search warrant, probably, which, incidentally, I hereby grant you with regard to myself tonight. It took Harry a moment before he understood what she meant. He raised an eyebrow. Yep, she said, lifting her glass. As in order. Do you live out here? Elena asked. No, said the man who'd called himself Prim. He steered the car between new, modern commercial buildings dotting the flat, open landscape on both sides of the road towards the tip of Snorria. I live in the city centre, but I used to walk my dog here in the evenings after the airport closed. There was no one here then, and I could let my dog run free. Out there. He pointed towards the sea in the west and ate some more from the packet of crisps, or whatever it was. He hadn't offered any to her, at any rate. But that's the marshlands preserve, Elena said. You weren't afraid the dog would attack birds nesting there? Sure, and it happened a couple of times. I tried to find comfort by telling myself it was the natural order of things, and that we can't stand in the way of that. But of course that's not true. It's not? No. Mankind is also a product of nature, and we aren't the only organism doing our utmost to destroy the planet as we know it. But just as Mother Nature has granted us the intelligence to commit collective suicide, she has also gifted us self-reflection. Perhaps that can save us. I hope so. In any case, I stood in the way of nature and began to use this. He pointed towards the grab handle above her door, and Elena became aware of a retractable dog lead with a clasp collar dangling from the end. He was a good dog, he said. I could sit in the car reading with the courtesy light on and the window open while he ran free 50 meters in every direction. Dogs and people don't need more. Many people don't want more. Elena nodded. All the same, some day they might want more and want to get away. What does the dog owner do then? I've no idea. My dog never wanted more. He had swung off the main road and onto a forest track. What would you have done? Set it free, Elena said. Even if you knew it wouldn't survive alone out there? None of us survive. True, he said. He slowed down. The road had ended. He switched off the engine and the headlights, and it turned pitch black around them. She could hear the wind rustling through reeds, and between the trees they could see the sea and lights from the islands and headland further out. Where are we? Just by the marshlands, he said. That foreland there is Hövikorden, and the two islands are Barøya and Oslo. Since they built houses out here, this has become a popular place to walk. In the daytime it's swarming with families. But at the moment, you and I have it completely to ourselves, Elena. He released his seatbelt and turned to her. Elena took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and waited. This is crazy, she said. Crazy? I'm a married woman. This is extremely bad timing. Why? Because I'm in the process of leaving my husband. Sounds to me like excellent timing. No. She shook her head without opening her eyes. No, you don't understand. If Marcus found out about this before we discuss terms, then you'll get a few million less from him. Yes, what I'm doing now is plain stupid. So why are you doing it, do you think? I don't know. She pressed her palms to her temples. It's like someone or something has taken over my mind. Just then she was struck by another thought. What makes you think he has millions? She opened her eyes and looked at him. Yes, there was something familiar about him, something in his eyes. Were you at the party? Do you know him? He didn't answer, just smiled a little as he turned up the music, a theatrical vibrato singing something about scary monsters. She'd heard the song before, but wasn't able to place it. The martini, she said with sudden certainty. You were at Danielle's. It was you who sent over that drink, wasn't it? And what makes you think that? Standing behind me in the queue, coming over and sitting down, that's not something you do during the interval at a play. That wasn't by chance. He ran a hand through his hair and glanced in the mirror. I confess, he said, I've been watching you for a while. I've wanted to be alone with you. And now I am. So what will we do? She drew a deep breath and unbuckled her own seat belt. We'll fuck, she said. Unfair, isn't it? Alexandra said. They had finished their meal and withdrawn to the restaurant bar. I've always wanted a child, but never had one. While you, who never wanted one? She snapped her fingers over a white Russian cocktail. Harry took a sip of his water. Life is really fair. And so random, she added. Björn Holm sent in DNA to check if he was the father of... what's the name of the boy again? Gert. Alexandra could see by Harry's face this was not something he wanted to talk about. Nevertheless, perhaps because she had drunk a little more than she should have, she continued. Turns out he isn't. And right afterwards I ran a DNA analysis of something which turns out to be your blood. Check it by mistake against the entire database of paternity tests, and it emerges that you're Gert's father. If it hadn't been for me, it's not your fault. What isn't my fault? Nothing. Forget it. That Björn Holm killed himself? That he... Harry stopped. Alexandra saw him grimace, as though he were in pain somewhere. What was it he wasn't telling her? What was it he couldn't tell her? Harry? Yeah? His eyes seemed to be fixed on the row of bottles on the shelf behind the barman. It was that sex offender who killed your wife, right? Fina? Ask him. Fina is dead. If it wasn't him, then... Then? You were a suspect. Harry nodded. We always suspect the partner, and are usually right. Alexandra took a gulp of her drink. Was it you, Harry? Did you kill your wife? A double of that there, Harry said, and it took a moment for Alexandra to realize he wasn't talking to her. This? The barman asked, pointing to a square bottle hanging inverted in a bracket. Yes, please. Harry remained silent until the glass with the golden-brown liquid was in front of him. Yes, he said, lifting the glass. Held it for a moment as though dreading it. I killed her. Then he emptied the contents in a single go and had ordered a refill before the glass was back on the counter. Elena got her breath back, but remained sitting on top of him. She had maneuvered him over to the passenger side, reclined the seat while he turned on the dome light and put on a condom. Then had rode him like one of her horses, although without the same feeling of control. He had come without making a sound, but she had felt how his muscles had jerked and relaxed. She had also come, not because he had been an adept lover, but because she had been so horny before taking off her trousers and knickers that anything would have sufficed. She could feel him going soft inside her now. So why have you been stalking me? She asked, looking down at him lying flat on the recumbent seat, as naked as she was. Why do you think? He asked, putting his hands behind his head. You've fallen in love with me. He smiled and shook his head. I'm not in love with you, Elena. No. I am in love, but with someone else. Elena could feel herself getting annoyed. Are you playing games? No, I'm just telling you how it is. Then what are you doing here, with me? I'm giving you what you want, or rather what your body and mind want, which is me. You! She snorted. What makes you so sure that it couldn't have been any man? Because I'm the one who's planted that desire in you, and now it's crawling and creeping inside your body and mind. The desire for you, specifically? Yes, for me. Or to be more precise, what's creeping inside you desires to enter my intestinal tract. So sweet. You mean I want to take you with a strap on? My husband once wanted me to do that when we started going out. The man who called himself Prim shook his head. I'm in the small intestines and the large intestines, bacterial flora, so they can multiply. As for your husband, it's news to me he wants to be penetrated from behind. When I was a little boy, he was the one who did the penetrating. Elena stared down at him, in bewilderment, but she knew she hadn't misheard. What do you mean? Didn't you know your husband fucks boys? Boys? Little boys. She swallowed. It had, of course, crossed her mind that he liked men, but she had never confronted him about it. Marcus being bisexual, or more likely a classic gay, wasn't perverse. What was sick was that Marcus Rudd, one of the richest, most powerful men in the city, a man the press had accused of greed, tax evasion, bad taste, and worse, didn't dare admit to the world the one human characteristic which could have helped him breathe more freely.
Instead, he had become a textbook case of a homosexual homophobe, a self-loathing narcissist and walking paradox. But little boys? Children? No. At the same time, now that the idea was presented to her and she reflected, it was all too logical. She shuddered. Another thought made its way into her mind, that this might come in useful as regards the divorce settlement. "How do you know this?" she asked, without moving while she looked around for her knickers. "He was my stepfather. He abused me from the time I was 6 years old. I say 6 because the earliest time I can recall him doing it was the same day he gave me a bicycle. 3 times a week. 3 times a week he screwed that little arse of mine. Year in, year out." Elena was breathing through her mouth. The air inside the car was thick with the smell of sex and that unusual musk scent. She swallowed. "Your mother? Did she know about—" "It was the usual. She suspected, I suppose, but did nothing to confirm it. She was an unemployed alcoholic who was afraid of losing him. Yet that's what happened. It's always the ones who are afraid that end up being left behind. Aren't you afraid?" "Me? Why would I be? Now that you understand the reason you and I are here." Was she mistaken, or was he growing hard inside her again? "Susanna Anderson?" she asked at length. "Was it you?" He nodded. "And Bettina?" He nodded again. Maybe he was bluffing, maybe not. Either way, Elena knew she ought to be afraid. So why wasn't she? Why instead did she begin moving her hips back and forth? Slowly at first, then more intensely. "Don't," he said, his face suddenly pale. But she rode him again. It was as if her body had a will of its own, and she raised herself up on his cock and backed down again with full vigor. Felt his stomach tighten, heard a muffled groan, thought he was about to come again. Then she saw a cascade of yellow-green vomit spew from his mouth. It went onto his chest, spilling onto the seat and down to his stomach, towards her. The smell was so acrid she felt her own stomach begin to turn, and she pinched her nose with her thumb and forefinger as she held her breath. "No, no, no," he groaned, without moving while groping about on the floor beneath them. Found his shirt and began wiping himself with it. "It's that shit there," he said, pointing at the crisp packet in the center console. Elena could see it said Hillman Pets on it. "I need to eat it, to regulate the population of parasites," he said, rubbing the shirt across his stomach. "But it's hard to find the balance. If I eat too much, my stomach can't handle it. I hope you understand, or can sympathize." Elena neither understood nor sympathized. She just concentrated on not breathing while she held her nose, and felt a strange change come over her. It was as though the desire and longing were gradually subsiding and being replaced by another emotion. Fear. Susanna, then Bettina, and now it was her turn. She needed to get out, get away, now. He regarded her as if he sensed her fear. She made a concerted effort to smile. Her left hand was free. She could open the door with it, get out and run. Towards the terraced houses they had passed where the forest track began. It couldn't be more than 300 or 400 meters there. Good. 400 meters had been her best event, and she ran faster barefoot than in shoes. Furthermore, she guessed he would hesitate to follow her, since they were both naked, enough to give her the head start she needed. He wouldn't have time to turn the car around and catch up with her either, and if he tried, she could just cut into the woods. He just needed to be distracted a little, while her left hand located the door handle. She was about to let go of her nose to place her right hand over his eyes, in a pretense of affection, when another thought entered her mind. That the change had occurred when she wasn't breathing and wasn't smelling. That there was a connection there. "I understand," she whispered ingratiatingly. "These things happen.
You're clean now. Let's have it a little dark again." She tried not to inhale the air and hoped he couldn't hear the quaver in her voice. "Where's the dome light?" "Thanks," he said with a wan smile, and pointed to the roof. She found the switch and put out the light. In the darkness, she clawed at the inside of the passenger door with her left hand, found the door handle, eased it open and shoved the door wide, felt the cold night air against her skin, kicked off to get out. But he was too quick. His hands were around her throat, tightening their grip. She beat him on the chest with both hands, but the grip around her throat grew even tighter. She raised herself up on one knee in the seat and drove her other knee forward in the hope of striking his crotch. She had no sense of connecting, but he let go, and she got out, felt the gravel against her bare feet, fell over, but got back up and began to run. It was difficult to breathe, like he still had her in a stranglehold, but she had to ignore it, had to get away. And now she got a little air. She could see the lights down by the main road. Had to be less than 400 meters away, surely. Yes, not even 300. This was going to be okay. She increased her pace. She really took off. There was no way he'd be able to catch up with. It was as if someone had appeared in the darkness in front of her and hit her so hard in the throat that she was knocked to the ground. She landed on her back, hitting her head on the gravel. She must have been out for a few seconds, because on opening her eyes again, she could hear footsteps approaching on the gravel. She tried to scream, but the stranglehold tightened again. She brought her fingers to her throat and felt what it was. The collar. He had fastened the dog collar on her and allowed her to run, letting the retractable lead be drawn from the housing, waiting calmly until she had reached her 50 meters of freedom. She no longer heard the footsteps as her fingers located the clasp. She squeezed it together and was free. From the collar. She didn't have time to scramble to her feet before she was pushed back down onto the gravel. His naked body seemed shimmering white as he stood over her in the darkness, with one foot on her chest. She stared at what he was holding in his right hand. What little light there was reflected on the shiny steel. It was a knife, a large knife. Still, she wasn't scared, at least not as scared as when she had held her breath in the car. It wasn't that she was unafraid to die, but it was as though her lust was stronger. She simply couldn't explain it any other way. He crouched down, put the blade to her throat, leaned forward, and whispered in her ear, "If you scream, I'll cut right away. Nod if you understand." She nodded mutely. He leaned back, still on his haunches, and she could still feel the cold steel against her neck. "I'm sorry, Elena." His voice sounded tearful. "It's not fair that you have to die. You haven't done anything. You're not the target. You just have the terrible misfortune to be a necessary means." She coughed. Necessary for what?" "To humiliate and destroy Marcus Rudd." "Because he—" "Yes, because he fucked me. And when he wasn't doing that, I had to suck on that ugly fucking cock of his for supper and breakfast and sometimes for lunch. Can you relate, Elena? The difference is that in my case, there were no fringe benefits, apart from the bike, that one time. And that he stayed with my mother, of course. Sick, isn't it? That I was afraid that he would leave us. I don't know if it was me or my mother who grew too old for him, but he left us for a younger woman with a younger son. All this was long before your time, so I don't imagine you've heard about it." Elena shook her head. She could see herself from outside, lying naked and freezing on a gravel track with a knife to her throat. She could feel the stones digging into her skin. She saw no way out. Maybe this was where life ended. And yet she wanted to be here. Yet she wanted him. Had she gone mad? "My mother disappeared into a depression," he said in a tremulous voice,
and she could see that he too was freezing cold now.
It was only when she was emerging from it again that she had the energy to do what she'd promised me so many times when she was drunk. She took her own life and tried to take mine. The fire brigade classed it as an accident, smoking in bed. Neither I nor her brother, Uncle Frederick, saw any reason to inform them or the insurance company that she didn't smoke, that the packet they found had been Marcus Rhodes.
He fell silent. Something warm hit her breast. A tear.
"Are you going to kill me now?" she asked.
He drew a shaky breath.
"As I've said, I'm sorry, but the life cycle of the parasites needs to be completed, so that they can reproduce, you see. I need new, fresh parasites when a new individual is to be infected. You understand?"
She shook her head. She wanted to stroke his cheek. It felt like she had taken ecstasy. The love was all-encompassing. But it wasn't love. It was lust. She was just so fucking horny.
"And, of course, there's the advantage that the dead tell no tales,"
he said.
"Of course,"
she said. She was breathing harder, as though she knew these were her final breaths.
"But tell me, Elena, while we had sex, did you feel loved for a little while?"
"I don't know," she said, smiling tiredly.
"Yes, I think so." "Good,"
he said, taking one of her hands in his free one, squeezing it.
"I wanted to give you that as a gift before you died, because that's the only thing that matters, isn't it? To feel loved."
"Maybe," she whispered, closing her eyes.
"Keep that in mind now, Elena. Say it to yourself. I am loved."
Prim looked down at her, saw her lips moving, forming the words, "I am loved." Then he lifted the knife, pointed the tip towards her carotid artery, leaned forward, placing all his weight over it as he let the blade sink in. The warm spurt of blood on his ice-cold skin made him shudder with elation and horror. He held on tightly to the knife handle, the vibrations letting him know that life was leaving her. After the blood spurted for a third time, it began to flow. A few seconds later, the knife told him Elena Rudd was dead. He pulled out the knife and sat down on the ground next to her, wiped his tears. He shivered with cold, fear, and the release of tension. It didn't get any easier. It got worse. But these were the innocent ones. The guilty one remained. That would be something entirely different. Taking the life of Marcus Rudd would be a joy. But first the bastard would suffer so much that death would come as a deliverance. Prim felt something on his skin. Light rain. He looked up. Black. More rain was forecast tonight. It would wash away most of the traces. But he still had work to do. He looked at his watch, which was the only thing he hadn't taken off. 9:30. If he was efficient, he could be back in the city centre by 10:30. Chapter 29, Saturday, Tapetum Lucidum. It was an hour to midnight, and the wet pathways glistened under the lamplights in the palace gardens. Harry was pleasantly anaesthetised, and reality appropriately distorted. He was, in short, in the sweet spot of intoxication, where he was conscious of the deception, yet still mentally pain-free. He and Alexandra were walking through the park, the faces they met drifting past. In order to support him, she had put his arm over her shoulder and her own arm around his waist. She was still angry. "It's one thing to refuse to serve us," she hissed.
Refused to serve me, Harry said, his diction considerably steadier than his gait.
Another thing, throwing us out.
Throwing me out, Harry said. I've noticed barmen don't like customers going to sleep with their heads on the counter.
Still, it was the way they did it.
There are worse ways, Alexandra. Believe me.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. That was one of the more tactful ways I've been thrown out. I think it might sneak into my top 5 most pleasant ejections list.
She laughed, putting her head against his chest, with the result that Harry swerved off the pathway out onto the royal lawn, where an elderly man holding the retractable lead of his dog while it relieved itself glared disapprovingly at them. She got Harry back on an even keel. "Let's stop at Lorry and get a coffee," she said.
"And a beer," Harry said.
"Coffee, unless you want to get thrown out again?" Harry thought it over.
"Okay."
Lorry was crowded, but they got seats with 2 French-speaking men in the 3rd booth to the left of the entrance door, and were served large cups of steaming coffee.
"They're talking about the murders," Alexandra whispered. "No," Harry said. "They're talking about the Spanish Civil War."
At midnight, they left Lorry after sticking to coffee, and were a little less drunk. "Back to mine, or back to yours?" Alexandra asked.
"Can I get some other alternatives?"
"No," she said. "Back to mine. And we're walking. Fresh air." Alexandra's apartment was in a building on Marcus Thronosgata, halfway between St. Hanshaugen and Alexander Kjellands Place.
"You've moved since the last time," Harry said as he stood slightly swaying in the bedroom while she tried to undress him. "But the bed is still the same, I see."
"Good memories?" Harry paused to think. "Idiot," Alexandra said, pushing him onto the bed and getting to her knees to unbutton his trousers.
"Alexandra," he said, placing a hand on hers.
She stopped and looked up at him.
"I can't," he said.
"Too drunk, you mean?"
"That too, probably. But I was at her grave today."
He waited for the anger of humiliation, coldness, contempt. Instead, only tired resignation was detectable in her eyes. She pushed him under the duvet with his trousers on, switched off the light and crawled in after him, snuggled up to him. "Does it still hurt?" she asked. Harry tried to think of another way to describe the feeling. Emptiness, loss, loneliness, fear, panic even. But she had actually hit the nail on the head. The overarching feeling was one of pain. He nodded. "You're lucky," she said.
"Lucky?"
"To have loved someone so dearly that it can hurt so much." Sorry if that sounded banal."
"No, you're right. Our emotions are banal."
"I didn't mean it was banal to love somebody, or to want to be loved."
"Me neither."
They held each other. Harry stared into the darkness, then shut his eyes. He had half of the reports left. The answer might be in there. If not, he would have to try the desperate plan he had discarded, but which had resurfaced again and again after the conversation with Truls at Schröder's. He drifted off. He was riding a mechanical bull. It flung his body this way and that while he held on tightly and tried to order a drink. He tried to focus on the barman behind the counter, but the jerks were too sharp and the facial features in front of him blurred. "What is it you'd like, Harry?" It was Raquel's voice. "Tell me what you want." Was it really her?
"I want the bull to stop. I want you and me to be together."
Harry tried to shout it, but he couldn't make a sound. He pressed the buttons on the back of the bull's neck, but the tossing and rotations only grew in intensity and speed. He heard a sound like a knife cutting through meat, and she screamed. The bull began moving more slowly, until it stopped completely. He couldn't see anyone behind the bar, but blood was running down over the mirror shelves, the bottles and the glasses.
He felt something hard being pressed against his temple.
"I can tell you're in debt," a voice whispered right behind him. "Yes, you owe me a life."
He looked up at the mirror. In the cone of light coming from above, he saw his own head, the barrel of a pistol, and a hand holding a finger on the trigger. The face of the man holding the gun lay in darkness, but he could see something white shimmer. Was he naked? No, it was a white collar.
"Wait,"
Harry said, and turned round. It wasn't the man in the lift, or the man behind the tinted glass of the Camaro. It was Björn Holm. His red-haired colleague pressed the pistol to his own temple and pulled the trigger.
"No!"
Harry discovered he was sitting up in bed.
"Jesus!"
a voice mumbled, and he saw black hair against the white pillow beside him. "What's going on?"
"Nothing,"
Harry said hoarsely.
"I was just dreaming. I'm going to go now."
"Why?"
"I have reports to read, and I promised to go for a walk in the park with Gert early in the morning."
He pushed himself out of bed, found his shirt on a chair, put it on and began to button it. Felt the nausea rising. "Are you excited about seeing him?"
"I just want to be there on time."
He bent down and kissed her on the forehead.
"Sleep tight, and thanks for a lovely evening. I'll let myself out."
When Harry made it down to the inner courtyard, he had to throw up. He managed to push his way between two green wheels.